Good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Welcome back to beautiful Warsaw for the 11th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. My name is Federica D'Alessandra, and I will have the immense privilege of serving once again as your Master of Ceremony for the defense track on both days. It is truly remarkable to see so many of you back here for what has undoubtedly become one of the most impressive and important gathering of experts, dignitaries focusing on European and transatlantic security and relations. This year, we have over 20 ministerial delegations and more than 2,000 registered participants. Our utmost gratitude goes to the Kingdom of Sweden, NATO, the Polish National Security Bureau, and all of WSF's generous partners for bringing us together. As we gather today, the global security landscape seems to have grown ever more volatile. Russia's continued aggression against Ukraine remains the most significant direct and thematic threat to transatlantic stability and security. However, the challenges that we face extend far beyond Eastern Europe, with rising tensions in the Asia-Pacific, the Middle East on the brink of all-out war, and continued threats to civilian life and prosperity in virtually every corner of the world. Adding to all of this is certainly the uncertainty that surrounds the outcomes of the upcoming US presidential election, given the radically different visions that the two candidates hold about America's role in the world and the potential implications this might have for transatlantic relations and certainly European security. That is why the focus of this year's forum is Thinking Europe Anew. The 2024 Warsaw Security Forum report pushing the EU's agenda forward with the Weimar Triangle was produced by a remarkable, exceptional group of leaders in the defense, foreign policy, energy, state resilience, and other domains from Poland, Germany, France, and the EU. And it advocates precisely for the Weimar Triangle to take a leading role within the EU in critical areas such as defense, foreign policy, and energy, among others. In this climate of uncertainty, bold leadership is essential. Europe must act decisively to secure its future, raising important questions about its strategic posturing, as well as its future as a political and military actor in the current geopolitical landscape. To meet these challenges, Europe needs to strengthen its common defense strategy and ensure its military capabilities are prepared for the complex geopolitical landscape ahead. For this reason, our discussion today will focus on Europe's defense readiness, the future of transatlantic security and cooperation, and of course, how to support European industry as well as Ukraine's defense, prosperity, and future. Please note that all of the sessions here in the Warsaw room will be simultaneously translated from English to Polish. If you need, you can grab a headset at the entrance. And of course, if you're watching online, please do join in the conversation by using the hashtag WSF2024. Our track will last until 1:30, and then we will take a short break before we move on to the Global Outlook track. So as you can see, we have a very busy day ahead, and why don't we just make a start? Without further ado, it gives me immense pleasure to invite to the stage our gracious host, Zbigniew Pisarski, President of the Kazimierz Polański Foundation. Zbigniew, please join me on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Prime Minister, ministers, ambassadors, generals, members of parliament and armed forces, ladies and gentlemen. This year marks the 11th anniversary of the Warsaw Security Forum, and it is a particular year, a year of European and American elections, which results will determine for the years to come a new transatlantic agenda. The new Secretary General of NATO is also starting his term precisely in the exact moment we run the Warsaw Security Forum. It is very telling and symbolic. This year is also particular because with hindsight, we see an unprecedented deterioration in international security. Not only do I mean continuing Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the war in Gaza and Lebanon, which can spiral into a wider regional conflict, the dramatic situation in Sudan, or the increasingly rising tensions in Southeast Asia. We have more wars worldwide, increasing war casualties, higher military spending, growing great powers rivalry, and severe food insecurity. Last year, the global military expenditures reached the highest ever level recorded. There were more battle-related deaths than for the 40 previous years per annum. 56 countries experienced armed conflict. Today, 1 in 6 people on the planet is exposed to conflict. Elsewhere in the world, wherever we look at, we see that our planet is more violent, hotter, unpredictable, and more difficult to manage by humans. It also means that our way of life to date cannot be sustained. These are not simply several problems we have to solve. It is a systemic challenge to which we must transform ourselves and transform the way we govern our countries. Our Warsaw Security Forum is placed phenomenally for the kind of discussion how to tackle this challenge. This year, Poland is the #1 country in NATO in terms of percent of GDP spent on defense and security. We reached more than 4%, and next year we aim even more. Our army will be the 3rd biggest in the entire NATO, and the largest on European soil of the alliance. Therefore, I'm very proud to welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, on this defense track of the Warsaw Security Forum. You are in the right place and at the right moment. The 11th edition of the Forum is focused primarily on the near and mid-term strategic challenges that we must deal with and confront, helping Ukraine to defend freedom and win the war, getting ready to deter any adversaries of transatlantic unity and security, building Europe's defense capability, thinking through the transatlantic agenda, building multi-layered resilience, and shaping the place of the Central and Eastern Europe and the Northern Europe in the security architecture of the continent. Our next edition of the Warsaw Security Forum's report is focused this year on the potential of the Weimar Triangle, Germany, France, and Poland, not only to cooperate more strongly, but to trigger necessary changes to Europe too. It also contains the defense and security part. Therefore, I encourage you to read it carefully. We uphold the tradition of having a partner country every year. In 2024, it is the government of Sweden, a new member of our NATO alliance. We are very grateful to Sweden that it takes over that role. Welcome Sweden to NATO and to the Warsaw Security Forum. We also want to thank our strategic partners, the National Security Bureau, which aids the President of Poland, Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Polish Ministry of Defense, and the NATO headquarters, for their contribution to make this event happen. Thanks to our numerous partners, sponsors, first-class distinguished speakers, and the great audience which we have every year, we hope to bring you here in Warsaw for 2 impactful days. Ladies and gentlemen, for our 2-day journey during the 2024 Warsaw Security Forum, let us continue for the 11th time to advance our common thinking on how to make the world a safer place, how to rely on better angels of our nature. We have to build positive peace, the attitude, institutions, and structures that create and sustain peaceful societies. Eleanor Roosevelt once famously said, "It is not enough to talk about peace. One must believe in it. And it is not enough to believe in it. One must work at it." Let me wish you a wonderful time and work at the Warsaw Security Forum. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zbigniew, for getting off to a great start. And now it gives me immense pleasure to invite to this stage Poland's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Władysław Kosiniak-Kamysz. Your Excellency, please join me on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the invitation to the forum. Congratulations to the think tank community for organizing this event with the great support from the Swedish government, a partner country to the Warsaw Security Forum 2024. At the very beginning, I would like to emphasize that today's security challenges touch on a whole range of possible security areas. The flood that has recently affected southeastern Poland has shown the importance of the Polish armed forces for the security of the region and its citizens also in times of peace. We have designated both operational and territorial defense forces to provide quick assistance and deal with the effects of this natural disaster. Fighting the consequences of the flood is a complex process of multi-level activities, planning, and long-term works. Thus, we have started the Phoenix operation. Its main goal is to mitigate the effects of flood among local communities and accelerate the reconstruction of infrastructure. The operation involves the armed forces as well as governmental and local authorities, and we will run the Phoenix operation as long as necessary. Now let me say a few words about international security and defense challenges. In light of the ongoing war in Europe and its regional and global implication, we must engage in a debate on Russia's aggressive policies. It is crucial to emphasize that the potential collapse of an independent Ukraine would have catastrophic consequences. Such an event would likely encourage not only Putin in Europe, but also other regimes worldwide to pursue their objectives through military means. A key component of our debate must focus on ensuring international security guarantees for Ukraine, which urgently needs our support. We must make every effort to welcome Ukraine as a member of NATO. We are also concerned about the increasing military integration between Russia and Belarus. Belarus is openly weaponizing illegal migration. As a result, migrants are attacking Polish soldiers, border guards, and police officers. To counter this risk, we have deployed our troops at the border with the potential to increase the number to approximately 70,000 troops. Please bear in mind that this is not only to protect the Polish border, but also the borders of the European Union and NATO. We remain committed to NATO's 360-degree approach, addressing challenges related to the Middle East and North Africa. Poland also actively participates in efforts to counter and prevent terrorism. The Israeli military says it has begun a limited ground operation against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Whatever it means, our soldiers, like other soldiers of the United Nations mission, remain safe in UNIFIL bases. President Biden sharply tells Israel to stop raids inside Lebanon. Our goal is to prevent a spillover of conflict in the Middle East into the broader region, which would have negative consequences for Europe as well. The security of Europe and the Indo-Pacific is more and more interdependent, with potential domino effects. If Russia's invasion of Ukraine were to be successful, such an outcome could escalate tensions in the Indo-Pacific and furthermore encourage Putin to intensify aggressive actions in Europe. We should continue implementing the decisions approved at NATO summits in Madrid, Vilnius, and Washington, D.C., which focused on deterrence and defense. The European Union is adapting to a new international security environment, particularly visible in extended support for Ukraine, including in military domain. The defense industries in our countries must adapt to extraordinary demands by increasing military production, especially in ammunition and self-defense capabilities. We must remember that the future security role of the European Union should be assessed in relation to NATO. In this context, the development of European defense capabilities should aim to enhance collective defense. We should never forget that the close cooperation between the European Union and NATO is an essential element of our future security. Poland remains committed to defense cooperation with the US and other allies, ensuring a stable and enduring allied military presence in our territory. The Polish defense policy is based on the three principles: international cooperation, modernization of the Polish armed forces, and building social resilience against threats. As a country neighboring hostile regime in Moscow and Minsk, we have had rapidly extend our armed forces operational capabilities within a very limited time frame. I wish to highlight that Poland's total defense expenditures will reach 4.2% of GDP this year and 4.7% next year. Consequently, we are dedicating appropriate funds to significantly increase the operational capabilities of the Polish armed forces across all domains. Under the National Defense and Deterrence Plan, codename East Shield, we are securing our eastern border through a system of fortifications. This initiative is a crucial element of our deterrence by denial strategy and will significantly protect NATO's and European Union's borders. We are all facing challenges that necessitate a comprehensive approach to defense policy and national security. We must respond to current security challenges and prepare for the future uncertainties. We must remember that in our interconnected world, the defense potential of NATO and defense capabilities of the European Union play a crucial role in global security and the future of all nations. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the enlightening discussion that will unfold during this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this sobering reminder of the challenges ahead and certainly of Poland's commitment and contributions to European and world security. And now it gives me immense pleasure to welcome to the stage Jacek Siwiera, Secretary of State of Poland's head of the National Security Bureau. Please join me to the stage.
Distinguished Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, dear Kasia and Zbigniew, organizers of Warsaw Security Forum, honorable ministers, generals, ladies and gentlemen. At the beginning, I have two informations, good and bad. Bad is that my team prepared me 7 pages of my statement. The good news is that I forgot it. But I also realize that we are meeting in a moment of extraordinary times. So let me switch to my national language to be more precise about what I wanted to tell you.
Today, Prime Minister Mark Rutte becomes Secretary General at NATO as he opens a new chapter in the history of the alliance and as he confronts new historic challenges. At the same time, in parallel, there's the process of the new European Commission being instituted, and the Commission will face equally fundamental challenges in the face of the threat from Russian imperialism. In recent days, ladies and gentlemen, our attention was naturally focused on the tragic flood that impacted countries in our neighborhood and Poland, which is a disaster where the Polish armed forces rose to the challenge and they were crucial in the rescue operations. A natural disaster is an example of a situation that's a litmus test for our abilities to react in a crisis and to tackle problems like these. It is in crisis where the responsibility and the capabilities of a state are tested to their utmost. We have natural disasters, we have political tension, and there will be more to come. But that cannot be an excuse for us to lose focus. And the focus must be on the most important existential threats which arises in the East. Ladies and gentlemen, war is a disaster. It's a planned disaster. It's something that has been planned in an office at Kremlin, and that's the reason why the European Commission and NATO must not lose their focus on the threat from the Russian imperialism, irrespective of any other crises. And that is one of the reasons why I would like to refer to the 3 statements that our Minister of Defense often refers to, and he has mentioned them today. What I'm thinking about are the priorities that should be followed in how our defense capabilities and armed forces are developed in the future. That is the reason why a year ago we decided to send our country to a gym to train, to get fit, and to prepare to defend not just itself, but also our neighbors and the whole alliance. 4.5% GDP went to the armed forces. That was the historically highest percentage of GDP. And this is like a gym, like going to a gym. You work on your fitness, and this is what we're doing by the extensive purchases of military equipment. But this is not enough. We need to create a new architecture for our army, for our command and control, and work is ongoing on that. Now, the unplanned disaster, the natural disaster we faced recently, shows where we have to work on improving things. Secondly, we need to improve and expand our defense industry. And it is here, at Warsaw Security Forum, that politics, the military, and the business intersect. And business, the defense industry, has to be the foundation of any country, especially on the eastern flank. And again, like when you go to the gym, it's not just a New Year's resolution, which maybe lasts until the 6th of January. If you have a voucher, if you have a membership card for a gym, it has to go on for decades in this case. No state can afford to lose its focus on the threat from the east. It's the same with the European Commission, ladies and gentlemen. It's the same with Europe. When the new European Commission is created, we will restart the very deep debate about either deepening the integration of the EU or defending sovereignty. Given the threats that the Republic of Poland faces, we need to have our sovereignty understood in a modern way. We have known sovereignty for many hundreds of years, but we also didn't have it for many years. It was taken away from us. It's an ultimate sovereignty where you can continue the life of your country whilst remaining in a strong alliance that brings together economic and defense ties. But our sovereignty has to be strong, and should an alliance not guarantee our safety and security, then the country itself has to guarantee safety and security to its citizens and to the eastern flank of NATO. This type of sovereignty is all about diagnosing the threats correctly. I suppose we'll all agree that the distribution of threats is not proportional across all of Europe. If we agree about that, then it follows logically that the involvement of the European Commission in terms of defense capabilities and financial support should be focused also, not proportionally, more on the 12 countries on the eastern flank, because it is on the eastern flank that defense capabilities have to be developed significantly, and the equipment used for that can be manufactured anywhere in the EU, but it has to be focused on the eastern flank. That's a guarantee of our safety and security, because we focused on national military operations that are coordinated across the alliance. So the defense fund of the European Union is all about developing the capabilities, and I'm very happy to have equipment manufactured in Western Europe purchased and used in the East, because it is the Eastern countries that are the guarantor of safety and security for the rest of Europe. We often hear people say that Poland is buying equipment, that the military is obtaining equipment, but that is not enough. Owning equipment is like having a car. You can own a car, but then when you do the fighting, it's all about the skills that you have and if you know how to use it. A great challenge for the Polish armed forces is to lead to a point where the Polish armed forces and the Allied armed forces don't just own equipment, but they master the equipment. They must have mastered the skills and the capabilities of using every single F-35, Abrams, Apache, all the way to the Grot assault rifle on the level of an individual soldier. It's not enough to purchase equipment. If you have a medieval knight, it's not enough to buy more swords. It's all about the skill with which you wield the sword. And the same
to master the equipment which you have.
Pertains to this phrase that we hear from our American allies, which is to master the equipment that you have, and that should be our focus. And finally, a third pillar, and this is something that our Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, often repeats, and the President of Poland also supports this statement, which is to build consensus and understanding wherever it's necessary and critical. It's about building national unity wherever it's necessary for the survival of the state, wherever it's necessary for the very existence of our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not naive anymore. The past 3 years have very effectively cured me of being naive. And now I know that you cannot reach consensus in politics. The political debate will always continue. It's also true about other countries. There is polarization. But it's our raison d'etre to develop a culture and a system of organization that will allow for the continuation of the strategic thoughts above the political divisions. And the same has to pertain to the EU, not just to an individual country. And it's particularly important within our closest allies, which are the 12 countries that joined the EU as a group and that are all located on the eastern flank. So we need to have an organizational culture, and we have to have the necessary solutions that make it possible to have this continuation of the strategic thought and for charting the right course across these stormy waters. And we might have wind from port or wind from starboard, and we might have a different person at the helm every 4 years, but we need to maintain the course, and we have to keep using this membership card at the gym. And I think this is probably the best place to talk about these things. Warsaw Security Forum brings together the different political circles, people of business and the military personnel, and this is our gym. This is where we work out, and we have to follow up on that. And we will have to follow up on that, because we'll have to change many things, starting from central administration through the headquarters of our command forces, the headquarters of each and every division, brigade, down to an individual soldier. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will find that necessary dialogue here at Warsaw Security Forum. Hopefully you'll talk about the continuation of the strategic thought, and I wish the organizers every success, just like the European conference during Cold War, because the challenges are not smaller than they were during the Cold War. And right now, as the new leadership of the alliance and of the European Union is emerging, I hope this will be done. And for the sake of my country, I hope we keep to this charted course. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As our speakers have emphasized, close cooperation between the EU and NATO is critical to our future security. With that in mind, we will now turn to our first ministerial panel of the day, European Pillar of NATO. Is Europe able to defend itself? Our distinguished speakers will discuss this important questions of whether Europe is prepared to exercise greater independence within the alliance. And to moderate this next ministerial panel, please allow me to welcome back to the stage our host, Zbigniew Pisarski. Zbigniew, please join me on stage.
Hello again. Thank you very much. And please, my dear panelists, wonderful to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, we have very short time, so I will try to be very dynamic. I have wonderful panelists with me. Let me introduce Minister of Defense of Norway, Mr. Bjørn Gram. Bjørn, great to have you here with us.
Well, good to be here. Thank you.
Minister of State for Defense from the United Kingdom, Lord Vernon Coker.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great to have you. And our special guest from the United States, I'm saying special because Celeste is not the first time at the Warsaw Security Forum, and I'm really, really happy to have you here again with us. And Celeste Wallander is Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs at the U.S. Department of Defense. Great to have you, Celeste.
Thanks so much, Zbigniew.
So we have a discussion about European pillar of NATO. Is Europe able to defend itself? So let me ask the first question to Celeste. Celeste, are European nations meeting their defense spending commitments? This is a common request that we hear from over Atlantic. And is the current level of investment sufficient for the continent's security needs? How can Europe ensure equitable burden sharing with NATO, especially in light of rising geopolitical threats? Celeste.
Thanks so much, Zbigniew. Thank you so much for hosting this, and thank you to all of you for what I know is going to be a fantastic 2 days of discussion. Yes, Europe is able to defend itself, and yes, Europe is contributing to what is required for transatlantic security. 23 members of NATO announced at the historic Washington NATO summit this summer that they had met the 2% floor of defense spending, and other allies have reported a very credible and concrete plans for meeting that requirement. But that's just the start. What we have seen are NATO allies enhancing their defense procurement, their defense planning. Countries, we heard Poland has been investing across the different domains required for defense, but Poland is far from the only NATO ally. NATO allies agreed to very robust regional plans for NATO and multi-domain plans to support those regional plans, have stood up a new command for Norfolk to be able to better plan for the kind of conflict, unfortunately, we have to understand that Russia may have in store. And NATO members have enhanced our exercises together and the interoperability of our forces, with more work to do, but that is part of the path for the Hague Summit. So yes, Europe is able to defend itself, but what I want to emphasize is that Europe is not going to defend itself alone. The United States has been with Europe, we are with Europe, and every single one of the plans I just referred to is about the United States working in an integrated way with the NATO allies in order to create effective defense and credible deterrence. So yes, there is a European defense capability that is extraordinary and growing, but it's not a separate pillar. It is, with the United States, a foundation for European security.
Celeste, if I might ask you a kind of brief follow-up question. This spring, we have been organizing the Weimar Triangle delegation to U.S. Congress when there were decisions taken on supporting Ukraine, the provision bill. And we had a meeting at the Heritage Foundation. And very kind gentleman from Heritage Foundation told us that for Mr. Trump, if elected as president, every EU spending on defense in frame of the EU will be a red flag because it's not in frame of NATO. How would you respond to that? Because from my perspective, if Texas is investing in its defense, it's not against the United States of America. So is there a challenge that we have in Europe how to address EU defense spendings?
So clearly, every euro or zloty spent on national defense for members of NATO is for the NATO alliance. The fact that the EU also has a defense identity and a defense frame does not take away from those national defense capabilities that are, as I understand it, first and foremost dedicated by NATO allies to the NATO alliance. And that's another significant achievement of the last 2 years, which is NATO allies, the United States among them, but not alone, have allocate or will allocate and put under NATO SACEUR's command all of their their national defense forces to the defense of the alliance. So that is what we in the United States focus on, what is available to NATO, and as each member of NATO builds its capabilities, enhances its modernization, invests in that interoperability, and focuses on all that is required as an alliance, that is strengthening NATO's defense and therefore enhancing NATO's deterrence against any Russian provocations or potential aggression.
Thank you, Saleh. Let me ask Minister Bjørn Gram. Norway is known for its autonomy in Europe. How can Europe enhance its strategic autonomy while remaining a reliable and integrated pillar of NATO? Should the European Union pursue a more self-sufficient defense strategy, or is a collective defense through NATO the only viable path for Europe?
Well, yeah, thank you. We could ask what is strategic autonomy. Really, I'm not sure. For me, it sounds, I don't want to offend anyone, but sounds a bit like some EU lingo, EU defense versus NATO. I don't know. From a Norwegian perspective, a little other starting point here. We are not member of the European Union. We are a close partner, of course. I myself signed a strategic partnership with the High Representative Borrell earlier this year. But let's be absolutely clear that we are part of a successful alliance. We celebrated 75 years in Washington this summer, and we don't need to discuss, is there any alternative structures, force structure, command structures, that kind of thing. But let's look at what is complementary then. And I remember a picture, it was from last year when the Prime Minister Støre of Norway, Ursula von der Leyen from the European Union, and Jens Stoltenberg from NATO was together on a Norwegian oil platform, securing energy for the continental Europe. I think this is the picture, and I think it's more about what can we do together. And when it comes to resilience, when it comes to industry production capacity and so on, then we have a lot of work to do in Europe, members or non-members of the European Union. But what this really is about is burden sharing, that we all do our part. I think, if we want to influence, then, yeah, we do our part. Remember Article 3, not just Article 5. I think this is how we secure our position in Europe as a part of NATO, contributing, cooperating, and finding good solutions with our North American partners.
So let me ask a more direct question. Are you satisfied with the support of the United States in the Ukrainian defense from Russian aggression?
Well, yes, absolutely. I think the American leadership here has been absolutely crucial. Ukraine Defense Contact Group, the leadership of Lloyd Austin has been absolutely essential. And of course, the support when it comes to defense material. But it's what we do together, and we have to look into how can we do even more. it's important for all of us that Russia doesn't succeed in Ukraine. This is the first line of defense. So we are looking into, we have our 5-year Nansen program in Norway. We almost announced that we're almost going to double that effort now in this year and the years to come. So I think it's a common challenge for all of us to look into how can we dig deeper and do even more to support Ukraine.
Thank you very much. My next question is, and the last one, because I would like to give the floor to the audience. So if you have some questions, I will try to collect them in frame of the time I was given. But Lord Coker, what are the current military capability gaps in Europe's defense forces, and how can they be addressed? Are European nations prepared to respond to large-scale conventional military threats without relying on US support?
Well, let me start by saying, first of all, as the new government in the UK, we remain fully committed to seeing a successful outcome in Ukraine, and we remain committed to working with allies in the US and beyond to ensure that we're successful in Ukraine. There'll be no change from the previous government's support for the actions in Ukraine, and we will see it through to the end, and we've committed money and resources to do that. I think it's an important statement to make right at the beginning of this conference from the new UK government. Alongside that, I think what it has shown, however, is in all of us working together, as our Norwegian and US colleagues have said, that the importance of alliances. So it's the US, of course, is hugely important, has made huge contributions to Ukraine in the defence of freedom and democracy, but so has all of Europe standing together to resist what's happening there, because everyone, as our Norwegian colleague has just said, recognises that it's actually something which is a fight on behalf of all of us. It's a common fight. The front line is in Ukraine, and that's why it's so important to all of us. Has it shown capability gaps? Of course it's shown capability gaps. We've shown, for example, that some of the issues around the ability to provide munitions and equipment as quickly as we would want to the Ukraine has not been at the level we would want. And the response from Europe to that is, what more do we do to work together to ensure that we can get equipment there more quickly? What does it mean for our own stockpiles? Because you'll know in individual nations, certainly in the UK, to provide the necessary munitions to Ukraine has depleted our own stockpiles. So we're looking very carefully now about how we increase, extend and develop those to actually provide more. It's also caused all of us to reflect on how much we're spending on defence. And Poland is an example. Poland's massive increase in defence spending, which many other countries across Europe are also following, shows the importance of that. And that's indeed why in the UK we're going to increase to 2.5% of GDP, and we're conducting a defence review to see how we meet the threats of the future. So the gaps have been identified, but it's been a cause for Europe to come together with the US to say, how do we actually address that, and what do we do about it? And Ukraine has caused all of us to reflect on that. But in the end, what it is about all of us in this room, all of the countries in this room, through the alliances, which is the only way we can do that, is to defend freedom and democracy and human rights and the rules, the international rules-based order in the Ukraine. The Ukraine is the front line for that. And the capability gaps, we've sought to overcome them. But they've shown to us that not only now, but in the future, not only defence spending will have to rise, but also the stockpiles that we need in order to provide the munitions and the equipment to fight those wars. But we also need to look at the new ways of fighting. I'll just finish by saying this. One of the most interesting things when our defence review is starting to identify, and I know all of you will be looking at, the use of technology in the Ukraine, the changing ways of fighting in the Ukraine. We have to respond to that as well. And the importance of autonomous aircraft, the drones, all of those sorts of things are also a reflection on the lessons that we need to learn and some of the capabilities that we will need to develop in order to fight the wars and the conflicts of the future. Nothing is more important than that. And that's why this Security Forum here today is so important. Yes, there's a cause for us to reflect on what we could have done, but it's also a reflection on how much we have done and what we will do in the future.
I fully agree with you, Lord Coker, that war in Ukraine is disruptive for even defense industry, gathered also in this room. When we see drones worth $2,000-3,000, destroying equipment worth $20-30 million, then there is a question for those that are making procurements in defense area. But I have one brief follow-up question, maybe not easy, but when you observe the awareness of our American colleagues about the significance of conflict in Ukraine, do you think that they understand the relevance of victory in Ukraine for American credibility? Do you believe that they are aware of the consequences of potentially negative scenario in Ukraine for the credibility of US as a global player?
Do I think, if that's to me, do I think the US understands that? Absolutely. I think the US understands that. The US has always stood with Europe. If you go back,
you spoke with Republicans in US?
Well, I think that it will continue. I think the US will stand with Europe. Does it understand that? What we have to recognize, I think, one of the important questions for all of us, is that what happens in Europe affects the Indo-Pacific. What happens in the Indo-Pacific affects Europe. I was in Korea and Vietnam last week. The Vietnamese are really worried about the fact that Ukraine has caused Russia and China to work more collaboratively together. They've always worked, their security has always been based, or mainly based on the fact that Russia and China have actually not been as close allies to each other. So the conflict in Europe is affecting the Indo-Pacific and vice versa. I think America recognises that. I think the UK recognises that. I think all of us recognises that. Security in one region is indivisible from security in another. The US recognises that. It's been a proud supporter of Europe through its history and will continue to do so.
Thank you, sir, for this optimism. I wish it also to the Taiwanese delegation that we have in this room. And let me give the floor to our audience. Do we have some questions? We can try to collect, I think, 2 of them. So I see one question from Jędrzej Bielecki from Rzeczpospolita Daily.
Yes, good morning. I have a question to Secretary Vollender, because you were very optimistic saying twice that Europe can defend itself without the US. If so, if Donald Trump is elected in less than 2 months, everything is fine and we don't need any more the US and we just could be safe against Russian aggression. That's what you mean? Thank you.
Do we have another question? I see here at... Yes, maybe let's collect both. Maybe they are overlapping. Or
yes, it's not, Edward Lucas from CEPA, it's not just the possibility of all-out military conflict that's worrying people. It's the hybrid aggression we're seeing right now. And some European allies seem to be getting the message from Washington that it's better to shut up about these provocations rather than to respond, because we don't want an October surprise or whatever. But I'd be interested in the panel's thoughts about how we recreate our deterrence against these hybrid attacks that are happening in Europe right now.
Thank you, Ed. And maybe the last question, so we have our 3 panelists, and then we'll have 1 minute each to answer. General in the first row. But for the translation and recording, please, just microphone provide, please. Thank you. Thank you.
General Piotr Brzeusz, I'm the Eurocorps commander currently. An easy question, because Eurocorps is a dual force for NATO and EU, so I'm working for both organizations. From your high-level perspective, which areas you think we can look and strengthen for the purpose of convergence between the NATO and EU? So instead of talking about the autonomy, that we rather look for harmony and complementarity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Celeste.
All right, quickly. So the United States and Europe, NATO allies, but also many of whom are members of the EU, must work together for credible defense and deterrence against Russia. So what I reject is the notion that you separate these things, and it's not I don't want to frame it the way that has been framed a great deal, which is what is the results of American politics. The results of American politics will get sorted out in America, where I'm representing the Department of Defense here abroad, so I speak for the United States right now. And speaking for the United States right now, the United States needs Europe. It's not just Europe that needs the United States. Yes, American global credibility is at stake in Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and yes, China is watching. And the United States could not have achieved what has been achieved in support, the principled political, diplomatic, economic, and military support of Ukraine against the Russian onslaught without Europe. Half of the security assistance delivered to Ukraine has been delivered by Europe, not the United States, along with the United States. The ability of the United States to supply Ukraine is because of the close relationships we have with European countries, not least among them Poland. The ability to credibly send a message to Moscow that they should not escalate this conflict beyond their horrible invasion of Ukraine and to sustain the support to Ukraine is because of the strength of the NATO alliance, and the Kremlin sees that. So talking of Europe versus the United States, who could do it, actually sends the wrong message not only to Moscow, but to Beijing. And so we have to remain united in our principled, but also hard-headed security interest support for European security, and European security includes Ukraine, and that builds to global security. To Edward's question about hybrid threats, they are taken and activities. Russian subkinetic, gray zone, I don't like hybrid, gray zone subkinetic activities in Europe, we take it very seriously. I can't talk about measures we've taken here in this forum, but we do not dismiss that. And it's not going to help to, we are very clear that this is Russia's attempt to compete somewhere where it believes it has an advantage, and the last thing you ever want to do is to concede to the adversary the initiative to successfully compete in areas where it believes, in this case incorrectly, that it can get away with activities without response, without building defense and credible deterrence. And I think I'll...
Thank you, Celeste, for this encouraging words from American friends. Mr. Björn.
Yeah, I just maybe I just have a brief follow-up of the general's point, because I absolutely agree. Let's not discuss autonomy, but complementarity, and what do we do together, and related to that, let's also discuss how we standardize, because we have seen when it comes to what can we do together, and I think we have learned some lessons when it comes to the donations, the support for Ukraine. You know, we have tried to send military equipment that we thought was identical with our neighbors. It's called the same, it looks the same, but it's not the same. It's different calibers, it's a different communication system, and so on. So if we really want to make this work better, then also look into how we can standardize and be more interoperable and interchangeable. I think that's a main challenge for the alliance, and also within the European part of the alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Lord Coker.
Thank you very much. I mean, I very much agree with the comments of our American colleague about the strengthening of NATO in the face of the Ukrainian aggression. I mean, Finland and Sweden joining has been an amazing strengthening of NATO, and I think Putin thought that NATO would certainly be weak in the face of what happened, and in fact the alternative has taken place, and I think personally that will continue in the future. And I agree about the US commitment to Europe. On the issue of hybrid warfare, I mean, I think it's absolutely right to continue to discuss that. It's difficult to say in an open forum too much about that, but it is taken extremely seriously, and will be something of an increasing area of interest for us all, I think. So thank you for raising it. It's something that sometimes is not discussed as much as it should be, and I think it's a very good point to have raised. On the issue of cooperation, there's just a couple of examples. I think the General was right about the need for cooperation. Technology would be one area that I think that cooperation together will be important, and we've seen the importance of technology and measures to do this and countermeasures. I think that's going to become increasingly important, and will be us joining, where the US, for obvious reasons, are particularly important to us for obvious reasons. So I think technology is one area. I think the other area where we're going to have to work more is in the area of interoperability of our equipment and the defence industrial cooperation, and we can already see evidence of that with countries working together to to do different parts of a particular piece of equipment together where they've got the specialism, whether it's around an engine or the weapon or the munition or whatever. I think defence industry cooperation will be another area where countries across NATO and beyond are going to have to work more closely together to deliver the outcome that we all want. So technology and defence industry would be two areas that I would point to that increased collaboration as well in the future. Of course, there'll be others, but they're two just as examples.
Thank you, Lord, very much. Referring to the comparison that Minister Scievera used, I believe that our European colleagues, they all bought tickets, monthly tickets to the gym to get fit. We have equipment. Now we need a good partner, maybe a kind of assistant trainer who can let us grow in the proper direction. And I believe that the answer to our panel, is Europe ready to deter and to defend itself? I think we are on the right path in a good company of our American colleagues, and let's send a strong signal to our Russian colleagues just to stop and withdraw, move a step back. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Brief.
Thank you, Your Excellencies, for such a rich discussion. You rightly emphasize how Ukraine and European security is part and parcel of American security, and that our continued support of Ukraine sends a strong message not only to Moscow, but to Beijing and everywhere else where our common security, values, and interests might be at stake. So we look forward to our continued transatlantic cooperation to secure both regional and global peace and prosperity. And now, it is time to turn to the first of today's partners' presentations. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome to the stage General Lee, Senior Vice President of Hyundai Rotem. General Lee, sir, please do join me on stage.
Your Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored and privileged to represent Hyundai Rotem Company today. First of all, I would like to extend my condolences to the Polish people for their loss from the recent flood. I wish that everything will work out and all the damages will get repaired soon. Today is October 1st. October 1st is the military day, a national anniversary in Korea. Korean people remind themselves of the importance of national defense and armed forces on military day. In June 1950, North Korea invaded South Korea to communize the whole Korea. North Korea was backed up by Soviet Union and China. With its overwhelming military power, North Korea succeeded to occupy more than 90% of the South Korean territory within 1 month from the invasion. They were armed with modern weapon systems, including 242 T-34 main battle tanks and well-trained soldiers. On the other hand, South Korea had no MBT and other major weapon systems and had to suffer greatly. After North Korea invaded South Korea, the UN allied armed forces came to Korea to support the South Korean military. With their aid and support, South Korean military could fight back and began to march north to liberate the North Korean people in the north on October 1st. Thanks to the backup by the Allied armed forces and with strong desire for democracy, Korean people could defend their country from the communist invasion. Korea is the only country that defeated Stalin after the Second World War. During the 3 years of Korean War, more than 2 million Korean people were killed, and Korea became one of the poorest countries in the world. During the 7 decades after the Korean War, Korea has achieved a very successful economic development thanks to the diligence of Korean people, which is symbolized by the phrase "빨리빨리," constantly taking up the new challenges, enthusiasm for higher education, and the national leadership. The Mutual Defense Treaty between Republic of Korea and the United States of America especially provided a strong support for the development of Korean defense and economy. On behalf of the Korean people, I would like to express my sincerest gratitude to all the support provided by the United States of America and other democratic countries. South and North Korea are still technically at war. War is still going on in Korea. Since the Armistice Agreement in 1953, North Korea has threatened South Korea constantly with its strong military power. North Korean military is equipped with lots of weapon systems, including over 4,000 MBTs. Military service obligation is 10 years for North Korean men and 7 years for women. North Korea also has lots of the weapons of mass destruction, including the nuclear and chemical weapons. In order to ensure its defense from the North Korean threats, Korea began to develop the defense technologies from 1970s. With its utmost efforts, Korea has world top 10 defense technological capability today. According to the Global Firepower Index this year, Korea's military strength, excluding the WMD, is evaluated as the 5th in the world after the United States, Russia, China, and India. As a lifetime military professional, I am well aware of the importance of the advanced weapon systems that are required to implement how to fight successfully and dominate the battlefield. It is necessary to generate the maximum synergy among the government, military, and industry for the successful development and operation of those weapon systems. Hyundai Rotem has developed its world-class ground platforms, including K2 MBT, since 1970s, following up on Korean government's defense policies. I think it is a momentous decision to provide Korean indigenous K2 MBT to Poland, given the similar geopolitical and historical background between Korea and Poland. Korean people would like to return the favor from many countries that have supported Korea. As the people of a successful country, we wish to contribute to the world peace. The Polish and Korean cooperation in defense, including the K2PL program, shall be the best practice for this. All the Hyundai Rotem members will do their best in order to meet the high expectation of Polish government and people. We will support the Polish armed forces for the successful operation of K2. We will upgrade and produce K2 with the Polish industry, and we will keep all the promises, including technology transfer and MRO cooperation. As you know, Hyundai Rotem is an affiliate company of the Hyundai Motor Group, which is one of the world's top 3 motor groups. Hyundai Rotem has employed the future technologies of the group in order to develop the world's best next generation MBT, wheeled armor vehicle, and unmanned platforms. The newest technologies, such as AI, hydrogen fuel cell, autonomous driving, and robotics, will be applied to the next generation platforms that will lead the multi-domain simultaneous integrated operation. Hyundai Rotem hopes to cooperate with the Polish industry for the development of the future platforms. Together with Hyundai Rotem, Polish industry will be able to open the great future. As the strategic partners, Poland and Korea will play key roles for the peace in Central Europe and Northeastern Asia. We will open the way to the world peace together, and Hyundai Rotem will be at the very front of the cooperation. I sincerely appreciate all the efforts for the Warsaw Security Forum by Kazimierz Polski Foundation members, and wish all the best for every participant of the forum. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, General Lee, for your remarks and for this important reminder of Hyundai Rotem as well as South Korea's partnership and technological and military prowess. And now, please allow me to introduce Raymond Pisali, Vice President of International Business at Lockheed Martin, for our second partner presentation of the day. Ray, welcome back to the stage.
Thank you. Good morning. On behalf of Lockheed Martin, I extend a warm welcome to the participants and organizers of the 11th Annual Warsaw Security Forum. It's a privilege and an honor to be here today among esteemed colleagues, experts, and leaders in the field of security. This year's forum comes again at a particularly critical time for regional, European, and transatlantic security. The challenges we face demand our collective focus. And I can think of no better place to host these discussions than Poland, one of NATO's most capable and trusted European members. At Lockheed Martin, we understand the vital importance of supporting Poland and its allies in defending itself against external threats while strengthening the country from within. In today's complex defense environment, single-focused solutions are no longer enough. Our 21st century security vision has interoperability at its core, and is based on meeting our partners' needs to counter rapidly evolving threats across all domains: land, air, sea, cyber, and space. In today's complex defense environment, we are accelerating the integration of our platforms to support a greater defense ecosystem. Programs like F-35 stealth fighter, Javelin, and HIMARS are redefining Poland's national security while increasing interoperability with Europe and NATO allies. The rollout of Poland's first F-35 took place a couple of weeks ago in Fort Worth, Texas. The F-35 is positioned to play a crucial role as the most advanced node in a 21st century security-centric architecture. The situation in the Ukraine highlights the need for a multilateral, multinational approach to strengthening the defense industrial base, and a growing need to develop forward production, maintenance, and sustainment capacity. We also understand the significance of sovereign industrial capability in Poland and Europe. Therefore, we are increasing the resiliency of NATO in Europe by establishing co-production, supply chain, maintenance, repair, and overhaul facilities throughout the region. Poland, home of Lockheed Martin's largest production facility outside of the United States, plays a key role as we expand our supply chain capacity, accelerate delivery of key systems, and drive economic growth through partnerships that sustain high-value, high-tech jobs in country. We're committed to building on the success of our current offset programs and collaborating with Polish industry on more PAC-3, HIMARS, and Javelin production. Lockheed Martin has invested $2 billion in Poland. Today, our in-country operations sustain 6,700 high-paying, high-value Polish jobs. 1,700 of these jobs are with PZL Milich, which is Poland's largest defense exporter, and accounts for 30% of Polish exports in total. Poland continues to play a leading role in ensuring regional defense. Lockheed Martin's strategic partnership with the help to delivering cutting-edge, scalable solutions to ensure Poland and its allies stay ahead of emerging threats. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to the Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation for organizing this important event, and my team and I look forward to engaging with all of you in the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ray, for your remarks. And it is now my pleasure to invite to the stage Gus Costella, Corporate Vice President at Northrop Grumman, for our third partner presentation. Gus, please join me on stage.
All right. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is great to be back at the Warsaw Security Forum. On behalf of Northrop Grumman, we're proud to be a sponsor here and proud to be part of the team and part of the dialogue. But you know, I am a Northrop Grumman guy, but I'm going to try to talk to you as an old warfighter because that's where I come from and that's where my heart is. And you know, as a guy that was in command of forces in the Middle East a few years ago, I had the misfortune of absorbing 12 ballistic missiles into one of my bases. I had drones attack and my bases, and we lost people. So I know on a very small scale what it's like going on next door in Russia-Ukraine fight. And if you take and you look at what's happening over there, where they'll have 100 drones combined with high-speed cruise missiles, combined with ballistic missiles, exchanging back and forth across between those two countries, that's just a glimpse of what we could face here in NATO. And are we prepared? Well, you know who is prepared and taking some tremendous steps in modernizing the air and missile defense is our lead country here in Poland. Poland has chosen to put Northrop Grumman's IBCS at the centerpiece of their modernization. This is going to put Poland on a path that will allow Polish sensors, other NATO sensors, to combine with the Patriot and integrate, all of this integrated, British short-range system to provide the best truly integrated air and missile defense system here in NATO. They've set a bar very high. With IBCS as a centerpiece, by the way, it took Northrop Grumman 10 years and $3 billion to create the software and the brains of the system. And so we think it could be a centerpiece that'll help integrate not only Poland, but other Patriot-capable nations, and also across many countries in Europe. We'd love to talk to you more about it. We are going to showcase our vision of a future battle at the MDA conference here in Poland at the end of this month. We'd love you to invite you to see our Battle 1 demonstration, and let's share with you our vision of a future battle space. Okay. The other thing I want to talk about is elevated airborne warning and control. So if you ask a young fighter pilot What's the difference between a good Air Force and a great Air Force? They're going to tell you, it's the fighters. Is it, do you have F-22s? Do you have Typhoons? How good are your fighters? But if you ask an old fighter pilot who is commander of forces, one of the big discriminators between a good Air Force and a great Air Force, there's a couple of them. Number one is tankers are important, but also airborne warning and control. The ability to take an airplane, an airborne sensor, elevate it on your side of the border and look deep across into enemy territory to get that initial indications and warnings of what they're doing is invaluable. As a commander in the Middle East, as tensions increased, the first thing I would do was send the AWACS up. So for countries that are on the border with with our aggressive neighbor here, one of the advantages you can have is an elevated sensor. Yes, the E7 is a great program. It's coming in years from now, but guess what? Northrop Grumman has a hot assembly line with the E2D. And you're like, Gus, why would you be talking about this funny-looking Navy airplane that's based for carriers? Why would you be talking about that in NATO? Well, guess what? It's capable of looking 300 miles across a border. It's capable of seeing those low altitude, slow speed, sea skimming, or over the terrain missiles. It's capable of seeing a higher speed cruise missile all the way up to 100,000 feet. It gives commanders the ability to have that early warning and also tailor the response against the threat that's coming at you. And the coolest other thing about it is it was designed for a carrier. You're like, why is that cool? You know why? Because it's automatically survivable on the ground. A big, huge airliner on the ground with a big dish on the back or a wedge tail is automatically going to be a target for an adversary. But an aircraft that you can disperse to runways around your country create a survivability that hasn't been seen. And so it also plays into the future of air employment, which is agile combat employment, being able to move and disperse your aircraft to keep them alive on the ground, a resilient force. And lastly, I'm going to close with, well, if F-35, as my predecessor Ray was talking about, is an incredible airplane, and if every country had the ability to modernize with 5th gen, that would be great. A lot of us are faced with a split fleet of 5th gen, but also legacy 4th gen, and in many cases, F-16s are going to be out there. And in the case of the US, for example, the F-16 will be around for 20 more years. But if you can imagine how effective is an F-16, today's F-16, in the battle space 20 years from now, without modernization, without self-protection, it won't be. But Northrop Grumman offers the iView system, the integrated Viper electronic warfare system for Poland, for any country with F-16s that want to make that 4th gen aircraft credible in the future fight. That'll allow it to not necessarily be in the same formation with F-35s, but be out there, allow it to carry weapons and munitions to support the F-35 and be involved in the fight. And you don't have to take my word for the effectiveness of this. The testing is fantastic. It's tested well on the bench, it's tested well in the business jet, and it's flying right now at Eglin Air Force Base, Florida, and it's allowing the old F-16 to fly and operate in the double-digit SAM environment and also even get into merges against 5th gen Red Air adversaries. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Northrop Grumman is here to partner with Polish industry. We're here to partner with European industry to bring European solutions to the security problems of this region. Love to talk to you on the sidebar afterwards. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you once again, Gus, and to the representatives of the Warsaw Security Forum, general partners, for their remarks. It is now my distinct honor to introduce our next session, a high-level panel discussion organized in partnership with the Munich Security Conference titled Transatlantic or Transactional? The Future of US-Europe Security Cooperation. Our moderator for this discussion is His Excellency Ambassador Christoph Hausgen, Chairman of the Munich Security Conference, who will guide us through what promises to be an insightful and timely dialogue. So please join me in welcoming Ambassador Hausgen to the stage.
Yes, good morning, everybody. It looks like it's evening, but it's morning. Wonderful to be here again in Warsaw. Warsaw Security Forum is the very best, well, maybe Munich, but it's a very, very good conference. So thanks for being here with a wonderful, wonderful panel. Let me briefly introduce Congressman Jason Crow from the House of Representatives. He represents Colorado's 6th Congressional District, serves on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence and House Foreign Affairs Committee, on which he is the ranking Democrat of the Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee. As part of the active duty Army, he served in the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division and the elite 75th Ranger Regiment, deploying to both Iraq and Afghanistan. And the reason why he's here in Warsaw is because he has a safe seat back home in Colorado and will win re-election. So wonderful, wonderful, Jason.
You weren't supposed to say that.
Oh, sorry. I take it back. No, it's... Then we have Hanno Pevkur, the Minister of Defense of the Republic of Estonia. He assumed office of Minister of Defense during turbulent times in July 22, month after Russian invasion of Ukraine, and showed excellent leadership in these trying times. Before that, he held several prestigious ministerial positions, such as Minister of Interior, Minister of Justice, and Minister of Social Affairs. So welcome, Hanno. Thank you. And then Anna Isabel, I hope I say it correct, Javier? Semi, yes. The Secretary of State for National Defense of Portugal. She's serving this position since April 24. Before, she was Associate Professor, International Relations, European Studies. She has been on the board of the Portuguese Atlantic Commission. She served 15 to 17 as Deputy Policy Director of the Ministry of Defense. And she's an analyst in international affairs in RTP, the National Public Television. Welcome, Anna Isabel. And then Titi Tuppurainen, leader of the Finnish Social Democratic Parliamentary Group in Finland, member of parliament since 2011, so right after kindergarten, and she brings with her extensive knowledge of Finnish and European matters, speaks fluent German. Currently she is the leader of the Social Democratic Parliamentary Group in the Finnish Parliament, part of Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee. And from 2019 and 2023, she was Minister for European Affairs and Ownership Steering, whatever that is. But Titi, welcome.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to the...
It's state-owned companies, the
okay,
second portfolio.
Yes, okay. So we learned something already. Welcome here. And of course, we are in exciting times. We have soon American elections. We'll see what comes out of that. We have the Ukraine war continuing. We see the strong will and intention to fight and to support Ukraine, particularly in the Baltic countries. We have some alarming, I think, results of election in other countries in Europe, including regional elections in my country, with regard to the support of of Ukraine. At the same time, we have a new European Commission with very ambitious program, with the Estonian former Prime Minister now becoming the first Prime Minister to hold the position of High Representative. We have Mr. Kubilius, another Baltic, who is now first-time Commissioner for Defense. So there are a lot of things to discuss, but first, since we have the ratio 3-1 or even 4-1, I think it's only fair to give the American first to start your view on things. How do you see transatlantic relations right now? What is your view? What happens after the elections? Pivot to Asia, and how do you look to what we are doing in Europe on defense and security?
Well, thank you. Thank you to the Warsaw Security Forum for having me here. This is gonna be my last trip abroad before the final election push in the United States. You know, nobody knows how it's going to go. If anyone tells you they know how it's going to go, they're not telling either themselves or you the truth there. It's a very tight election. Obviously, a very consequential election. I don't need to tell this crowd that. I know you all pay very close attention to it. But you know, the issues. You know, back in the United States and how we view this, there is very much a contest right now back in America on two very competing views of national security and foreign policy and how we view the transatlantic partnership. There is a very active and ongoing debate of global engagement versus isolationism and populism. I mean, that's something that I know many of you are also dealing with in your own countries. But it's a real debate, and it's a big debate, and it's one that is probably more a part of the election cycle this cycle than any other election that I have seen in my time in politics. The issue of global security, national security, and what our role in the world is. So I'd say it's probably at least the top three, if not higher, in terms of issues. The things that we're talking more specifically about on the campaigns and more broadly in Washington. Open questions, I'll say, about the transatlantic partnership. One is on the issue of co-production and what that looks like. There's an internal discussion about our export control and trade sanctions. America is very protective over our defense technology and our permitting and licensing of that technology. We know, policymakers know, that we have to become comfortable with lower fences around that technology. In greater collaboration. There's just no way, we know there's no way that we have the production capability ourselves to keep up with the need. So we're going to have to figure out how we can create more multilateral and bilateral relationships and export control fences for allow us to do things like we've done with AUKUS and other things, Diana with NATO, similar situations. That's number one. Number two, having a better conversation around intelligence sharing. And a big part of that actually is discussions around technology and communications infrastructure. And I know you've heard this from America before, but Huawei investments, 5G investments, and your telecommunications infrastructure really do limit our ability to share intelligence with many of your services in your countries. Right? You cannot allow Chinese investment in telecommunications infrastructure and then also expect the level of cooperation and intelligence sharing that I think we will need to have going forward. And then the third is related to China as well. We are spending collectively hundreds of billions of dollars to defend Ukraine. We cannot do that and also ignore the fact that China is supporting this war and that Russia cannot do what it's currently doing in Ukraine. They cannot do it without China's substantial support right now. And we just can't have that split screen anymore where we ignore that component of this conflict, and that requires, I think, very serious discussions.
Oh, thank you very much for this. Hanno, when you listen to this, when you think about the upcoming elections, what are your thoughts about European defense, and how do you see the need for stronger European defense in Estonia? What are you doing on that issue?
Thank you, Christoph. Thank you, Warsaw, for bringing me back here. And actually, I want to start to replying or echoing what Jason said, that when nobody knows how the election result will be. So, of course, we know it's a 50-50 situation, and Trump or Harris will win. So we know how it goes. There are two candidates left in the rally. But nevertheless, when you, Christopher, asked that what we are doing, first, I believe it's unprecedented that in Estonia we will introduce a security tax or a war tax, or however you call it. But the point is that everyone in the society will contribute a bit more. So it's 2 + 2 + 2 tax, 2% VAT, 2% of income, and 2% of profits for entrepreneurs. So it's a huge burden. When you think like this, that you want to introduce in Germany 2% additional VAT and 2% of profits for the entrepreneurs, well, it might be a slight turbulence in German society, but everybody understands in Estonia that we have to do more. We are investing into defense at the moment 3.4%. We will go to 3.7 in 26. We are investing from this money around 52 to 54% only to capabilities, so the capability development. There will be a couple of years where we invest around 25% of our defense budget only to ammunition. So we are doing a lot. But also we see that even when we are doing a lot, and Poland is investing 4.7, as Minister said, we truly believe that all of us in NATO have to do more. So we have to go not only to 2%, but we have to go to 2.5, maybe even 3%, because this gap what we have from last 30 years is just too big. And we have, otherwise we cannot have, because I will just give you one number or two numbers. In last 25 years, European Union countries increased their defense spendings for 43%. The same time, Russia increased the defense spendings 592%. So 43 comparing to 592. And this 43 doesn't take into account the inflation. So coming now to US and European cooperation and all that, just the final maybe remarks before giving or handing over the mics to colleagues. I believe that, at the moment, doesn't matter, is it Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? The point is in unity. And for me, the unity at the moment is not an option. The unity in the alliance is a necessity. So we have to keep that track and keep that in mind, that it's not about, that do we want to do something differently or does somebody wants to do something differently. It's about the unity, because stronger we are. The only option to be together and to deter Russia is to show the unity.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Of course, I totally agree with the point to unity. Now, you said that to raise 2% on VAT, 2% on different issues, if you would say this would be a slight turbulence, maybe in Germany, I tell you it would be political suicide. How would be in Portugal? I mean, Portugal is far away from Ukraine in European perspective. On the other hand, you're a member of NATO. And if you ask the Baltics, if Putin wins in Ukraine, Baltics will be next. I mean, this is what Baltics, I think, basically expect. If Russia, Putin turns to the Baltic countries, it's NATO, it's Portugal. How do you explain that to your people? How do you succeed as Secretary of Defense to get to the capabilities to get to 2%? How difficult is that?
Thank you so much for the question. Morning, Christopher. Morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Warsaw Security Forum, for hosting me for the very first time. Hope it's not the last. Well, in Portugal, we truly believe that defense is not an expense, it's investment. And we also are aware that from Lisbon to Kyiv, it's 3,500 kilometers. but there is no distance when we are talking about security. Governments change, but security concerns do not. And Portugal is truly committed with Ukraine. In fact, President Zelensky visited Portugal, and we signed a new cooperation agreement that boosts our commitment towards Ukraine. We are, as you mentioned, a member of NATO, but more than that, we are a founding member of NATO. And in what concerns Ukraine, we are not just boosting our cooperation in terms of finance or humanitarian, but we are also within the United States-led Ukraine Defense Contact Group. We belong to this contact group, and we train Ukrainian technicians in Portugal in terms of our Air Force Capability Coalition. We co-lead autonomous systems aligned within the Maritime Capability Coalition, and we also train Ukrainian military combat cars in Portugal within the Armored Coalition. But Portugal believes that we do much more when we talk about Ukraine. Not only we are reinforcing our presence in the eastern flank, and when we have now more troops in Lithuania, Romania, or Slovakia, we are talking about a stronger commitment of Portugal in the eastern flank, but we are also doing much more. Portugal bridges Europe, Africa, and America in countering the Russians' influence in Africa in particular. So when we fight against Russia, Portugal is in Africa, in the Portuguese-speaking countries, namely in Mozambique, in trying to counter disinformation and all the impact that Russia has in Africa. So how do we convince our Portuguese society that we must build up the best capability in efforts? Just showing them, for instance, that Ukrainian community is now the second biggest community in Portugal. And not only since 24th February 2022, but since the late 90s. Our Ukrainian community is quite strong, very well integrated, they speak the language. And Portugal, well, I think that everybody knows, we are famously known by hosting people and welcoming them in a very warm way. So that's how we convince people. This is something that really binds us together, this commitment towards security, towards defense. And no matter how distant we are from Kyiv, we are all Ukrainians. We are all committed with helping Ukraine as long as it takes.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for this, and also thanks for looking at the so-called global south, what has to be done there, and Portugal indeed does a fantastic job there. Titi, I could ask you easy questions about, Finnish defense and your conscription army, you becoming NATO, but that would be too easy. So, as you were European minister, how do you look at Brussels? How do you look at the new Commission? How do you see Brussels playing a more important role on defense? We have Mr. Kubilius now as defense commissioner. How hopeful are you that something substantial will come out of Brussels on European defense?
I'm hopeful, thank you, Christoph. But first of all, let me say that I'm happy to be here in Poland. Is this the new Brussels? Because this is already my second time in Warsaw this fall. So many friends here. I have a very short but 4 points list for Brussels and Europe. And I start by saying that Brussels and the EU need to convince our transatlantic partner, that is the USA, that it pays to stay in Europe. It is reciprocity, and it's in the US interest to be here engaged, securing our continental peace. It is not obvious. Before the First World War, USA was reluctant. Before the Second World War, USA was reluctant. But now we have to show that it is more efficient to be committed to Europe. It saves blood and treasure. Because if Europe is subdued by Russia, it would encourage other autocracies in the world, and it would mean that the United States would be confronted also elsewhere. So let's keep together, and that's the number one issue that we need to do. While we are building our own defense capabilities, it doesn't mean that we are turning our backs to the United States, in the contrary. Now, secondly, we have to be committed in our support to Ukraine. We cannot allow ourselves any kind of fatigue anywhere, not in Thüringen, not in Germany, elsewhere, not in Finland, not in Portugal, nowhere. Because Ukraine is defending us, and we have to make sure that Russia doesn't win, because whoever controls the European heartland controls the world island of Eurasia, and who controls the world island of Eurasia controls the world. And of course, we don't want to give that right to the autocracies, China and Russia and others. So my call here is that we have to give away our principle of helping Ukraine for as long as it takes. I think it's fundamentally wrong to think that way. So the EU must think that we need to help Ukraine as much as it takes. You understand it? There's a different strategic approach. We need to lift the restrictions and make sure that we help Ukraine as much as it takes. And the third point is that, yes, Christophe, we need to move on in our defense industry initiatives and make it something real. We have the money, we have the expertise, but we don't have the market. It's not coordinated, it is too splintered, it's too fragmented, there are too many overlaps. So we need to create a genuine European defense single market, which means that we need to give away the national protectionism in European defense market. But we also need to avoid European level protectionism when it comes to defense market. We need to work in close collaboration in defense industry with the United States, but also with the UK, with Norway, with Israel, with Turkey, with Korea, and so on. So it is all about networks in the defense industry. We have all what it takes, we have the finances, but now the commissioner responsible for defense, the Lithuanian Kubilius, has to make it something real and also run the European Defense Agency. And lastly, my fourth point. As a politician, I call for a new social contract for Europe. Now it's the perfect timing for this because Ursula von der Leyen's Commission is just starting. We need a new social contract in Europe, which includes the component of defense and security. We need to be able to communicate to our people, to our voters, to the normal citizens, that while we invest in their healthcare, their social security, their pensions, we also need to take care of the defense investments and our security investments. Otherwise, it will be either or, and we will lose as decision makers. It has to be both and. So the new social contract for Europe, which includes security and defense.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you for your strong statements. We'll turn now to you. Please ask questions, or one question, introduce yourself and say to whom your question is directed. I see somebody there. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Melissa Murphy. I'm from the United States, and my question's for Congressman Crow. Congressman, you spoke about the importance of intelligence sharing through the Transatlantic Partnership and some of the challenges there. Your Ranger element experience background is a great example of a functional piece of government and defense that persists through partisan leadership. Aside from eliminating Yahweh technology, what are your recommendations for achieving target state intelligence sharing in the coming years?
Thank you. It's a wonderful question. You know, there's a lot of discussion in this group in NATO about meeting the 2% requirements, a lot of discussion around how do you marshal troop levels, because a lot of countries are going through expansion and trying to meet recruiting goals, a lot of discussion around weapon systems and long-range fires and armor units. But what there isn't a lot of discussion about, and this is just as a critical component, and that is you can have these formations, you can have these units, but unless you have the communications infrastructure and the intelligence infrastructure and the targeting infrastructure, none of it works. And right now, within NATO, that is primarily US infrastructure. And the United States is looking at having to manage conflicts in the Indo-Pacific, in Africa, in the Middle East, and other places. So I think one of the discussions that Europe needs to have more is what does a European intelligence and communication infrastructure look like that's not separate from the US umbrella, but could add additional capacity in the event that we are unable to bring our full capacity to the table if we are managing 2 or 3 other different contingency operations. There needs to be more European independence on communications and intelligence. And I think that's a discussion that's worth having just as much as the 2% levels, what systems they're purchasing, and co-production as well.
Thank you, Congressman. Next, yes, please.
Hello. Jacek Karczewski, I'm from Poland. I would like to ask a question. Both in this panel and the previous speakers spoke about the need for Europe or European partners to understand that not only the local, let's say, Ukrainian conflict is important, but to have a global outlook, see also the risks coming out of Asia, China notably, and also other regions, the Middle East. And with the US, the solution, or one of the solutions to that is that the US has a large number of bases around the world and also a presence stemming from its strong navy, notably the aircraft carriers. Now, would this new kind of approach from the European partners also see European partners having bases around the world and having also enlarging its naval capability, notably having much more aircraft carriers and being present around the world? Thank you.
So aircraft carriers built by Brussels, by Mr. Kubilius. Titi, when is the first one ready?
Well, I would say no thanks for aircraft carriers, because they might be good in somewhere safe place on Earth, but maybe imagine a situation where our adversary would have hypersonic missiles. Now, what can we do with aircraft carriers then? So we need to learn from the war that is ongoing in Ukraine and adopt best possible technologies. It means artillery. It is needed, much needed in Ukraine. It means long-range missiles and also autonomous systems. That is what we need to invest in. But I generally believe that Europe should be a good partner for the United States in the Indo-Pacific area. And actually, we have credibility there. We have credibility there. I think there is France in the South Pacific. And UK has great partnerships also in the area. And let us not forget that European Union is a great economic power. So we can use our leverage when it comes to cooperation and make our footmark a domain in the area that is of mutual interest.
Yes, and Isabel earlier said about Portugal being very active in Africa, doing so, and I think more can be done also with European missions there. There was a question by a lady, yes, 10th row.
Thank you very much. Katarina Maternova, I'm the EU ambassador in Ukraine. We have 2 countries that acceded to NATO long before the European Union, and one that was long in the European Union before it came into NATO. And my question is, as we are launching the EU process that is always viewed as slow and bureaucratic, etc., and we are doing it in a war, do you think it's realistic to see Ukraine in the European Union without being a member of NATO?
Who would like to respond to that?
Oh,
yes.
I would. Yeah, thank you, Katarina. We will have later a longer discussion, so we can discuss it also later on. But I don't see that these are somehow, binded or somehow linked to each other. So there are 2 different ways. One is for the European Union membership and one is for the NATO membership. Of course, we all understand that the only security guarantee for Ukraine can be NATO membership. So we all understand that. So because any other option might be good, but not good enough. Regarding the EU membership, well, there is a we all understand and know that there is a process to that and toward that. And of course, Estonia is supporting both of these ways, being it EU membership or NATO membership. But definitely for Ukraine, it is important to show the light at the end of the tunnel, or in the end of the tunnel, that the both ways are available for them, and rather sooner than later.
Thank you.
May I just add something,
yes,
please?
first.
I would just add that enlargement is never a promise, but a process. In this case, I would say that we are committed with the process, and we are all very optimistic about Ukraine being a member of the European Union and also of NATO. It's not a question of trade-offs, but joint effort. But I'm confident that this process will be in a collaborative effort between all the members and also the allies.
Titi, Finnish experience.
Yeah, we were in the European Union long before we became members of NATO, and of course we wanted to be in NATO because it is the ultimate security guarantor because of the United States powers and also UK powers and so on. But sometimes I get the feeling that we are a little bit too pessimistic when it comes to EU's ability to contribute to security. I would like to argue that the EU is also a credible security provider. We've done a lot in defense policies in the EU, and the strategic compass should become something real, and it is becoming real. Think of that we now have a defense commissioner, a designated defense commissioner in the EU. So sooner or later, there will be a real, European pillar of NATO, and it is built on the European Union. That's what I believe. And we also have the Article 42.7, which is the solidarity clause in the EU. Let's not forget that. So either or, what matters is that the Ukrainians will get what they deserve, and that is the membership in the EU and in NATO. Both, but in which order, let's see.
Thank you. Yes, first row.
Thank you very much. I will have a question to Congressman Crow. My name is Katya Dekanoidze. I'm the member of the Parliament of Georgia. And my country is also occupied by Russia, 20%. And it all started in 2008. We all remember that. So, and Georgians, Ukrainians, we're just looking forward to US elections because, for my people and our people, it's so much important. And the question to you, Congressman, so what do you think and how you can explain? We all know what Trump is suggesting, right? Regarding NATO, regarding dormant NATO, regarding foreign policy, etc. So what is Kamala Harris suggesting? I mean, regarding Ukraine, it would be more similar to President Biden's approach to Ukraine, or it would be something else, more tougher, and maybe something new. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a couple of different parts of that question. First off, I mentioned in the beginning this issue of the ongoing debate about America's role in the world as happening in our domestic politics, and that's a reflection of a couple of factors. One is we just finished our longest war, America's longest war, our war on terror. It was 20 years. It cost us over $2 trillion. Tens of thousands of American lives wounded, killed, hundreds of thousands of others around the world. So there is a reluctance in America for us to engage in conflict. And what you see that taking shape in some of the discourse around Ukraine. I'm obviously a very, very firm Ukraine supporter, but I find myself having to make the case as to why this is different and why this is in our national security interests. But that it's something in our politics that we're having to address. That's one. And then more broadly, what I would say is we're undergoing a shift, I think, in our paradigm of engagement with the world. And I think that's because the world is undergoing a shift in terms of where the power base is, right? And the power lies a lot less in nation states and in governments, and it becomes more diffused because of technology. Information flows differently. people consume their information in very different ways, and that dictates or should dictate how we engage with that information flow and with other people. And I've long been pushing for more people-to-people engagement rather than state-to-state engagement, because I think if you want longer-term relationships and longer-term security, it should be a more people-centered security. And our State Department and our Defense Department and our intelligence community is not designed to do that right now. It's still a kind of a 20th century method of engagement. So we need to reform our systems to communicate and engage with the people of Georgia, with the people of Ukraine, as opposed to just the governments alone. So that's number two. And then number three, with regard to Vice President Harris, and I'm not speaking for her or her campaign or her administration, but she is somebody that believes in global engagement, that believes that America is not perfect, that we've certainly made a lot of mistakes, but we are a force for good in the world. We can be, and we aspire to be, and that when we are not engaged, there are consequences to that for the American people and for others, and that we should learn, and we should do so from a place of humility. But engagement matters, and it's in America's interest to do so, right? And we always talk about the issue of Ukraine. And what I say, and Vice President Harris and others have said, is this is not charity, right? Americans are not giving charity to Ukraine, because the Ukrainians don't want charity, number one. They want freedom, and they're willing to fight for it on their own. They just need assistance in doing that. But we have a couple of very specific interests. One is we have over 80,000 troops in Europe, so a safe and prosperous Europe is in their interests. We have hundreds of thousands of Americans who live in Europe, so securing those Americans is in our interest. Securing our food supply and our economic trading partners, because Europe is obviously our main trading partner, is in our interest. Helping decimate the Russian war machine is in our interest, and we've done that. All of these things we have done for about 3% of our annual defense budget, which for Americans is a hell of a good deal. So making sure we're communicating those interests is really important as well.
Thank you. We are running out of time. We have one more, maybe two more questions.
Thank you. I'm Oliver Rolofs from Munich, Germany, and my question goes to Secretary Xavier and Minister Pevkur. We talk a lot about money, and we know that defense efforts cost a lot of money. And I learned that the taxpayer in Estonia have to carry a part of the burden. And I just wonder, because we have a very potent industry in Europe, and to what extent also the private sector could be more engaged or should be more engaged to carry the defense burden, maybe in terms of setting up own, let's say, defense funds or so. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Okay, very quickly. First, the easiest way is to pay taxes, as the law says. Secondly, when there is a possibility to make also donations, everyone can do. But still, when I take also the Estonian example, about the security tax, 2 + 2 + 2 formula for at least 3 years, what we have agreed, is a huge burden also for entrepreneurs. It's not an easy task, and we've achieved that most of the entrepreneurs understand why it is important, but because Ukraine is also fighting our war, and we all want to live in peace and prosperity. And we know that, the river Narva, which is the border river, is the river of civilization, or the border of civilization, that, on the one side you have the respect for human rights and freedom of speech, etc. And on the other side you have autocratism, and you don't have any respect to international law. So this is the difference, and when everybody in the society, it's not only about the companies, it's not only about entrepreneurs, everybody has to have the feeling that, I want to wake up in the morning in a free society. And this is the difference. I want to have, freedom to fly to Berlin without any visa. I want to have the economic ties, etc. So this is the point, and there is no other details or no other things to discuss. So just be a good citizen and good entrepreneur to your country and to your citizens, society.
Thank you so
Isabel,
much
briefly, yes.
for your question. For Portugal, it's not a question of how much money do you spend, but how do you spend it? And that's why we strive for strategic autonomy, and we strive for collaborative projects, for pooling and sharing, for burden sharing. It's not important the label that you have, but that's why within the EU and within NATO we strive for defense-related projects and programs that are already existing, such as PESCO, EDF, other projects or initiatives that really boost our ability to work together and to actually find strategic autonomy, not just as an ambition, but something that really can be accomplished together with all our allies and the other member states.
Thank you very much. We have run out of time. Let me just summarize. Titi, thanks very much for what you have said with Ukraine, not as long as it takes, as much as it takes, and also thanks for the proposal of a new social contract for the European Union. And then Isabel, thanks for what you have said, also with Portugal's commitment to Ukraine, what you say about the global engagement in the global south. And then, Defense Minister, I like your idea about the slight turbulence, 2 + 2 + 2. I invite you to Germany and make that proposal there. I think you should make the point what you said. We all want to wake up in a free society in the morning. So I think that was very strong. And then finally, Congressman, wish you good luck when you go back. And although I'm a neutral moderator here, I think that well, I understand the reluctance of foreign engagement in the US after the experience. I feel encouraged from what you said also about Kamala Harris. She was in Munich and she also committed at that time on stage to a global engagement from the United States, and I hope that this will continue with the most important partner we have. So thank you all on stage. Thank you for being here, and thanks for the Warsaw Security Forum. It's wonderful to be here, and it's wonderful for the Munich Security Conference to partner with the Warsaw Security Forum. Thanks you to all of you.
Thank you once again to Ambassador Oysken and to our distinguished panelists for such a rich discussion. You made a very compelling point, which is unity is not an option, but rather a necessity in light of Russia's continued aggression and broader efforts to exert global influence. Our only means to deter Russia is to display such unity. And we can no longer overlook China's role as an enabler of Russia's war effort either if we are serious about achieving peace in Ukraine. We have what it takes, but it requires strategic planning and unwavering commitment to turning our capabilities into action. And now, let us turn to the second set of presentations from our partners today. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Anders Karp, Deputy CEO of SAB. Anders, please join me on stage.
Your Excellencies, Generals, Admirals, ladies and gentlemen, it's a true pleasure to be able to present an industry view of the current situation. My name is Anders Karp. I'm the Deputy CEO of Saab AB. You're all aware of the current situation in the world. Russia's war against Ukraine since 2014 and the full-scale invasion since February 22 was a huge wake-up call for the Western world, including the industry. We are today in a much more multipolar world than before. A multipolar world where there is competition for technologies, competition for scarce materials, and some countries trying to become more sovereign or building pacts for good and for bad. And this is our new reality. It's a reality that won't go away for quite some time. Since the founding of our company in 1937, we have worked tirelessly to keep people and societies safe, mainly within these 5 core areas. And you know them usually. There are fighter systems, where Gripen, our advanced fighter, is the main piece, of course, but we also work with the T-7A for the US Air Force, as well as unmanned and manned future concepts. We're working with sensors, both passive and active, for surveillance, for threat detection and decision support, and we have solutions from airborne early warning systems to ground and sea surface-based systems. Command and control in all domains for superior situational awareness, support decision-making on the battlefield and at sea and in the air. Advanced weapon systems, where we offer a world-leading portfolio, including ground combat weapons, missile systems, both for air defense and anti-ship missiles, as well as torpedoes. And in the underwater domain, delivering sophisticated underwater systems such as conventional submarines, underwater drones, and other underwater equipment, as well as sub-sea sensor systems. In terms of the future, we try to learn as much as possible, as much as we can, from the brave fighting of the Ukrainian armed forces and the whole Ukrainian society. The battlefield today is much more complex than ever before. It's a much more connected battlefield than ever before. And it's also an autonomous battlefield that in a way that we haven't seen before. And also, unfortunately, with also a very unprincipled enemy that is hard to predict. That's why we, as a company, invest in future capabilities. It's extremely expensive, but it's needed for us and for the Western world. In terms of technologies, disruptive ways of working, we know that this will lead to new types of capabilities and also greater capacity. That's why we have invested in companies or acquired companies like Bluebear in UK and Crowd AI in Silicon Valley, US, because we know that we need that kind of capability in order to get our current portfolio into the future. That's also why we have invested in companies like the European AI company Helsing, which works in a completely different way than us, so we can strategically work with them to understand how to develop new capabilities for the future. This is key for us. Saab today, what I want to really highlight here is that delivery focus is always important to us. But at the same time, we need to also build up more capacity and develop new capabilities. And this is a balance act that we are carefully monitoring from the management team. We also see a great, or I would say huge, demand from mainly Western countries, but also elsewhere in the world, for the foundation that we already have in our product portfolio. The NATO membership of Sweden, of course, have strengthened this case. What I would like to also highlight is the final bullet on this point, which is probably the most important. That is, we will continue to support the Ukrainian fight for freedom until they win by the ways that we have supported, mainly through our customer countries who have donated our equipment. And we're extremely proud that more than 50,000 of our systems, weapons, and products are donated to Ukraine. We are a Swedish company. We're based in Sweden, but we have a global presence and a multi-domestic approach to things. We let some countries have much more autonomy than others, where we can make a difference in those countries. Today, they're US, UK, Germany, and Australia. There will be more countries in the future. These are the countries where we will invest in larger presence, in larger capacity to support those countries, but also invest R&D to employ a new workforce in that country that will take the whole company forward. And then for this region, there are great opportunities and, of course, challenges in the region, but we see a huge potential for countries to build capacity and strong defense capabilities in NATO's northeastern flank. And it's hard to imagine any other better suited countries to lead this effort than Poland and Sweden, given geography and given military capabilities. Both have substantial coastlines to the Baltic Sea. Sweden has the island of Gotland, and together with the Baltic countries and Finland, most part of the Baltic Sea is covered. We see also that both countries increase their capabilities of maritime and air surveillance capabilities, and also air defense and missile defense to jointly protect the Baltic Sea. The Baltic Sea region also has a critical undersea infrastructure, pipelines, cables, and similar. Protecting and maintaining these will be crucial for the whole region, and this should be a joint interest of both, or shared interest of both countries. Saab is proud to have been in Poland for more than 20 years, and apart from having substantial contracts with the Polish armed forces, we will continue to invest in Poland and continue to build up Polish defense capabilities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Anders, for your remarks and presentation. And now, please allow me to welcome back to the stage General Lee, Senior Vice President of Hyundai Rotem, for our next presentation. General Lee, please join me on stage.
Good morning again. I'm glad to introduce Hyundai Rotem and our products to you today. This presentation is focusing on the cooperation with Poland. Hyundai Rotem is willing to cooperate with other European countries too, based on the partnership with Polish industry. Hyundai Rotem is a member of the Hyundai Motor Group, that is one of the world's top 3 motor groups. Hyundai Motor Group is focusing on the core technologies for future mobility. The annual revenue of the group was $296 billion in 2022. Hyundai Rotem is delivering 180 K2 Gefiller MBTs to Poland within 3.5 years from the contract signing in August 2022. In addition to the fast delivery, Hyundai Rotem has provided excellent MRO services, cooperating with the Polish Army. As a result, the operation ratio of the K2 in Poland has been over 90% ever since the first delivery in December 2022. Hyundai Rotem signed the consortium agreement with the PGZ Group in last July. The K2PL consortium is now working with the Polish Armament Agency on the second executive contract. K2PL MBTs will be produced by PGZ and Hyundai Rotem. Hyundai Rotem will transfer key technologies to PGZ for the production and MRO of K2 MBT. The contract will include the development and delivery of the accompanying vehicles on K2 chassis. There are about 1,000 companies that cooperate with Hyundai Rotem for the production and MRO of K2 MBT in Korea. The major partner companies of Hyundai Rotem will support the consortium for the K2 PL project, including technology transfer. The consortium will cooperate with many Polish defense companies and provide the Polish components such as BMS, communication systems, RCWS, situational awareness system, GPS, and INS. As K2PL cooperation proceeds, more and more Polish solutions will be adopted by K2PL MBT. Hyundai Rotem is cooperating with Ovrum for the development of MG20 bridge vehicle. MG20 bridge vehicle will be an integration of K2 MBT chassis and Ovrum's bridging equipment. Ovrum is the leader and final producer of the project. Hyundai Rotem is the official provider of the wheeled armor vehicles for the Korean military. Hyundai Rotem has recently developed a new wheeled armor vehicle of 32 tons with STANAG Level 4 mine protection and water mobility. Hyundai Rotem proposed to develop the Polish indigenous wheeled armor vehicle with the Polish defense industry. Intellectual property right will be jointly owned, production and sales in Poland will be independent, and we can export the new wheeled armor vehicle jointly. We expect the Korean military will employ the new wheeled armor vehicle too. Hyundai Rotem hopes to cooperate with the Polish defense companies for the development and production of the new Polish indigenous wheeled armor vehicle. Possible Polish products would be 30mm unmanned turret, armor steel, hull structure, and driveline components. Final assembly of the new Polish wheeled armor vehicle will be done in Poland. Hyundai Rotem has developed its unmanned ground vehicle since 2005, applying the cutting-edge technologies of Hyundai Motor Group and secured the core technologies. HR Sherpa, Hyundai Rotem's UGV, has been selected and tested by Korea Army and the Presidential Security Service. HR Sherpa can be operated by Polish Armed Forces for various missions, such as surveillance, reconnaissance, medical evacuation, and border control. It is easy to enlarge the scale and expand its functions. Hyundai Rotem proposed to cooperate with the Polish industry for development and production of the Polish indigenous UGV. With Hyundai Rotem, Polish industry will be able to develop, produce, and export world-class MBT, wheeled automobile vehicle, and UGV. The cooperation will be expanded to the development of the next generation MBT, wheeled automobile vehicle, and unmanned systems that will be the world best. Hyundai Rotem is looking for the Polish partner companies. We respect the policy of Polish government and PGZ Group for the selection of these companies. We are willing to cooperate with the competitive Polish companies and institutes, as many as possible. Hyundai Rotem will promote the cooperation between Hyundai Motor Group and the Polish industry, creating many opportunities in both defense and civilian industries, such as hydrogen energy, electric vehicles, high-speed railways, smart city, and robotics.
Jesteśmy o tym święcie przekonani, że jesteśmy gotowi i zdolni podejmować wszelkie wysiłki i w nich nie ustaniemy nigdy. Bo to jest jak stanąć przed obliczem wiekuistości minionych pokoleń, przed nieśmiertelnym duchem ojczyzny naszej Polski.
Był również zawarty offset tak bardzo ważny i potrzebny dla polskich zakładów zbrojeniowych, dla polskiej myśli technicznej, po to, żebyśmy mogli tutaj w Polsce produkować i nie być uzależnionym od myśli czy technicznej, czy zakładów zbrojeniowych zagranicznych.
Chcemy żyć w pokoju, bo znamy cenę wojny. Chcemy, żeby pokój zwyciężył, bo nie ma nic cenniejszego niż życie drugiego człowieka.
Dziękuję bardzo.
So thank you once again to General Lee and to the Warsaw Security Forum general partners for their presentations. And now I'm pleased to introduce our next session, a high-level panel discussion titled Everything, Everywhere, All at Once: How to Help European Industry Cope with European Defense Strategies. As greater demands are placed on Europe's defense industry, providing them the necessary support to achieve industrial readiness under any circumstance is essential. Guiding us through this dialogue will be our moderator, Tomasz Smura, member of the board of the Kazimierz Polański Foundation, and I am glad to say leader right here at the defense track of WSF. Tomasz, please join me on stage.
Hello, hello. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the panel, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once, which title, I believe, will reflect the situation in Europe when it comes to the needs for ammunition and weapon systems. As we have only 40 minutes for the discussion, and I would like to also grab some questions from the audience, I would go straight to the questions. So let me start with Roger Hill, U.S. defense security leader in Deloitte. Roger, as we know, despite of numerous political declaration initiatives at the EU level, as ASAP, DIRPA, European Defense Investment Program, right now Europe still lagging behind Russia, economically weaker Russia when it comes to the production of ammunition. Moreover, in Europe, we lost capacity in production of some very basic, absolutely crucial defense systems, like, for example, in Europe right now, only one country still produces mine battle tanks. So if you could tell us, from your expert perspective, what are the biggest obstacles blocking EU from production of more ammunition and defense systems, and how these bottlenecks can be addressed? Roger.
Good morning. First off, I wouldn't want to purport myself to be an expert in the European defense industrial base. Having said that, my teams and I are working very hard to support the United States defense industrial base and a number of different modernization programs, and I feel confident that the challenges that we're addressing in the United States are very similar to the European defense industrial base challenges. A couple things. I mean, it's not an insignificant shift, for multiple decades of a counterterrorism mission to go to a renewed global power competition. And it's going to require a lot different types of capacity platforms and missions that we're going to have to execute. And so as a result, specifically, one of the challenges to capacity are, aged manufacturing facilities that were largely built to produce at volume a singular asset, and many of which continue to have, analog capabilities and technologies. So that's going to be a continued struggle until we can modernize the way that we manufacture in those manufacturing facilities. Secondly, over many years, a lot of the supplier base has been offshored, and in some cases not to our partner countries. And we have, in other instances, where we have a small number of companies that make very unique specialized parts, and that itself creates many, many different challenges, not only to capacity, but also from a supply chain risk perspective. You're at greater risk for the potential for fraudulent parts, foreign-owned or adversarial-owned, elements within the supply chain, and quite frankly, ensuring that those companies that make those unique parts, don't become financially insolvent. These are all big challenges related to the impact of the capacity. And then I think we all know probably one of the biggest challenges is over the last couple of decades, in a lot of these areas, the workforce is atrophied. both in terms of volume and in just the underlying tradecraft that exists. I mean, I think, in particular, an example would be nuclear welders. And the need for those, obviously, is we want to continue to produce more submarines for deterrence. As a perfect example, having the workforce to be able to do that at the rate and volume that's going to be necessary is a significant challenge. So the challenges are many, but there's still a lot of reason to be optimistic. I can tell you, working alongside our government counterparts, across the United States defense industrial base, there's a sincere commitment, there's a tremendous amount of investment, and technology is becoming our friend in order to be able to really close the gap that's come about over the last couple decades.
Thank you very much, Roger. My second question goes to Senator Conway Marek, who is Vice Chair of Foreign Affairs, Defense and Armed Forces Committee at French Senate. We know France is a very important player when it comes to the defense industry production. So, Senator, as we know, in Europe, we basically, European Union plus United Kingdom, we use 6 times more equipment than United States, and EU countries spend around half as much as United States for defense, achieving only 10% of the US Armed Forces capabilities. It's basically a result of the duplication and protectionist policy of some European countries. So how to avoid this duplication? How EU countries can cooperate closely to avoid this unnecessary spendings for projects and basically should we have like more EU-led project, and how to combine them with the policy of some certain countries, including France, which would like to have some sovereignty in very crucial defense areas.
Well, first of all, thank you very much to the Warsaw Security Forum for such a rich program, and I think this roundtable is more hands-on than maybe other panels before. I could just answer yes to your question and stop there, and I have everybody agreeing with me that yes, we do need more cooperation. Of course, we have a legacy of paying the dividends, peace dividends of 70 years of peace, with countries developing their own, armies and capabilities and so on, and also responding to public opinion, which did not see why they should be having their own taxes going towards an industry, building army equipment for a country at peace. So for all of these decades, we have been underspending. We have evolved differently from each other, with each national industry being in competition with its neighbors, rather than, trying to seek some kind of cooperation. And then suddenly war has invited itself again on our continent. And then we are forced to come together, and we're showing that, yes, we can. Yes, we can if we trust ourselves a bit more, that we can actually do things. Just one example, we came together with the pandemics, with the Brexit, and most recently we had, the peace initiative with 6 billion, which were to go towards, the national industry, modernizing them and so on. And within no time, we went from 6 billion to 19 billions for a purpose for which this fund was not created. So we were able to make a decision to actually spend that money to help Ukraine and, help the various European countries supporting that. So yes, we need this cooperation. It's quite difficult to come together. We do have some partnerships, but with industry people who are not used really to working together. And I think there's a lack of trust, or maybe even distrust between them. We have the future system, or future air combat system coming together between France and Germany, and the same with a tank. Now, it's very slow to come together, and it's very easy. It's very interesting for us to analyze why, it is going slower than we expected and that we need. But there were a lot of questions so I've answered the last part, and I'm now coming to the first one. I think we need to address 3 weaknesses that we have. This lack of common procurement and cooperation within European countries, not within NATO. It's working really well, and you're going to say it in a minute. And we're all in NATO and all happy to be part of this organization. We have an insufficient production capacity linked to the fact that the states are the main customers to the industry. And if there was procurement at European level, where there is a lot of funds, if spent together, yes, we could produce more, and the public opinions would follow, because they will see that producing in their own countries creates jobs, it creates growth, and it's all good for the countries. And the last weakness that we have is to have created great dependencies on countries outside of Europe. And it's very difficult for countries that have not developed an industry, that have been dependent on others, to suddenly create that industry and be part of this cooperation. So you see, these three weaknesses, in fact, feed into each other, and we need to address them all together within NATO, but to also say to ourselves that, yes, we can, and if we have the political will and the funding that goes with the ambitions that we can display, then it will be possible.
Thank you very much, Senator. So thank you also for mentioning NATO, because you know, NATO is another important player when it comes to the readiness of European states' armed forces. So my next question goes to Stacey Cannings, who is General Manager at NATO Support Procurement Agency. So Stacey, if you could elaborate more how this NATO support process of the rebuilding defense capabilities in NATO member states and increase the efficiency of the procurement and defense spending in general in NATO, from NATO perspective.
Great. Well, first, thank you so much for inviting me to be part of this panel. When I look at the entire process of identifying requirements, so the planning process, all the way to the execution, NATO plays a very strong role in determining through the NATO defense planning process what are the requirements, what are the defense requirements across the alliance, taking those requirements and allocating them to different nations, creating a platform for nations to see where they have common gaps and where those common gaps could be filled through multinational procurement, multinational projects, and even multinational acquisitions of new defense capability. So at the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, where I'm the general manager, we exist for the sole purpose of bringing NATO allies together to acquire, sustain, and support the defense capabilities that the allies need in order to support their own and our collective defense. And so we have a lot of great examples where we've partnered with the European Defense Agency, with OCCAR. A fantastic example of that is the multi-role tanker transport program, where we've taken a gap that was identified through the European Defense Agency. We looked to the existing frameworks within NATO and within Europe, and we partnered with OCCAR and NSPA in order to acquire a new capability, and now we're maintaining that as a multinational program. That meets the needs that were identified as a gap for both Europe and for NATO. And so it's a perfect example of where we can work together, where we can bring nations together to reduce the overall cost of a capability per nation, meet a critical NATO gap, meet a critical European gap, and then sustain that through partnerships. There are other great examples of that, and again, specifically that we're executing at NSPA. And I'll use the example of the Patriot GEM-T missile, where through a joint venture, we're increasing the defense capability, the defense capacity to produce Patriot missiles. And we're doing so by creating a second redundant, resilient, not just production capability, but supply chain here in Europe, so that the needs of NATO can be met faster and the needs of NATO across the alliance can be met at a lower cost. Thanks.
Thank you, Stacey. Thanks for reminding us that NATO is doing a great job in this dimension. So let's grab now the industrial perspective. So I'm turning now to the Wouter van Veres, Executive Vice President Airbus. I believe one of the probably biggest European company when it comes to the defense production. So, Wouter, how can European governments encourage you basically and your companies to increase defense production and invest in new capacity to produce more? If you could give, I don't know, 2-3 advice to the decision makers also sitting here, you know, in the room, how to make your life easier?
I've got only one, but I'll come to it. So thank you. It's a great opportunity to be here and a great pleasure. I've been extremely amazed by all the panels and all the discussions. It's my first time at this Warsaw Security Forum, but I think a lot of things to be discussed. Happy to give you a bit of insight from the industrial perspective. So as you mentioned, Airbus, you know, we pioneer sustainable aerospace for safe and united world. So that's our tagline. And indeed, the largest European manufacturer as we speak on the defense side. So Poland, we've been here for a while, so that's about the advertising. I think there's a lot of work to be done. And the war that is raging on the borders of very close to here is a great reminder of how important it is for NATO, but also the EU, to be dependent and to have its own industry. And that's, of course, the main topic that we want to address. It's not only about the products, but it's also about the services, the training, and of course the interoperability of all the equipment that is put around the European nations, because that makes us strong and united. It's all about the autonomy of Europe. We need to make sure we can defend ourselves. For this, we need, of course, a lot of strong partners, but also a strong European industry. A couple of figures that I would like to share with you. The US invests 80% more in defense compared to the big Europe. And out of the investment in Europe, 80% of the equipment is bought outside of Europe. So I think that's clearly what we need to address. If I've got one advice, is we need to push for a stronger European preference, ensuring that in terms of the decisions that are made, the European industry at large gets a big piece of it. Because it's important not only in terms of the technology, but in terms of the research, the development, the human capital, and the autonomy of the region. So we as a company are really trying to drive this European unification, making sure that in terms of the industry, we really provide the right products, but we do this all together. So to all the governments around here, and I mean, Stacy used the MRTT as a great example. Hélène, of course, also the importance of the European industry. So that's really one of our main topics. We want to drive this. We are there to support. Of course, interoperability with other technologies are key, but that's what we really need to make this a success.
Thank you very much. So by European, but you know, there is a vicious cycle that you know some countries don't buy in Europe because Europe doesn't have a capacity for production. So we need to address it somehow. Nevertheless, before I will go to the audience, let me ask you one question to all of you about investment for the future. So as you know, Europe needs to West in general needs to maintain its technological advantage over the competitors like China and Russia. So how to combine those two things that we need to invest, in rebuilding our very basic capacity when it comes to ammunition, some certain types of equipment, and investment in R&D, to maintain this technological advantage. So let's go in the same, way as we start. So Roger first.
Yeah, I think one of the most important ways that we can continue to create differentiation and premier capability from our adversaries is, over the last couple of decades, the defense industrial base has become a bit more concentrated. And sometimes that can have the tendency of keeping innovation ecosystems on the sideline. And so I think all of our different governments, need to work together and, within themselves to create opportunities for, innovation, to get to scale. Oftentimes, we see innovation in prototyping and in smaller scale, and when we have proven technologies that's going to allow us to have platforms and capabilities that will be greater than our adversaries, we need to work together and collectively to ensure that innovation can reach scale. And I know there's a lot of different initiatives, specifically in the US, and I would suspect across Europe, within innovation units and other kinds of R&D organizations that are trying to really allow smaller startup companies with unique innovation capability to be able to partner with the more scaled industrial base to really allow us to have differentiated capability.
Thanks. Senator.
Yeah, I'm rapporteur as one of the duties I have in the Senate for the equipment of the French armed forces. And French president has asked our industry to produce more and faster, and they have. They have doubled the production for ammunitions in 2 years, up 50%. The problem with industry is not so much that they cannot do it. They need the order and they need the finances, and then they will do it. They produce faster. They have halved the amount of time to produce missiles. That's MBDA, for instance. I visited the site production. So they need the orders. But if European countries buy outside of Europe, the orders are not put in for European industry in-house to produce more. So you see, it's a snake that's biting its tail all the time, So we need to invest more and better, and I fully agree with technology. I'm just back from Asia, and in Asia, the markets are very close there, and yet they're still buying some equipment from Europe. Why? Because we're more advanced than they are. So we need to invest in innovation and research. This is absolutely fundamental, and I go back to the ambitions that we have, which are not financed properly, and as long as we don't put the money together, because each individual country is not in a position to do so, but collectively, yes, if we put 100 billion on the table, I think, European industry will be able to move forward, and the finances and the orders intra-Europe will be done, and industry will produce.
Thank you very much. Good point. Stacey.
So from my perspective, I see that allies are needing to do 3 things concurrently. First, allies need to be refilling the stock of equipment and ammunition and things that they have donated as assistance to Ukraine as they're fighting against Russian war of aggression. The second thing allies need to be doing is acquiring military off-the-shelf, preferably common and interoperable equipment to support the ability for the allies to work together and to fight together. The third thing that allies need to be doing collectively is thinking about the weapon systems and the defense systems of the future. And that's where innovative technology, that's where companies coming together, working together to deliver the most advanced capability to meet the requirements of tomorrow can benefit from a platform to be able to work together across allies. A lot of the non-recurring engineering, a lot of the investment that needs to go into a new technology is quite expensive, and the ability for nations to have that platform where they can come together and make those investments collectively is a very, very powerful tool. And so this year, we at NSPA stood up for the first time our acquisition program directorate in order to allow us to be that platforms for nations to come together with common requirements and engage industry to deliver on that technology of the future in a collective way. And what we're really seeing is companies are coming together to bid together. And that's where I really see the power of this acquisition platform, is it allows the companies of different nations to come and bring the best technology they have and then integrate it into a solution that meets the needs of NATO collectively or of a series of nations that have a gap that they need to fill.
Thank you, Stacey. So, Walter, from Airbus perspective, so actually, defense investment in rebuilding capacity and investment in R&D, for the future. So, can Airbus, walk into the gamut at the same time?
Thank you. So just the NSPA initiative is a fantastic tool, I think, to answer this and to ensure that we can provide the right equipment, that there's the right interoperability. Maybe to come back to the virtuous circle, as Hélène mentioned it, you know, today's orders are generate and fuel the innovation for the future. So, of course, and if you read the recent report that Mr. Draghi has issued, I think it's a very, very good learning for Europe, and it demonstrates how important it is really to make sure that we have a strong European industry, and of course a competitive industry. There's two parts, I would say. The short term, we have urgent needs as Europe. We need to invest today in equipment to defend ourselves and to work on the current crisis. But we also need to work on the future. And I think that making sure that we have the right standards, that we have also European standards regarding the FCAS, for example, the future combat cloud, but also the ENGRT, which is the future rotorcraft. These are European solutions that we really need to promote and make sure that we have them as successes for the future, because that will help Europe to be autonomous and to provide the right solutions. So long answer, but quite some work to be done.
Okay, thank you very much. As I promised, I reserved some time for the questions from the audience. So I see some of them. 1, 2, 3. Do you have a mic, you know, in the room? So yeah, I saw the gentleman over here. Please identify yourself, be short with the question, and indicate which panelist your question is addressed to.
Zurab Bejanishvili, President for Georgia Development. Why China, Russia, and Iran produce their military goods much less expensive, more cheaper, and faster than European, than Western industries?
Okay, thank you very much. I saw a gentleman there on the right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Jochen Richter from the International Think Tank Diplomatic Council. A question to Senator Conway. You spoke about the lack of trust amongst industry partners. Do you see any way forward? And a very brief question to you, Ms. Cummings. In Ukraine, we see that besides the traditional market players, there are a lot of small producers. Some have become really important. Would that complicate your task if you have this multitude of so many producers?
Yeah, and a gentleman in the middle in the blue bag. I saw also the lady, but let's check with the first few questions. Maybe there will be time for some more. Yeah, so gentleman here was first.
Thank you, Eko Piesiczak. I represent 120 technology transfer units from Polish Science. Mr. Hill said about innovation collectively, Mr. Verge about EU business solidarity, but what is the R&D reality in Europe? We live in bubbles. So we hear from companies that we work with our own scientists from our own country. We hear from international companies, well, to go with R&D in Poland, it will take us 5 years, and we hear from embassies, no, we are here just to help to make business to our own companies. So my message is, we should make new corporate business models of joining R&D forces between Western Europe and Central Eastern Europe, because we are not doing this.
Please.
This is it.
Okay. Okay, so let's give a chance to the lady. So.
Thank you very much, Elena Lazaru from Chatham House. I just wanted to briefly ask to the Senator Conway. You mentioned the 100 billion investment in defense that has been floating around by Commissioner Breton and also now Commissioner Designate Kubilius. I wondered what you would think would be the best way to raise this 100 billion and how, you know, among the various ways that are floating around, from the EIB support, the taxonomy, joint debt. I would really like to hear the opinion of the panel. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I noted 4 questions. So one about the cost of the production in Europe and, you know, in China and Russia, about the trust and EU funds. So maybe I saw that there was 2 questions to Senator, so maybe let's start with you.
Yeah, well, to the first question, it's mass production. It's not quality, it's quantity. And that's what Russia is doing at the moment. They're producing lots of tanks. knowing that those tanks may be destroyed, but they're not too expensive, so they produce. And it's like the Korean War. If you remember, the Chinese, sent hordes of soldiers, badly equipped or not equipped at all. These guys were dying, and that was the thing. And Russia is doing the same. They believe in mass, and they produce mass. The second question as to how to eliminate the distrust between industry companies. I would say by working more together, and that goes with the third question that I will answer at the same time. I believe in people being trained together, knowing each other, and that's what Europe is about. We all have a history which is different languages, different cultures, and yet if we bring this diversity together, and with Erasmus, for instance, which is one of the best, I think, results, that we could have for the youth, that you have generations of people not being afraid of the others because they have spent a year or two, they learn the language, they do things together, and it is this diversity that I know maybe creates what we have today in terms of technological advances. I mean, we have 6 European companies in the first 10 top companies in the defense industry. And that's not because of the huge investments that we make, unfortunately, because we have invested for a long time, but because we do have the brains, and we have people coming together and bringing this incredible intelligence, collective intelligence together to create what we need. So I would bring that to industry, and by having a political will that forces our companies to work together and have a true European projects, not just bilateral German, French, If it was a European project for the future FCAS, it should be, involving 4, 5, 6 countries, European countries, and then we would be buying, intra-European. I mean, there's only 18% today of the army equipment which is being purchased within Europe. 18%, and the target for 2030 is 40%. So, and Airbus, I think, is one of the best examples that it can work. I was going to use, the slogan, yes, we can, but why don't we trust ourselves to start with that, we have, the capabilities. Now, the 100 billion, it cannot just be raised like that. And what you have mentioned in your question, I think, is the answer, that there is a diversity of means to actually raise that money. But if it is our ambition, well, let's, create a European saving fund. Yes, the debt can be used, and the other elements that you used. So, yes, it is possible.
Stacey, please.
Great. So, to kind of answer some of the different questions that were asked, I kind of put together. So, the role of a program manager, the role of a project manager, is to trade off cost, schedule, and performance informed by risk. And when you look at the different things that can impact the cost of a capability, certainly quality is one of them. So what is the level of performance that we expect? But when we engage industry, we have a lot of expectations from them. Sometimes we're going to prioritize speed over cost. Sometimes we're going to prioritize quality or performance over the other elements. We also have a lot of expectations about the framework under which these contracts are awarded. And we have, for example, at NSPA, we have a supplier code of conduct. And so we do have expectations about the way things are acquired. We have expectations about following law and following social requirements that we place on companies. And equally important, we expect cybersecurity. We expect a good quality assurance program. And so I don't think that looking simply at cost is the way to assess the success of an acquisition program or of a procurement program. However, there are things that we can do to drive down costs. Competition is one. And this brings me back to the question about small and medium companies. We execute at NSPA hundreds of thousands of contracting actions, and the majority of them are quite small. You hear a lot about the very big contracts, and multi-billion-euro contracts are going to tend to go to very large companies. But those small and medium companies absolutely have a really important role to play. Those suppliers are important to deliver the capability that forces need, and there is a place for small, medium, and large companies to contribute and to play a role, not just in the small contracts that we award, but in those innovations. And for example, the NATO Innovation Fund and Diana are looking to grow those small and medium enterprise companies that have innovative technology, get them access to the right forces, to the testing, to the prototyping that they need. And then they're in a perfect position to then either deliver a capability that is an innovative capability with a military, to meet a military need, or to partner with those large defense industries and bring innovative technologies that make your capabilities at Airbus even better. So I think there's a role to play there, and there are a lot of things we can do to drive down costs, like economies of scale, competition, and bringing in those innovations and partnering them with larger companies in a mentor-protege sort of environment.
Thank you. Roger, your take on the efficiency of products.
I think any one company or one country that thinks that they won't have capacity constraints are kidding themselves, really. And I think, you know, I go back to workforce. I mean, that's an area where we all have a responsibility to overcome the real workforce capacity constraints that exist. And we can work together to create programs to, you know, both broaden the net of net new workers and to ensure that the workers have the kinds of skills and technological capabilities that are going to be necessary for the future. And then I go back to my point that I made earlier. I mean, technology is really our friend here, right? We need to try to really challenge ourselves into what degree of a platform has to have proprietary capability to a specific company, right? Technology allows us to have a lot more open architectures and open standards, and we need to really embrace those to create platforms and capabilities where, you know, we can really take collective, you know, whole of government and, you know, cross-country collaboration on these kinds of capabilities moving forward. You know, and then again, you know, digital production methods allow us to really help in this. You know, having digital threads, right, versus the old analog ways of doing things will allow us to be able to share what we learn in terms of research and development, you know, for future capability and harnessing that innovation, you know, that I talked about. So there's a lot of different ways now that we can increase capacity, you know, through our partnerships, you know, cross countries, cross borders, and cross companies. Look, the market's large enough to where we need everybody working together. And, you know, again, sure, we compete against each other, but we need to go for the common good with this, take advantage of what technology offers, you know, for us, you know, to really increase capacity to the degree we're going to need to.
Walter, last voice.
Yes, maybe so remarks on the cost and on the R&D part. So, you know, at Airbus, safety and quality are non-negotiable. So all our products, that's the number one. Of course, competition is always great because it keeps us honest and it keeps us on our toes. But I think that if you look at the helicopters we sell, the C295 to Poland, the MRTTs, the A400Ms, we are being competitive because otherwise people would not buy these aircraft. So I think it's you have to find the right balance, but safety, quality is of paramount importance. Regarding the R&D, that's of course also very important because that fuels the improvements today, but also the innovations of the future. At Airbus, we spend about 3 billion a year on developing new technologies, improving our current assets. And this is not only done by our home nations. We have, I think, 130,000 people in the bigger Europe. Poland is a big part of it. We've got 800 people here that are contributing. And we really want to leverage the larger ecosystem to work together. And, you know, our objective is to become even more European. So please reach out. We really open the door. We want to have more people on board. And of course, make sure that we all build the right and the good, strong products for the future.
Walter, thank you very much. Actually, it was Napoleon who said that to win the war, you need to have three things: money, money, and money. Yeah? But we, from our discussion, we see that situation is a little bit more complicated in Europe, and also we need to have some trust between us to increase efficiency of our defense spending. Nevertheless, we are exactly on time, so thank you very much for your discipline. Dear audience, please join me in the thanks to our great panelists here. I think we had really good discussion. Thank you very much, guys.
Well, thank you, Tomasz, and thank you to our distinguished panelists once again for another excellent discussion. You have made a strong case that if EU nations work together, we can reduce overall costs, meet critical gaps in industry needs, and better support our collective defense. As you've pointed out, we know this is achievable as we have adapted to exceptional circumstances in the past, including but not exclusively during the COVID-19 pandemic. But more can and should be done. So thank you once again for that reminder and for your contributions today. And now let us turn to the next set of today's industry partner presentations. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Daniel Słowik, Strategic Program Director, Pratt & Whitney Polska at RTX. Daniel, please join me on stage.
Szanowni Państwo,
ladies and gentlemen, dear guests.
Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Słowik, and I have the distinct honor of serving as the aftermarket director and a member of the board of our Pratt & Whitney facility here in Poland, in Rzeszów. Alongside our sister companies, Raytheon and Collins Aerospace, Pratt & Whitney is part of RTX, which has a broad presence in Poland with 9,000 employees across 10 sites. And I am proud to say of those 9,000 employees, 2/3 represent Pratt & Whitney. As the world's largest defense and aerospace company with around 24,000 employees in Europe, RTX is committed to promoting Poland and Europe's defense and security, and is proud to be providing key military capabilities to many of the governments present here today. RTX has long welcomed the Warsaw Security Forum as a venue for the regional leaders to discuss potential solutions to the challenges in security of the region. At RTX, we contribute everything but the platform when it comes to aircraft. From Pratt's engines to Collins avionics to Raytheon's munitions, our individual teams work collectively to deliver on customer commitments. Every second of every day, an aircraft carrying RTX technology takes flight. And I must admit, this is quite amazing. Within the aerospace industry in Poland, Pratt & Whitney represents almost 20% of aerospace sales. and is proud to employ almost 20% of aerospace workforce. A founding member of the Poland's Aviation Valley, we are a leading aerospace exporter in Poland. Our company in Rzeszów was established 87 years ago and started to collaborate with Pratt & Whitney 48 years ago, which led to the facility becoming a member of the Pratt & Whitney family. And when Poland acquired the current fleet of F-16s in 2003, the F-100 engine was built in Poland, in Rzeszów, in our facility, by our Polish employees in the years following. And if you look at the slide behind me, this is the top left facility. Today, nearly 20 years later, the Rzeszów facility continues to produce F-100 static structures and critical rotating parts to support the new F-100 engines and the worldwide sustainment. And we support much more than just the F-100 engines. As you can see in the slide, our facility in Rzeszów is one of the 4 facilities that Pratt & Whitney has in Poland. And across the sites, we manufacture parts, components, assemblies, and full engines for all the sectors of the aviation industry, including critical, highly complex components for the F-135, the world's most advanced fighter engine ever produced. And this is especially exciting as Poland is set to receive the first F-35As in the coming years. And aside from physical components, Pratt & Whitney Rzeszów is also home to a research and development center with a modern engine test facility. I share all of this with you today because Pratt & Whitney in Poland has a strong history and an even more impactful future. Poland is ideally situated to be the leading partner for the Ukrainian Air Force and to other countries in Europe that have the F-100 fleet. And similar to how the engine is heart of the aircraft, I would say that Pratt & Whitney Rzeszów is the heart of the Polish aerospace sector, which is increasingly becoming a leader within Europe. And we, as the employees of Pratt & Whitney here in Poland, are committed to helping grow our Polish aerospace and defense sector into a global leader. Should Poland choose the F-15EX to enhance its defense capabilities as part of its ongoing air superiority effort, then we believe the Pratt & Whitney F-100 engine is the best fit. F-100 engines powering Polish F-15EX would be 100% interchangeable with the F-100 engines currently powering the Polish fleet of F-16s. The Polish Air Force's existing familiarity with the F-100 engine, coupled with Poland Industries' long-standing F-100 MRO capability, would provide the most cost-effective and lowest risk path to sustaining the F-100 engine for the F-15EXs and maximizing fleet readiness. If the F-100 engine is selected, Pratt & Whitney has identified opportunities to enhance the engine's readiness posture for the Polish Air Force by growing localized F-100 maintenance, repair and overhaul capabilities here in Poland, while exploring potential opportunities for additional F-100 parts manufacturing and full engine production in country. These opportunities not only pertain to our footprint of Pratt & Whitney, but also opportunities for the PGZ companies. For instance, we have a long-standing relationship with the Military Aircraft Works No. 2, the WZL-2, who currently does the MRO work for the F-100 engines. This sovereign, in-country F-100 MRO capability will improve its supportability, reduce logistics, repair time, and resources, while improving aircraft engine availability for both the F-15EX and the F-16 fleets. And it will be us, the Polish citizens, building and sustaining our Polish engines for the F-15 and F-16 aircraft. And we aren't just looking at present day's jobs, but we are also looking to foster career growth of many young and women here in Poland. And we have a very strong relationship with multiple universities across the country. On October 3rd, in just 2 days, members of Pratt & Whitney in Rzeszów will attend the Polish Air Force Academy inauguration of its academic year. We also work very closely with the Rzeszów Technical University. We have an established internship pipeline where we help providing the students real-world examples of the products and engines that Pratt & Whitney manufactures. Additionally, we have established multiple research and development programs with those universities. And to summarize, no matter how you look at it, what I hope you take away today is that Pratt & Whitney proudly holds the position of being the largest aerospace company in Poland. We strongly believe that selecting the F-100 engine for the F-15EX will provide significant performance, cost and availability advantages to our Polish air forces. And additionally, it will provide benefits to Rzeszów, our region of Podkarpacia, and Poland as such. I believe in our people, I believe in our product, and I believe in our mission, just as RTX believes in us here in Poland. We power freedom. Thank you so much for your attention. Dziękuję Państwu bardzo za uwagę.
Thank you, Daniel, for your remarks and presentation on behalf of RTX. And now it is my distinct pleasure to welcome to the stage General Arigian, Vice President of Strategic Campaigns at Lockheed Martin. General, the stage is all yours. Please join me.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here this afternoon. On behalf of Lockheed Martin, I'd like to take this opportunity first to thank the organizers for once again putting together a fantastic forum in which we're able to exchange ideas and talk about this security environment that is changing every day for us and clearly is important to not only Poland, but NATO, Europe, and broadly to the globe. And so this afternoon, what I would like to talk about is Lockheed's perspective with respect to our vision in support of the warfighters, those that are out there executing the mission today and in the future, and what that means not only for Poland, but also for NATO and across Europe. Let me begin by talking a bit about delivering air power, not only from an air perspective, but also to the joint force, and what that means for Poland and nations across Europe in particular. Let me first take this opportunity to congratulate Poland on receiving your first airplane just a couple weeks ago back in Fort Worth. And as Lockheed, we look forward to working with you as strategic partners, not only from providing a defense capability that will be critical to your nation, but also from an industrial development perspective. Has highlighted that will be our key to success together today and into the future. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Netherlands, who just last week declared their fully operational capability with their F-35s. A huge milestone for them, as they have been key players in developing the capability with us at Lockheed and across NATO. So congratulations to them as well. As indicated on the slide, 19 nations are now a part of our F-35 team, and that continues to grow. Importantly, over 1,000 jets, have been delivered across the globe as of just yesterday, and that continues to grow each and every day. Approaching almost 1 million flight hours, demonstrating the fact that the airplane is out there delivering today, delivering deterrence, delivering capabilities that facilitates our warfighters to be able to respond in an agile fashion, deterring adversaries and, if required, being prepared to win when asked for by their nations. As indicated here, we've got multiple services, multiple nations that have also declared their initial operational capability, all over the course of the last several years coming together as a team. And importantly, across Europe, what you're finding is that the F-35 has become the foundation of European air power. You can see the number of nations that are now participants in the program and the numbers that will be approached in the very near future. As you all acknowledge, numbers mean something. Numbers means capacity. And that's an important part of what NATO does to deter adversaries. But more importantly, what I would offer to you is when we talk about an aircraft that's built-in interoperable, also interchangeable, when we have nations that are leveraging the same tactics, techniques, and procedures, and then sharing information across their separate teams in a manner that facilitates serviceability in different nations, the ability to be agile across not only Europe, but also into the Indo-Pacific, back into North America, provides a huge capability from a global perspective, and one that needs to be taken account of by any and all of our adversaries. So let's get into a few more specifics as we focus in on the F-35. I'd like to talk about 3 separate attributes that are brought to bear with this particular platform, and it starts with access. As you look in the upper left-hand corner, well, it might be a bit difficult to read. First off, it talks about the signature of the airplane. When we talk about the signature and survivability, it's baked into the airplane. It's inherent to what the airplane brings to the fight, not added on, but part of how the airplane is built. You combine that with electronic attack, and now you're able to get into places that other airplanes are unable, where then you can build the appropriate picture and situational awareness based as indicated on the right-hand part of the slide via the awareness attribute that is highlighted there. When we talk about the sensor suite that combines sensors across a myriad of the spectrum, importantly, what I would highlight to you is the fusion capability that the airplane provides by itself to the aviator that's piloting the aircraft. So when we think about fusion, and you think about sensors taking in data from a myriad of different locations in the environment, it takes all that data and then presents it in a single plate of glass to the aviator. For those of us that flew 3rd or 4th generation airplane, that function was largely performed by the aviator. So now the aircraft takes that work, displays it in a way that allows the pilot to focus on battle managing the fight, making decisions in a more efficient and effective way, and ultimately supporting not only the inter-flight and air domain, but more broadly the joint domain and those that would be operating in the land, sea, or cyberspace. And you take all that and then leverage the communication capabilities of the airplane, where you're now able to not only absorb data and take it in from space or other assets that are contributing to the common operational picture, but also at the same time being able to share it, as I highlighted, to those other domains. Ultimately, all contributing to the lethality and survivability of the aircraft. And what I'd offer to each and every one of you, if you're talking about what your daughter, your son, what they're going to go fly into combat, you want them in an F-35 for all these reasons. And as you think about it in a broader perspective, let's talk about what it does for the joint fight, for the joint force. As everybody understands today, in any deterrence environment, or if we have to go to the fight, Operating in an all-domain fashion is going to be key to our success. And when I say ours, that's Poland, that's NATO, it's global security. And to do that, you've got to be able to communicate and take that data in from space capabilities. It could be from, in Lockheed's portfolio, it could be Aegis. It could be taking that data, leveraging the sensing capability of the airplane, sharing it down to a HIMARS who then targets with the capability they have at range. Or it could be getting it offloaded to an Aegis and leveraging that from the maritime perspective if required. As we all understand, in today's very dynamic threat environment, having a central node that facilitates the movement of data at speed will facilitate decision-making, it facilitates commanders' options, and ultimately, as I highlighted, makes the joint force better. And if we're going to be better as a team, that's going to provide a deterrent value to political leaders, to those that would challenge us, and ultimately, if we need to, be prepared in a manner that has allowed us to train together, to be interoperable, and do that in ways that previously was quite challenging, ways that relied on our soldiers, our airmen, our sailors to work together with systems that often did not talk to each other the way they needed to. F-35 now plays a key role in ensuring that we can do that. Ultimately, for Poland, delivering capabilities that will provide a deterrent value, but at the same time ensure collectively, if we have to take on a mission that our leaders ask us to, we will be able to do that with the F-35. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the opportunity to talk about what I find to be an incredibly important, critical node in any current environment or our future fight that we may be a part of. Lockheed is prepared to work closely with Poland, with NATO, and across the globe to ensure we have the security that we owe our sons and daughters. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you once again, General Arigian and Lockheed Martin, as well as the other industry partners here at WSF, for your presentation and contributions. It is now my pleasure to introduce our next panel discussion, The Bigger the Better, How to Strengthen Armies of Europe. In an era of evolving threats, this session will address the measures needed to bolster the strength and readiness of Europe's armed forces. This important dialogue will be moderated by Justyna Gutkowska, Deputy Director of the Center for Eastern Studies in Poland. So please, without further ado, let's welcome Justyna to the stage.
Hello, everyone. I would like you to welcome to the panel, The Bigger the Better, How to Strengthen Armies of Europe. My name is Justyna Gotkowska. I'm the Deputy Director, Center for Eastern Studies, OSW, here in Warsaw. And we have terrific panelists with us today. Major General Karol Dymanowski, Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Polish Armed Forces. Dr. Klaudia Major, Head of the Research Division on International Security, German Institute for International and Security Affairs, SWP, from Germany. We have also with us General retired Sir Mark Carleton-Smith, former Chief of the General Staff, 2018-2022, from the United Kingdom, and General Curtis Scaparotti, former Supreme Allied Commander Europe, from 2016 to 2019, of course, from the United States. In the panel, we will focus on the priorities in the reform and the modernization of the European armed forces, a process that should lead to more capable militaries able to effectively deter and defend, and additionally take more responsibility from our US allies in the process of strengthening European input into NATO. We have some 25 minutes for discussion in the panel, after which I will open the floor to short questions, if time allows, from the audience. My first question goes to General Dymanowski. What modernization efforts are most urgently needed for Europe's armed forces? Where should the focus be? Upgrading existing platforms, new weapon system, improving military infrastructure and logistic networks. Could you elaborate on that shortly?
First and foremost, good afternoon, and thank you very much for having me. It is a great pleasure to be here among so many experts and leaders to discuss our security and defense. Now, getting to your question, let me start with the big picture, because I don't want to jump right into the capabilities and modernization effort without drawing a bigger picture to understand where we should head for. So, first and foremost, the paradigm, the driver and imperative for a change for all the modernization efforts should be to prepare us for the large-scale military conflict. So, to put it simply and briefly, to prepare us for war. So this is not only about crisis response operations somewhere else, but that should be a full-scale, long, symmetric war with peer adversary. So that should be our priority. Based on that, this is not the preparation and the modernization efforts should not be only focused on military elements, so not only armed forces. It is all about building the resilience and security of the whole nation. So it is whole of government effort, it is a whole of society approach. And that is why now in this context I could scope down and tell a few things about military aspect of this building up. So the ultimate objective, in my opinion, should be to prepare us for the multi-domain and multi-spectral activity. So at the end of the day, we should achieve a three-dimensional matrix across domains, across electromagnetic spectrum, and through the whole kill chain, so from sensor to shooter. It will allow us a full flexibility and situational awareness and ability to gain and maintain advantage in geography, domain, and readiness. And with that in mind, we should build up our forces, especially here on the eastern flank of NATO. If I were to name a few priorities, modernization efforts, I will go for, not surprisingly, firstly for air defense. And the most recent experience we have here in Poland only magnified this need to build up our air defense capabilities. And it should be layered and integrated, of course. Secondly, I think that very important would be the deep strike capabilities from different platforms, from airborne, maritime, and land platforms. And these deep strike capabilities should also involve cyber capabilities, extremely important as a kind of force multiplier or force enabler. As always, intelligence is indispensable factor to gain the success in the military field. So that's why there's no question about we should support these deep strike capabilities with appropriate, adequate multi-spectrum ISR capabilities. And what is extremely important, but we had a tendency to forget about this capability, but it should be put on the front burner once again, based on the observations we have in Ukraine, is the electronic warfare. Extremely important capability at which our opponents, potential opponents, are very good, and I think we should rebuild this capability here in Poland and also in Europe, in NATO. The next things, and it goes without saying that unmanned and automated systems are the future of the battlefield. And there were plenty of them in all domains, from very strategic platforms to very tactical dual use or even commercial platforms, as we can observe today in the conflict in Ukraine. Of course, we cannot remember, as I began discussing, the resilience, so we cannot forget about logistics. And not only in military domain, but across all the sectors of our nation. Extremely important element, and that should also include our defense industry capacity and building stocks and magazines for ammunition and for the military equipment. The process that has been already started here in Poland and also in NATO. Let me have a look what else I have here. So, and of course we cannot forget about the new domains, so like space and cyber, still new domains, and we shouldn't forget about information environment. I do believe that cognitive warfare is an extremely important element of warfare, and it is a real force multiplier and sometimes may mitigate some asymmetries in equipment. So more building up the morale of our society and our forces might be a decisive factor at some stages of conflict. So that is very, very important. And as a soldier, as a planist as well, at the end of the day, all those capabilities should be aligned to our operational plans, national and allied, and of course included in our long-term development plans, just to make sure that we're heading the right direction at the right tempo. What is else? As I said, the ultimate goal should be to gain and maintain advantage in domain, geography, and readiness. And have this three-dimensional matrix, as I described at the very beginning, across domains, across electromagnetic spectrum, and across kill chain, so from sensor to shooter. Very important observation should be also, because we are very often asked about quality versus quantity. I always say that this is a false dilemma. You need both, especially here on the eastern flank and facing Russia as the most likely threat. Just put it simply, we cannot be outsmarted by our enemy, but we also cannot be outnumbered. So that would be my ultimate message. And now, getting to the second part of your question about upgrading or buying new equipment and building up logistic capabilities. So first and foremost, of course, we would like to have the best, the most funky toys we could afford as a soldier. So I would always have a request for the new equipment to have the technological advantage over potential enemy. But I know that the buying new equipment is a function of at least three factors. The first one will be the budget. The second will be the lead time, the time of delivery of the equipment, and of course, military requirements. So sometimes the budget will take precedence, sometimes the urgent needs of the military will take precedence, and sometimes the lead time. But I think that I can't complain here in Poland with the amount of budget spent for defense spending. But still, we cannot put aside all the equipment which we have already in our inventory, because that is also very important lessons learned from Ukraine, that sometimes it is not about technological advancement of the equipment, but the way you use it. So it is all about the doctrine, tactics, techniques, and procedures, and also connecting this equipment in a network and using it smartly in the right time and in the right area. So it's all about economy of effort and stimulating already the equipment we already have in our inventory, but like AI-based solutions or quantum computing or whatever. So, and about just very briefly about infrastructure, extremely important, especially again here in Poland, because we are troops sending nation, we are receiving nation, host nation, and we are transit nation to the Baltic states. So I think the infrastructure will be a very important aspect here in Poland, just to make sure that we are able to conduct our operations, national or allied, at the speed of relevance. And I will stop here because I know that I have already consumed too much of time.
Thank you for briefly pointing out the priorities from the perspective of Poland. You mentioned budget as one of the decisive factors on the modernization and reform effort. And I will turn to Claudia Major with the question whether we have sufficient defense budgets in Europe. We have risen our defense spending above 3% in our region on the northeastern front, but still Western Europe is lagging behind. How to motivate countries, European countries, to spend more? How can the nations strike the right balance between modernization, the growth of the armed forces, and fiscal responsibility, which is, and this question applies certainly very much to Germany, so I'm looking forward to your answer.
Thank you, Justina, and thanks for having me here. It's always great to be in Warsaw. I mean, the General gave just the perfect shopping list of all what we need to do. And if you ask me whether there's enough money, I mean, the easy answer is always, of course not. So we could actually stop here. It will never be enough. But that would be a bit quick as an answer. So I try to elaborate a bit more. Spending targets, like we have them in NATO, 2% as the baseline, not the ceiling, as the baseline, measures input. It measures how much money we put into the system. It doesn't measure output. It doesn't measure readiness. It doesn't measure how many tanks or airplanes or other things we get out. So I think it would be helpful actually to turn the question around and ask, like, how much, or what do we need the money for, or what do we need to strengthen our armies for? And our armed forces for. And if I look at the NATO strategic concept, there is a clear description of what it is about. And this is what the General just said. Russia is the biggest threat to peace and stability and security in Europe. So it's all about strengthening our armed forces to deter Russia, and if deterrence fails, to defend against Russia. If you look at what analysts or governments say about Russia, depending on who you want to listen to, it takes Russia between 3 and 8 years to be combat ready once the fighting stops. If you look at the Russian production in the moment, Russia is producing for its stockpiles. So Russia is preparing for a longer and a bigger war, as the General said. But if those numbers are correct, depends on whom you want to believe. Is it 3 years, 5 years, 8 years? Whatever number it is, it means we have a deadline in Europe to be ready. We have a deadline for European deterrence and defense. And that's a big difference to what we had before. So we have a deadline to be ready, to have deterred Russia, because deterrence needs to happen before. Deterrence is signaling the other one, don't, the costs will be bigger than the wins or the benefits you think you will have. So deterrence needs to happen right now. We can still build for defense in a later stage. So the question is, do we have enough money to do our homework? If I look at the NATO plans, we have the family of plans. We have all the things ready. We have the new force model. So NATO has adapted and NATO gave us homework. But all those plans don't help us if we can't resource them. The perfect plan without soldiers and a tank is pretty useless. So the real question is, do we spend enough money to do our homework? Do we have enough money to fill those plans and to actually do what we promised NATO to do so? And if we take the homework and the spending target in NATO, 2%, as a baseline, it's not enough. If you would just try to calculate what it needs to do the homework all allies promised to NATO, we talk about 3% or more. So for me, the real question is, do we have enough to to do our homework? Particularly long-term perspective, you mentioned deep strike capabilities. This is something where Germany and Poland and other European countries signed an agreement at the margins of the NATO summit. But if you're very honest, you know this is not going to happen tomorrow. This is going to take time, and this is going to cost a lot of money. So the short answer is, no, it's not enough, but the long answer is it's more complicated. And I add to the long answer, there is no European answer in itself, but there are many Europeans. If you look at the defense budget in your region, Central, Eastern, Northern Europe, budget increased a lot because countries feel concerned, because countries understand the deadline for defense, and they understand it's about survival. The further you move away from that region, the further the threat perception changed. And if you don't feel threatened, if you don't feel concerned, you are less willing to invest in defense. So to a certain extent, you don't need a wake-up call in Poland or on the Baltics, but the further you move away, the more the answer is, do we spend enough? No. So I think we have the shopping list, we have the to-do list in NATO. It's about raising awareness for the threat perception being real and raising awareness for Europe having a deadline for its defense. It's not as if we have a lot of time to just do our homework. We have a clear deadline, and this makes it so crucial.
Thank you for underlining that. I think this is a huge task for all of us, the security community gathered here in Warsaw from various countries from Europe, to do exactly that, to show to our populations that a certain era of peace in Europe is over, and we need to prepare for worst-case scenarios and be prepared to properly invest in deterrence and, if needed, in defense. I would go to General Carlton Smith with a question on key gaps in the European capabilities in various European armed forces, and with a question on quantity. How to cope with the need of increasing the number of the armed forces, General Dymanowski briefly mentioned, with an aging population. How Great Britain approaches this dilemma? How does that look like from your perspective?
Well, good afternoon, and it's terrific to be back in Warsaw, a city almost like no other that reminds us that history has no full stops. And it seems that in our particular crease in this history, some old assumptions are giving way to hard new realities. I think we can all agree that events here in Central and Eastern Europe confronting the consequences of the largest conventional conflict fought in over 8 decades. We're close to witnessing a failure in deterrence, and if deterrence has been close to failing here in Europe, it certainly can't afford to fail further east across the Asia-Pacific later. So the precedent that we Europeans set now, I think, will have global and international reverberations. The face of battle is clearly changing very rapidly, not just its character, but also the economics of the battlefield. That's most obviously the product of the permanent and escalating technological revolution, which amongst other things is rendering many of our legacy, essentially 20th century industrial age capabilities, rendering them obsolete very much more rapidly. I might go further and say that the pace of change is outstripping some of our institutional ability to reapportion strategic resource to a very different-looking battlefield, challenging us to upskill our workforces for the demands of the information age, and indeed, in some respects, as armed forces, to go further in terms of contemporizing our cultures. But I would be surprised if there wasn't a consensus around key capability gaps. We've already heard about the essential requirements for additional ballistic missile defense and wider integrated air defense systems to adequately cope with the increasing range, precision, lethality, and velocity of air systems. Certainly, the Russia-Ukrainian war is really the first fully networked, almost run artificial intelligence-enabled war. We can all recognize that logistic enablement and sustainment is something that we have been complacent about. The relative mass, the duration, the intensity, and the inevitable attrition of high-intensity conflict leads us with a new set of assumptions that we need to adequately cater for, with much greater challenges, I think, for our civilian, military, technological, and industrial base, something that the Ukrainians have been remarkably agile about. And thirdly, I think the digital architecture is something that we need to continue to invest in. Networked, information-centric warfare really is the currency of the future battlefield, and we need to be much more than the sum of our parts. With respect to your subsequent question on mass and scale, this really is probably a question about national resilience. Certainly in the light of the pandemic and the conclusions that we're drawing from the Ukrainian episode, is that national resilience is as much to do with the availability of clean and sustainable energy, the integrity of our 5G digital networks, assured access to pharmaceuticals, being strategically sensible about the necessity for stockpiling and mass, and I think reshoring some of our more sensitive supply chains. And taken as an aggregate, that's as important as missiles, drones, and tanks. And that combination of hard and soft security and defense measures actually is the sum of your national resilience. And we should never be complacent around the cohesion and the integrity of our alliance. We enjoy an exceptional network of proven partners. Deterrence, security, and stability is the litmus test for the success of the alliance. And for that, our nations need armed forces that are credible, that are relevant for the future, and are ready.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning once again in this panel national resilience. General Dynamovsky talked about whole society approach. So this is a repeating theme that is stressed also by the militaries, that it's not only the military force, but it's the civilian defense preparedness that matters. I would turn to General Scaparotti with a question on quantity versus quality that was mentioned in this panel. So should NATO countries focus more on increasing the size of the armed forces, or prioritize investment in advanced technologies like AI, drones, cyber capabilities, to create a more effective fighting force, apart from investing in traditional, conventional capabilities?
Yeah, well, thank you, and it's great to be here and back in Warsaw again and see old friends and talk about what are very important issues today, both in Europe and globally. You know, the answer to that straight up is it depends, right? Because really, when you go around Europe, countries are in different places with respect to their forces. So throughout my career in our army, or our military, there's always the tension between the capacity, the manpower, the readiness, and the modernization. That's always existed. And not every country in Europe will choose to do capacity building like Poland is, along with modernization. Some don't need to. But I would go back to what General Carlton Smith just said. In fact, it was a great lead-in. If I were to lean, it would lean toward modernization. I see two things that they need to do, and they're both ours. One's readiness that you mentioned, and the second one's relevance. We have to be ready to fight when the fight comes to us, and we don't know when that's really going to be. It generally surprises us in many ways throughout history. And the second is relevance, which means a force that's ready for today and what's coming in the future, modernization. And also, as you noted, it's clear the character of war is changing. So to have that relevant force, our militaries need to modernize, train, and prepare for the security environment that we're going to find. That's clear in Ukraine as well. You've seen the effects of their innovation. They've done this brilliantly, a force that's clearly outnumbered, but been able to defend their country and carry on this war through innovation, adaptability, the use of new technology in creative ways. That's very important. And then finally, I would say to you that as you look at artificial intelligence with other emerging technologies, the development that we're all in right now to have a communications command and control platform that's coupled with data transfer, that's required in the way that we fight to connect all of our domains, our assets and platforms simultaneously. Because in the future, as we bring that more and more together, which all of our forces are working on, that will be the dominant edge in the battlefield. We'll be able to defeat our adversaries. That's where we need to go, I think, overall.
Thank you. I think Poland is thinking about exactly this issue you mentioned. Since we do have some 10 minutes, I would open the floor for questions from the audience, and I would be happy to find a person who would be willing to ask the first question to our terrific panelist. And I see a first hand here. Please introduce yourself briefly and please do ask a short question.
Thank you. My name is Ivana Klimpush-Tsentsadze. I'm a Ukrainian member of the parliament. My question is, you've been speaking here about a clear deadline that the European deterrence has vis-à-vis Russian Federation. Very quick question. What in your minds is going to happen to Ukraine in the meantime? Thank you.
Another question that applies more to the topic of the panel. Yes, I see a hand over there.
Thank you. I'm Katerina Rybika. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at H+H Labs. My question is, well, first a reflection. I really was listening to you, great panel, but I kind of got an impression that the war in Europe is a done deal. And therefore, I really would like to hear from the panelists about the 5-step action plan. What can we do to defeat Russia? Would having bigger armors and better equipment really help Ukraine and Europe deter Russia and actually, resolve this issue once and for all? Thank you.
Thank you. And I see one question, one hand here from John Denny. I can hand over the micro to you.
My question is for General Carlton Smith. Sir, Justina tried to draw you out on this, but I think your answer maybe quite didn't address the question exactly, and that is capacity within the British military. We know that the British Army, for example, is the smallest state it's been in a very long time. The incoming government's pledged to increase defense spending, but it's a question of whether the resources will be available. What's your sense of the direction and the proper trajectory of the UK, the British military, especially in this discussion over capacity versus capability? And are those trade-offs in the UK?
Let's start with the order we have started our panel. So General Dymanovsky, if you could tackle any aspect of the questions that were answered that shortly, that would be great.
Thank you very much for the questions, tough, frankly speaking, questions. For me, of course, it will be very difficult to say what will happen with Ukraine. Our job will be to support Ukraine as long as we have in order to achieve the final victory against Russia, because we cannot afford having not secured and safe Ukraine next to the Polish border. This is just from the Polish perspective. So we cannot afford to have Russia winning this war. That would be my answer, very quick and maybe not satisfactory, but that's all I have to say at this point of time. And it was a very interesting question, how we can stop Russia, the kind of 5 steps to deter Russia. I think that the first one will be to upkeep our cohesion and unity as the European Union, as an alliance, then the persistence in our activities, then building up resilience across whole of government, not only military, and I finally use all instruments of power we have at hand to stop Russia. So, I mean, diplomatic information, military and economic. And if we use all those things together, maybe we should be able to stop Russia. And we also should spend a lot of money to building up this issue, because the cost of deterrence is always much lower than the cost of defense. That would be my answer to the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia.
I don't know how this war is going to end. I know what I wish for, a sovereign, free Ukraine. But if you look at how the war is going in the moment, I would, in a very simplistic way, I'm aware of that, say it depends on 4 factors. The first is equipment, from the spare part up to the tank and the airplane. The second is personnel, not only how much, but how it is trained. The third is financial support for Ukraine to keep the country going, pay the salary, rebuild energy infrastructure. And the fourth is political. It's support for Ukraine on its way to the EU, to NATO membership and international fora like the UN. And for all the 4 factors, equipment, personnel, financial means, and political, it depends to a large extent what the Western countries are doing. Ukraine is doing extremely, amazingly great. But for many things, it's actually our homework. So the question is, to what extent Western countries are actually willing to stand up and make it the priority, and to understand that this is not charity to Ukraine, but it's about us and defending our way of doing things and our freedom in Europe. All what Western countries have been doing over the last years was an attempt, to put it in technical terms, to change the Russian cost-benefit analysis, to make it for Russia more attractive to stop the war than to carry it on, because the cost would be too high. This is what the sanctions intended in the economic sphere. This is what the political initiatives on the international sphere with regard to countries like Brazil or India try to do. I don't like the word global south, but you know what I mean. So the diplomatic initiatives try to do, and what the military support for Ukraine was trying to do. So political, military, and economic tools to change the Russian cost-benefit analysis or the Russian calculus. It wasn't enough. And that's the totally horrible news. It hasn't been enough so far, because probably for many countries, it wasn't the big priority. What we as Western countries have to understand, and that fits with the first question you were asking all 4 of us, is as long as Russia doesn't change its intention, and as long as Russia keeps its goals it has in the moment to destroy an independent Ukraine, and as long as Russia has the military means to do so, to implement those goals, and Russia is changing its industries, it's changing societies, increasing mobilization, Russia is doing everything to do a long war. So as long as this is the case, Russia has the goals and it has the means to do so. It's not only a risk to Ukraine, it's a risk to us. And this is what's, I mean, we don't need to explain that in Poland, I know. But in many other European countries, the further you move away from this region, we need to make that case even clearer. So I guess that's homework.
Thank you. General Carlton-Smith, I think there was a very specific question to you.
Yes, I'll just quickly say a word on Ukraine. I mean, the war was not a surprise. It fitted a pattern of behavior. And the surprise, perhaps, is that in the third year of the large-scale war, not forgetting that this war is actually now in its sort of 12th year or so for the Ukrainians, the surprise is that it still seems to be a discretionary exercise for so many governments across Europe, because Putin has unfinished business in Georgia, in Moldova, and who knows, some stage even the Baltic states. So unless it stops here and it stops now, we're going to be confronting a very, very damaged, recalcitrant, reckless, revisionist and revanchist Russia for a long time. And that plays into the choices that a new British Labour administration have as they review defence and security in the balance of this calendar year. And of course, it's a political choice, the degree to which they elect to invest in defence and security, and within that, the relative premium that they put on mass redundancy and manpower. Previous governments made a big bet on tech, that in the balance of the 20s, tech could, in some respects, supplant manpower. I think we now realize that probably too much risk was taken in that regard. Chiefs of staff will argue for more manpower, but at the end of the day, our jobs is to create as capable a force as we are able with the resources that elected governments give one.
General Scaparotti, the last word
well,
is
thank you.
yours.
I think it was quite a sufficient answer to this point, but I would just say this. I'll take a little different tack, and that is to state, first of all, that we all have a responsibility to counter this narrative out there that it's inevitable Russia will win the Ukraine war. That's not true. I do believe the Ukrainians can do this, but they need our help to do this, and they need support with the weapon systems that they need. They need them quickly, and they need them without restriction. I'm personally disappointed that the United States has not released the ATACMS to full range to Ukraine. Those things need to happen, and if we continue to support them fully with the objective of victory, not as long as we can and as objective, but victory, I believe there's an opportunity to do that. The things that we need to do to be ready, and I think these things actually deter Russia going to war with us at some point, and they've been mentioned here. I think unity is the first one, certainly within the alliance, but transatlantic writ large. Then I use the word harmony, because within Europe, whether it's the military, governments, politically, diplomatically, information-wise, or the defense industrial base, as opposed to using the word autonomy, but harmony, because we have to work together. None of the nations in the transatlantic can do this on their own, to include the development that needs to take place to supply us in the defense industry. And then the next step, I think, is what I described later, and that was we've all, I think, rightfully determined that multi-domain operations is a concept we will follow, that the emerging technology reinforces that, and that we need the systems that pull that together. And that will give us the dominant edge on any battlefield, certainly with Russia, in my view. So that's the way I would look at this.
Thank you for these ending words. I think we covered in this panel a lot, even in a very short time. Priorities, capabilities, capability gaps, defense budget, the state of the war in Ukraine, and the perspectives of winning this war. So please join me in thanking our terrific panelists for their great remarks.
Thank you, Justina, and our esteemed panelists for another insightful discussion. You've raised some critical points on the need to meet our defense obligations, fulfill our commitments to NATO, and support Ukraine in defeating Russia for Ukraine's and for everyone's sake. This will take more support and greater investment, but the urgency has never been higher, and our commitment cannot waver. It is now time to turn to today's final industry partner presentation. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage Marco Lupo, President of Leonardo, Poland. Marco, please join me on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Marco Lupo. I'm the president of Leonardo Poland. And today we will talk about requirement of air superiority aircraft for the Polish Air Force. And in this my speech, supported by the presentation, I'll describe you why we are convinced that Eurofighter is the right solution for Poland. Let's start to say that so we are talking about air superiority and air superiority aircraft. And as you probably know, in the world there are not so many choices available on the market. In practice, only 2 choices, and one of that is Eurofighter. In this era, in which the concept of symmetrical conflict is once again taken into consideration, the air superiority aircraft is necessary in order to ensure a safe airspace and to allow strike aircraft like the F-35 to destroy the enemy systems. Therefore, we are convinced that the combination of Eurofighter and F-35 is a perfect combination for Poland, like for Italy, for UK, and for other European nations. So the first point is a real need of air superiority aircraft. And I'll try now to list which are the main advantages of Eurofighter. Mainly five elements, 5 points, on which I will elaborate more. The proximity of supply chain, the capability to start operations in very short time, in few years, very competitive costs, both operative costs and acquisition costs, guaranteed with the full financial package. Fantastic performance of the aircraft, on which also I will elaborate more, and that are well known in Poland because the Eurofighter has operated for a couple of years in Malbork. And on top of that, a proposal of an unbeatable offer of industrial participation for Polish defense industry. But let's go one by one. So the first point, the proximity of supply chain. This concept is very simple because we are here, Italy, UK, Germany, Spain, the Eurofighter nations, we are here, our facilities are here, and are also, by the way, also in Poland. This factor, so the security of supply, cannot be underestimated. This is one of the most important factors when talking about a strategic asset like an air superiority aircraft, and this can change the course of a war. Of course, everybody hopes that there will not be a war, but security of supply is of fundamental importance. We are in Europe. There are 500 Eurofighter aircraft here operating in Europe, and this creates a tremendous deterrence factor. The second point is the capability to start operations in few years. We can deliver in very short time, 2-3 years. We can accommodate the requirement of Polish Air Force. You know that the Eurofighter is in operation and is in delivery. So we have active delivery lines in the 4 nations. And so for us, it would be very simple to accommodate the request of delivery in short time. And additionally, also the entry into service can be very, very fast. Very fast thanks to training for pilots that can be done by the Italian Air Force as well as by the other Air Force. And by the way, I want to remember that in Poland, Polish Air Force operates the Bielik M346 aircraft that is totally qualified to train Eurofighter pilots, as well as to train also F-35 pilots. Also from this point of view, this is a perfect combination for Poland, M346, Eurofighter, and F-35. The third point is a very competitive cost in terms of acquisition and operative with a full financial package. Eurofighter is operating in many countries, so we have the visibility of the maintenance cost of similar fighters. Of course, I cannot give numbers, but for sure we know that Eurofighter is very, very competitive in comparison with other aircraft. And on top of that, a full financial package. The fourth point, I mentioned the fantastic performances of the aircraft. Elaborating a bit more, so first, the very high power to weight ratio. We are talking about a ratio that is in excess of 1.2 to 1 with 30% of thrust growth capability. This allows the aircraft to fly up to 15 kilometers, even above, of operation altitude. And so fighter pilots know how much is important to reach this operational altitude. The Eurofighter can carry all types of modern weapons, in particular the Meteor missile, that is the most advanced missile with a range of up to 200 kilometers, and this is the only air superiority aircraft that can carry the Meteor missile. Electronic systems and electronic suite that are constantly updated. The Eurofighter program is conceived in tranches. We are now delivering the tranche number 4. We are developing the tranche number 5 with the new AESA radar that is, by the way, developed in Leonardo laboratories in UK. Each tranche incorporates the latest technology in terms of electronic systems and software. The other point that I want to stress is the digital stealth. This is the route, digital stealth is the route that has been chosen by Eurofighter instead of the physical stealth. See, physical stealth is good, is important, but has also its own limitations, because we know that on certain wavebands it is not effective. So digital stealthiness of the aircraft includes a system that, to explain in few words, to simplify, is a combination of jamming systems that are capable to prevent the aircraft to be identified, targeted, and destroyed. And because we are talking about electronic system and software, it can be easily updated. So in every tranche of the aircraft, it is updated. On top of that, I want to mention our proposal for an offer of industrial participation for the Polish defense industry. First of all, we are not talking about offset. We are talking about industrial participation. Frankly speaking, I personally believe that talking about offset for Poland is quite offensive. Our assumption, our basic assumption is that Poland must be able to sustain and support autonomously its Eurofighter fleet, establishing a training, maintenance, repair overall, engineering, a test center in Poland, also thanks to the creation of a joint venture with the Polish defense industry. Clearly, this means that Eurofighter companies and nations must give access to the technology of Eurofighter to Poland, and how much this is worth. We have estimated that at least 40%, but I would say almost 50% of the contract value will remain in Poland, along the life of the program, and this will create hundreds and hundreds of high-qualified jobs. I may say more than 500, for sure, will be created in Poland every year. What I want to stress is that in calculating this value, 40 or 50%, we are not using any tricks, any artificial multipliers to increase the value. You know that sometimes this is a system that is used to increase artificially the value. No, we are using a multiplier one-to-one. This is the real value that we will create in Poland. Clearly, this capability, once that will be created in Poland, will allow the country to participate to future developments of Eurofighter. As I said, the Eurofighter program is conceived in tranches. There will be for sure a tranche 6, a tranche 7. So Poland will have the chance to participate to the future developments of Eurofighter. And finally, just to conclude, I would say to put the cherry on the cake, in our opinion, entering in Eurofighter Club of Nations and Eurofighter Club of Companies for Poland will allow Poland to have access to the 6th generation fighter program. Of course, this is a matter that is subject to decisions of governments, but let's say there is this opportunity for Poland. So, to conclude, if Poland wants to have a very effective air superiority fighter that can be delivered in very short time, and if Poland wants to have, let's say, want to be a player in the future fighter technology, in this domain, Eurofighter is the only possible choices, in our opinion. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Marco and Leonardo, for your intervention and partnership. We're nearing the end of this first day on the defense track, but please hold your attention for our next panel discussion of the title, Battlefield of the Future, How to Sharpen the Alliance's Technological Edge. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome on stage our next moderator, Berlin-based TV news anchor, Thierry Martin. Thierry, please join me on stage.
Good afternoon and welcome. I am Terry Martin, and it's a great pleasure to be back here at the Warsaw Security Forum. I think this is my 5th or 6th. I've kind of lost count, but I do love coming back here. It's always terribly enriching. Now, I'm not going to waste a lot of time filling you in on background. We're going to go straight into this because we only have about 20 minutes. I'm told we even have a couple minutes less now because we're running over time. Battlefield of the Future, How to Sharpen the Alliance's Edge. That's our topic. I think it's self-explanatory. I'm going to introduce our panelists, and we'll jump straight in. Down at the far end, we have Stephen Began. He's the Senior Vice President at the Boeing Company, focusing on foreign policy priorities, Boeing, of course, being one of the largest defense contractors in the world. From 2019 to 2021, he served as U.S. Deputy Secretary of State. Next to him, General Todd Walters is a retired U.S. Air Force 4-star general. He has commanded U.S. Air Forces in Europe and Africa, and from 2019 to 22, he served as NATO's Supreme Allied Commander here in Europe. And Rita Flaherty is Vice President of Strategy and Business Development for GE Aerospace Defense and Systems. Before that, she was with Lockheed Martin. She is a West Point graduate, I read in her biography, and served as an officer in the U.S. Army's 82nd Airborne Division. Impressive.
All Americans.
Great. Anyway, welcome to you all. We'll hop straight in. General Walters, we're going to start with you first. We're focusing on the battlefield of the future, of course, which will be shaped, of course, by new technologies. We all know that. They're already hitting the ground. Many people in this room are wondering what the battlefield of the future will look like and what kind of technologies will be used there. What do you see, General, on the horizon already in terms of new and emerging technologies that can provide NATO with the capabilities it needs to prevail on the battlefield of the future?
Terry, I think nations need to possess the capability to put any enemy's target at risk with pinpoint accuracy. And that actually falls under the umbrella of integrated air and missile defense. So you see the ask from Ukraine. They're typically tailored to this size and type. And to be able to do all that and to say to yourself, targets that exist in the enemy array are in air, land, sea, space, and cyber. So from a comprehensive defense standpoint, thinking about in air, land, sea, space, and cyber, whatever the enemy has, you need to find a way to put those targets at risk. And if you don't have the 21st century command and control paraphernalia to monitor that and assess your advantages, this concept of defense and offense starts to get more and more challenged. But I believe that is the path of the future. Speed is everything. We don't operate in days anymore. We actually operate in milliseconds. So at the very top of comprehensive defense, which takes into account offense, nations going this path, putting themselves in a position to acquire software and hardware and leaders that understand how important it is to be able to put enemies' targets at risk with pinpoint accuracy in all domains. And we're seeing a lot of that in our sophisticated nations in Europe, particularly here in Warsaw.
Can you give us an example, General, of what we're talking about in terms of new technologies? You've been in theaters of war in different parts of the world. You've commanded forces yourself. The Air Force is a high-tech enterprise to begin with. What do you see now that's shaping up that could be decisive on the battlefield?
It's instantaneous monitoring of the battle space in all domains. If a cyber activity is accomplished with a desired effect in a certain region in an adversary's soil, having the appropriate indications and warnings to be able to monitor that and assess that and put it into the algorithm of future success, that is present today. We certainly see that in Ukraine, and we certainly see that emerging in all of our nations in Eastern Europe.
When you say monitoring, are you talking about from space or in what sorts of technologies? Just very quickly.
Space, satellites, all the way down to surface, all the way to maritime, all the way to air component flyers, and all the way to the soldiers in the battle space. Each one of those nodes receiving all of that information simultaneously with a DNA of their service to be able to prosecute appropriately from that point beyond.
And presumably beneath the surface of the water, too. There's a lot going on down there.
Absolutely.
Rita Flaherty, you're coming from the defense industry. Talk to us about what you think should and will be the focus for military research and development moving forward. What are the technologies that the defense industry has identified as being key for the future?
I'll break up the answer in two ways. First, I'll start with taking care of what we have now. There is a need to continuously inject new technology and new capability into systems and platforms that exist today. So just by way of an example, the F-110 engine at GE Aerospace, it is the engine of choice by air forces around the world. And the reason why that is because of the continuous technology insertion that we actually draw from our commercial business. So things like new materials, ceramic matrix composites, materials that allow engines to operate at higher temperatures for longer durations and to have fewer performance issues. But that was a technology insertion in a current capability to provide enhanced performance. We're also seeing quite a lot of advancements in additive manufacturing. So the ability to either recreate parts that maybe have gone out of service through diminishing manufacturing sources, DMS, or if you're in a remote area and you need to 3D print a part to replace something. So having access to that kind of technology to keep your current force fighting. We don't all have the luxury of having all new all the time. And so those kinds of technology investments are incredibly important. They're maybe a little less flashy than some of the exciting new things. And we should also have some exciting new things. So I'll talk about the future.
Please do.
Okay, so for the future, I really think defense technologies need to be focused on things like adaptive cycle engines or hypersonic technologies, things that will allow us to prosecute at higher speeds, with much greater fuel efficiency, much greater thrust. I think there are a number of technology enhancements that are coming in the future, and I think we're seeing developments here in Europe, here in Poland, and we will continue to see that through the advent of things like collaborative combat aircraft, for example. Uncrewed vehicles will embrace these technologies, incorporate them from the ground up as they're being developed now, and we'll see them in the future forces.
Very good. Stephen Began, you have an interesting perspective on all of this because you work with a large defense contractor. You have also worked in public policy, and you've been in the White House, and you've served in different administrations. The war in Ukraine has reminded us all of the crucial importance of cooperation, of transatlantic cooperation, particularly within NATO. How can Europe and the US, and I don't mean just the EU, there are non-EU countries in Europe that are very important in NATO, how can Europe and the US cooperate better to maintain the technological edge, the technological advantage over geopolitical competitors, particularly China?
Thanks, Terry. So just listening to Rita, you hear some of the priorities that the defense industry has to look out for. Affordability and adaptability. It's a great idea for governments to encourage open platforms where innovation and technology can be added to an expensive platform like a surveillance platform, like an E-7 wedge-tail aircraft. It allows it to be upgraded in place and allows the owners, which are going to be ministries of defense and air forces around the world, to tailor the product to their own needs and demands. So affordability comes with that too, because as new technologies come along, you don't need to redesign the platform, you just adapt the platform. So open source would be a great idea. A second is interoperability. We'll sustain an alliance commitment by making sure these systems are interoperable across allies. And the third is survivability. As we look at a lot of lessons learned from Ukraine, and we're designing these incredible high-tech weapons platforms here in the West that we see as the future of warfare, we're reminded that electronic countermeasures and new simple technologies and affordable technologies can defeat these very sophisticated weapons. So they have to have survivability too. We have to do all that while we have a political agenda as well, which is to sustain the transatlantic commitment for the level of defense spending that's necessary for us to meet the current challenges we're facing, particularly with the war in Ukraine, but elsewhere in the world as well. In order for that to happen, we're going to need to see the benefits of this defense industrial recapitalization to be happening in other countries. And I'll tell you, Terry, quite honestly, I think the defense companies are the biggest fans, supporters of this. But the nature of defense spending is that it is taxpayer money in every country. It's government decisions. And with those government decisions come a political agenda, desire to benefit one's own economy in terms of development. So we have to find a way ourselves to be able to represent how that benefit is accruing to all the partners who are investing in these defense products.
Do you see the trajectory right now in terms of transatlantic cooperation that would lead to the kinds of to that kind of competitive advantage on the battlefield moving forward? Do you see that happening?
I do, and none of this happens without resources. And Europe is going through the most significant increase in defense spending since the end of the Cold War, and this is very encouraging. The European defense budgets will be the fastest-growing defense budget in the world. There are individual nations, Japan, for example, who might be making national commitments, but it pales in comparison to the scale of what European governments are putting against defense to meet their minimum 2% requirement as NATO members. And so the resources are there for sure. So that allows it to happen. There are challenges. We still have a strong sentiment in the U.S. Congress for Buy America provisions, which would actually drive a wedge between the allies in trying to co-develop and co-produce defense products. And we have some voices in Europe calling for strategic autonomy in various degrees. And there's strategic autonomy, which is operational capabilities independent of the United States of America, but then there's strategic autonomy in only acquiring defense products from companies domiciled in Europe. That obviously would be viewed very unfavorably by American defense firms, and in fact, American defense firms like Boeing employ tens of thousands of Europeans in some of the most cutting-edge defense space in today's market.
Great, thank you. We're going to talk about quantity versus quality at this point. I'd like to get you all to respond to this just very briefly because we only have a couple more minutes. Do you think these advanced technologies that are on the horizon, and our panel is simply too short to really go into much detail on those, unfortunately, but what you see coming through the pipeline and what you envision for the future, do you think that will lead to a reduction in the manpower, woman power needed on the front lines? Do you see that happening?
I think it has to. I think we have to view these technologies as combat multipliers, that they are additive to the humans that are in the loop. And so, and I think the generations that are coming of age now, as opposed to my generation, or I won't impugn anyone else on the panel. But I think they are much more receptive to remote control of a capability, a technology, and being able to multitask. I think that will definitely be the case in the future. And I think in order to have the overwhelming advantage that is necessary to win in combat, that will have to be the case. There is simply not enough budget, nor are there enough humans, and nor is there enough time to train.
Yeah, Terry, this mass versus quality, our nations are quicker, smarter, faster than they were in last generation. And to be able to make a better informed decision about that fine line between mass and quality, it's difficult. There's never one correct answer because tomorrow's different than yesterday was. But nations possess better capabilities to harvest data to be able to make a more informed decision going forward about what the right answer is between mass and quality.
From my point of view, it's going to be both, Terry. 10 years ago, there weren't many military planners who were thinking we need to increase production of 155 millimeter artillery shells, and we need to practice the tactics of trench warfare. And yet here we are being reminded that some things remain true for a very long time. But that is blended with an unprecedented availability of FPV UAVs that are operating in the battle space and changing and challenging mobility of the forces and providing a level of surveillance that's unsurpassed in the battlefield setting now. So it's going to be a little bit of both.
Okay, thank you. We have a minute and a half, and I've got to stick to time. Quick word, just a word, couple words on AI. How do you see AI plugging in to the battlefield of the future, affecting strategic planning, perhaps? 1, 2, 3. Rita, start.
Artificial intelligence will be a game changer. Near-term things like health monitoring or predictive diagnostics. Long-term collaborative combat aircraft, remote control of multiple assets by one user. I really think that will change the quantity and quality of the types of targets that can be serviced.
General Walter.
Terry, I think the human element in command will never fade. Trusted leadership will be the most important ingredient for the success of AI. Without it, I think we all realize we're in trouble. So I go back to the interpersonal part of it, and it is the human element and trusted leadership for AI to succeed.
Stephen B.
I think the impact is incalculable. It is so dramatic. It will be in how we make decisions, hopefully with human in the loop. It will be the types of weapons that are deployed, God forbid. AI can design tailored chemical or biological weapons that could pose existential threats to humanity, and it also is going to depend upon our ability to defend ourselves against adversaries acquiring AI and using it in their own decision making. So every dimension of the battle space is going to be affected by AI.
Stephen, Rita, General Walters, thank you very much. Thank you very much to our audience for your attention. Warm round of applause for our three panelists.
Thank you, Terry, and thank you to our distinguished panelists. That concludes the day one of the defense track for today, but please do not leave the room because we will resume with the Global Outlook track momentarily. We have run over time, but the next track will begin with an address by the President of Poland. If you wish to be present, please do not leave the room as you will not be able to re-enter. Thank you for joining us this morning. I look forward to continuing the conversation tomorrow.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum 2024. It is fantastic to be once again with you here. My name is Kasia Madeira. I'm a journalist broadcaster from London, especially here with you in Warsaw to guide you through the Global Outlook track. Now, today we have some very special guests with us, so please join me in welcoming very wholeheartedly the President of the Republic of Poland, President Andrzej Duda. Welcome. Please also join me in welcoming the President of the Republic of Georgia, President Salome Zurabishvili. This is a really special edition, the 11th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. And could you believe that it's even bigger and better than what we've seen so far? With over 20 ministerial delegations, ladies and gentlemen, over 2,000 participants registered, and all of you here with us as well. It is wonderful to be here amongst you all. So we've got a lot of really important things to discuss. The theme is Thinking Europe Anew. So a lot of big discussions. Of course, we have, if you need translation, Polish into English, English into Polish, we've got lots of different options for you. There are headphones and headsets all around you, so please do make the most of those. And like I was saying, lots of big themes, lots to get through. So please join me in welcoming the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum, the chair of one of the Kazimierz Puławski's foundations. Join me in welcoming wholeheartedly our host today, Professor Katarzyna Pisarska.
Mr. President, Madam President, Prime Minister, Minister, State Secretaries, Generals, Ambassadors, most important, friends. It is my immense pleasure to welcome you to the 11th edition of the Warsaw Security Forum. And it is so good to see so many friends of my country, Poland, but most importantly, friends of the Transatlantic Alliance here. In the next 2 days, we will welcome over 2,500 delegates coming from 90 countries, including 260 speakers engaged in 4 thematic tracks. And I am proud, particularly proud of the fact that we have been able to build over the years a truly united political community of leaders, military officials, experts, representatives of international organizations who relentlessly work to strengthen transatlantic cooperation, address the emerging security threats for both Europe and the United States and North America, and at the same time promote democratic values and human rights. As Warsaw is located in a region historically sensitive to geopolitical tensions, the forum continues to highlight the security concerns of our region, Central and Eastern Europe, especially in the context of Russia's imperial and colonial policies, which include its war of aggression against Ukraine. The 2024 Warsaw Security Goal, in particular, is to foster an in-depth strategic discussion on Europe's growing responsibility for the security of the continent. A discussion which I know is expected and welcomed not only in the majority of European capitals, but also by our American friends. This year's main theme, Thinking Europe Anew, serves as a guiding framework for reimagining Europe's role in a rapidly changing global landscape, of course with a strong focus on our strategic transatlantic alliance. Our message for the forum is very clear. First and foremost, Europe must sustain its support for Ukrainian victory against Russia and promote it as a common transatlantic goal for the years to come. And when we talk about victory of Ukraine, we also have to talk about Russia's defeat. One cannot go without the other. Second, Europe must prepare for a world of global instabilities and uncertainties by, first and foremost, strengthening NATO's European pillar, strengthening EU's common foreign and security policy, and our overall defense capabilities, including the European defense industrial base. Third and final, Europe must protect democratic values and the prosperity of its own citizens. We must protect our way of life. And these values should be promoted by using two extremely effective tools that is in our possession: EU enlargement and NATO enlargement, to the west, to the Western Balkans, and to the east, to the Western Balkans, and to all countries that want to join the European community. To help inform our discussions, the Warsaw Security Forum has issued this year a special report entitled Thinking Europe Anew, pushing the EU agenda forward with the Weimar Triangle. The report is the work of over 25 French, German, Polish members of parliament and experts, and tries to shape the debate on the opportunities of cooperation within the Weimar Triangle for a renewed European project. We look forward to hearing all your voices in this discussion about the future of the European continent. Last, let me take the opportunity, as I stand here in front of you, to wholeheartedly thank all our partners, which for years now have been supporting the Warsaw Security Forum. I am grateful first and foremost to our strategic partner since 2014, the National Security Bureau to the President of Poland, represented here by its head, Minister Jacek Siewiera. Panie Ministrze, dziękujemy. I am also extremely grateful to our honorary patrons, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland, represented by Minister Radosław Sikorski, and Ministry of National Defense of Poland, represented by Deputy Prime Minister Władysław Kamysz, who was here in the morning. Thank you to both those ministries for an immense help in putting this forum together this year. I would also like to thank all our institutional partners, including multiple members of parliament. With us here is the Speaker of the Polish Sejm, Marszałek Szymon Hołownia. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your work. We appreciate that very much. And finally, as Sweden is the partner country of the 2024 edition, I want to recognize here our Swedish guests and partners. We have a 100-people-strong delegation coming here to Warsaw from Sweden, which is led by the Minister of Defense of Sweden, Paul Jonsson, Minister for Civil Defense, Carl Oskar Borin, and the National Security Advisor to the Swedish Prime Minister, Henrik Landhort. Thank you so much for being here with us. And of course, the Swedish format would not be possible with all the institutional partners that were led under the incredible leadership of Andreas von Becherhardt, the ambassador of Sweden to Poland. Andreas, are you around? Well, thank him if you see him. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me just turn to all of you and thank you for making this event what it is, one of the most relevant security dialogue platforms across the Atlantic. And do remember that this event is only as valuable as the input we receive from you, the discussions we have with you, and the growing understanding that together we can and will face the challenges that currently we see as the Transatlantic Alliance. So thank you for everything you do, not only during this forum, but on a daily basis to make the transatlantic cooperation stronger and our countries safer. I wish you fruitful discussions and a good stay in Warsaw. Thank you.
Pisarska, for bringing us all here together, and we're looking forward to a very fruitful Warsaw Security Forum 11th edition. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming to the stage for our opening speech the President of the Republic of Poland, President Andrzej Duda.
Excellency, distinguished Madam President of Georgia, distinguished Mr. Speaker of the Sejm of the Republic of Poland, distinguished deputies to the Polish Parliament, senators, honorable ambassadors, distinguished generals, officers, all distinguished gathered guests, ladies and gentlemen. Every October, Warsaw becomes the center for the exchange of thoughts in security and defense-related matters, which is also compatible with the increasing role and responsibility of our country in the international arena. That is why I am delighted that once again I have an opportunity to participate in the Warsaw Security Forum and to personally congratulate on the organizers, Mrs. Katarzyna and Mr. Zbigniew Pisarski, on this incredibly important opportunity to discuss the most important matters today, which are fundamentally important. I'm speaking about the security of the Republic of Poland, of Europe, and of the whole world. This is the 11th edition of the conference, which, right from the start, has had as its strategic partner the National Security Bureau, which is responsible to me. It is with great satisfaction and joy that I welcome today the representatives of Sweden, which today is a partner country. I do appreciate your commitment, especially given the fact that it completes the process of Sweden's accession to NATO, which was completed this year. This is an immensely important event for the strengthening of the security system in our part of Europe, and the fact that we welcomed with huge joy and relief. I'm speaking about the Finnish accession to NATO, which happened before, and then followed by the Swedish one. Especially here, we welcomed it in the Baltic Sea region, in our part of Europe, in our part of the world, where both these countries play such a fundamentally important role of providing systemic security. Today, we can talk together about our common allied security. It has increased markedly, as I said, both in the Baltic Sea region, but also across Europe as a whole, thanks to consolidation, which has been boosted considerably. 3 years ago, when I participated in the Warsaw Security Forum last time, all of us had a sense of increasing tension in our region. And barely 5 months after that, on the 24th of February, 2024, Russia launched its brutal, full-scale, this time, aggression against Ukraine. Since the first Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2014, because this is the point which needs to be underlined, that in fact Russia's invasion of Ukraine happened in 2014, when Russia annexed Crimea and when it deployed its so-called green little men, called by Russia separatists. But as a matter of fact, these were the soldiers of the Russian Spetsnaz force to destabilize Ukraine. As a matter of fact, grabbing for Russia the regions of Lugansk and Donetsk. Since that very moment, Warsaw Security Forum has served as a platform for debate and reflection on West's response to the growing threat emanating from Russia, which, as we could all clearly see, especially in the context of the previous Russian aggression against Georgia in 2008, we could say that this threat was growing markedly. For years, experts and officials from NATO's eastern flank were warning against Putin's Russia and against forging close cooperation with that country, be it in the area of energy, trade, or finance. I personally warned repeatedly against the consequences of building Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline. The errors of the past take their revenge today. Nevertheless, we can learn important lessons for the future. Today, we are able to see that our Western allies are much more appreciative of the knowledge of experts from Poland and countries of our region. They are using our understanding of the situation in the East. That is why international conferences such as Warsaw Security Forum are currently playing a very important role as venues for conceptualizing the approach towards Russia's threats and other threats in the domain of security, cyber, or non-military one. Let me also take this opportunity and stress that we are the ones who have always, for years, repeated that there is a growing threat from Russia. We did not invent this concept to ourselves. And this was not a stroke of genius that we demonstrated. At least this is something that I can say for myself. As you might remember very well, the one who back in 2008 warned against the resurgent Russian imperialism was President Lech Kaczyński. That is what he said precisely in Georgia, in Tbilisi, during the ongoing Russian offensive against Georgian capital. He said his remarkable words. He said, today it's Georgia, tomorrow it might be Ukraine, and then the Baltic states might come. And then the time may come also for my country, for Poland. And Russian imperialism had to be stopped. He was not listened to at that time. But we, the ones who not only knew those words, but who were able to discuss those topics with him repeatedly, knew his concept very well. And today, we do not only repeat this concept, we do not only discuss this concept, but unfortunately, this concept was confirmed by reality that came afterwards. At this year's forum, we should focus our attention on two issues. First of all, we should look at how we should help Ukraine win this war. And secondly, how to strengthen our own capabilities in order to ensure security and stable development in our countries. On the first point, looking from Poland's perspective, what is of key importance today is the further course of Russian-Ukrainian war. Over the last 2 years and a half, Ukraine managed, first of all, to stop Putin's invasion. And in many spots, Ukraine was able to repel the enemy and then slow down the progress of Russian troops and make every step ahead on the front very high, very costly for Russia. In Ukraine and in Russia, we are seeing a war of attrition right now, with a scale unprecedented since the great conflicts of the 20th century, especially the Second World War. This very war, the war started by Russia with its attack on Ukraine in the 21st century, is placing both in front of Ukraine as well as in front of the community of democratic state a huge challenge. Ukraine is fighting for its life in a clash against an opponent who does not hesitate to commit war crimes, irrespective of the intensity of fight. Further resistance of Ukraine has no alternative, because in the light of the brutality of Russians, Ukraine and our neighbors, Ukrainians, simply do not have a choice. The costs paid by Ukraine are the highest possible, starting from casualties among fighting soldiers through the civilian casualties of Russian bombardments of the cities and villages, ruined infrastructure, all the way down to the halt of economic and social development. For the coalition of democratic states supporting Ukraine, another challenge is to keep the stability and support of their societies, which have to grapple with the increasing costs of the war, which is going on in the east of the Russian invasion. Unfortunately, competition for resources is only going to increase. Also, if you take into account the deteriorating situation in the Middle East, which is on the verge of a war, the possible further escalation of the situation in the region would constitute additional burden for the West. Let us remember, however, that the costs of supporting Ukraine do not have yet a human dimension for us. These are only material, financial costs. I want to stress the word yet, because the ambitions of Putin's Russia go far beyond Ukraine itself. And in case of its conquest, all the states of NATO's eastern flank would be at risk. And by the same token, I have no doubts that also the stability and the security of Europe as a whole would be at risk. I mentioned that on a couple of occasions in my discussions with our allies, also the ones in the United States, during numerous interviews and meetings. I always stressed that whenever there was a serious destabilization in terms of peace in Europe, so many times, also the United States had to join the war at the end of the day. And today, hundreds of thousands of graves of U.S. soldiers are there on the European battlefields. This is the highest price that can be paid by America, which cannot be translated into any amount of money, which today a U.S. taxpayer could pay to support Ukraine. The life of an American youth and any other youth cannot be calculated in any amount of money. And in order to win the war, Ukraine needs constant support of everyone, especially the strongest, the most powerful partners. We can also do more in this respect by supplying more armaments and ammunition to Ukraine and by allowing this equipment to be fully used with no restrictions. Moreover, we should also be moving Ukraine closer to the Euro-Atlantic integration. And that is why it is so immensely important, and now let me turn to my second point, to make sure that our societies understand that today's costs connected with supporting Ukraine are nothing compared to what we would have to pay if we allowed Ukraine to fall. An additional challenge for us is the fact that over the last 30 years, we as the West have conducted a far-reaching demilitarization, unfortunately. What we have to do today is to rebuild now our defense potential. And that is why right now we need to take brave political decisions which will guarantee long-term financing for the investments in the production potential of our defense industries and in our armed forces, which have to be boosted both as far as the quality and quantity are concerned. 2% of GDP earmarked for defense was a good goal to achieve in peacetime. However, it is absolutely not enough in the era of a real war threat and the need to rebuild and to reconstruct, in many cases, the potential of the armed forces. Even more so that at the same time we have to support Ukrainians' war effort by supplying Ukraine with ammunition and armaments. Therefore, I renew my appeal to NATO states to allocate at least 3% of GDP on defense. The situation requires that. Let me just remind you that this is exactly how much NATO states were spending on defense during the Cold War. And what was the result of that spending? The result was victory without a war, without a kinetic war, without a war in Europe. Thanks to those spendings, Europe, led by the United States, thanks to the wise and tough policy of both President Ronald Reagan as well as Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and other courageous politicians, was able to defeat the evil empire. Defeated not with arms in their hands on battlefields, not by paying the price of thousands of lives of young people from Europe and the United States. The evil empire was defeated thanks to financial and economic collapse of the Soviet Union. Poland is aware of the threat looming today on its borders. That is why this year we are allocating more than 4% of GDP on our defense. And next year we have planned 4.7% of GDP. We are not spending this money with a light heart, and these decisions are not simple. However, we are taking them in a full bipartisan consensus of the most important political parties. For we Poles know very well what the price of a military defeat is. 2 weeks ago, on the 17th of September, we commemorated the 85th anniversary of Russian-Soviet invasion of Poland, which was conducted together with Nazi Germany in 1939. As a result of the defeat we suffered back then, we were at the prey of totalitarianism of the Nazi German and Stalin Soviet one. And the tragic consequences of that were felt by us for the next decade to come. Ladies and gentlemen, we never again intend to let that situation happen. That is why Poland is making such immense investments. That is why we are building the largest European land forces, and that is why we are being so active within NATO. We are approaching the NATO's security according to the 360-degree principle. For years, we have not only been the recipient, but also the guarantor of security. In my capacity as President of Poland, I signed with full responsibility consequent decisions on the use of Polish military contingents in allied missions, both on the eastern and on the southern flanks. But at the same time, we expect that also the rest of our allies live up to their obligations. And we can see clearly that this cannot be done without appropriate level of financing, which is the fullest expression of the political will. And the political will is something that we need in abundance if we want our allied deterrence to be credible. We need more presence of NATO forces on the eastern flank, especially we need air defense systems. We need additional high alert forces, high readiness forces assigned to NATO defense plans. We also need to develop military and fuel infrastructure along NATO eastern flank, which will be able to provide logistical support for collective defense operations. And I do hope that these are going to be priorities for the new Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Mark Rutte, who is taking his office today. Important tasks to implement as financial investment and production backbone for NATO, and as a community having strong tools to stabilize its environment, is something that is also possessed by the European Union. Poland supports the development of European defense policy. However, we want this policy to be fully complementary vis-à-vis NATO, and we want to ensure that it is not a competition for resources or military personnel. The European Union has got considerable possibilities and capabilities which NATO does not have, and in these areas we should concentrate and focus on things pertaining to military mobility in the legal dimension and infrastructure dimension. This continues to be an area which requires a lot of commitment. Another one is financing of the development of defense industry to a degree which would satisfy our needs and the needs of Ukraine. Hence, we should use the potential of the European Union in the process of the reconstruction of Ukraine and creating long-term basis for its economic and social development. As far as the political dimension is concerned, what is of key importance is to continue the enlargement policy of the European Union to include Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and the Western Balkan states. However, also to include our military allies, Turkey, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Albania. These tasks are important and ambitious at the same time. I do hope that they will also be implemented by the new European Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the West is in every respect more powerful than Russia is, and there is no doubt whatsoever about that. In the military dimension, NATO remains to be the strongest alliance in the history of the world. There is no doubt about that. In the economic sphere, we exceed Russia by many, many times. Also, as far as the values are concerned on which we are based, democracy, the principles of international law, and respect for human rights. We are not the aggressor who is trying to brutally subjugate to itself a neighboring state. The only thing that we need in order to win the ongoing confrontation with Russia is the will to act and to pay the costs. That is why maintaining transatlantic unity is of fundamental importance. 3 years ago, here in this very room, I said that America and Europe have to act together. And this is the unity that we demonstrated after the 24th of February 2022. The task of keeping it in the years to come is still valid. And that is one of the reasons why, when preparing a Polish presidency in the European Union, which starts on the 1st of January 2025, more than 1 year ago, we adopted as one of our priorities of our Polish presidency in the first semester of 2025, forging closer ties between the United States and the European Union. According to the slogan, more of the United States in the European Union and more of the European Union in the United States. All these ties, all these bonds, starting with the military ones to the economic, to the political ones, should be systematically made tighter by us. That is an important task of building absolute security guarantees and good cooperation in the future. And first and foremost, the guarantee of victory of sovereign countries, of democratic countries. To put it in a nutshell, the victory of the free world and defense of Ukraine and other threatened countries from the potential return of a Russian policy of brutal imperialism, which is carrying its Ruski Mir by force to other countries without taking into account their expectations, their culture, their customs and traditions, and any will whatsoever of its enslaved citizens. As democratic countries, we are living up to the expectations of our societies. Hence, I urge you, ladies and gentlemen, as experts and high officials, to convey the message of how serious the situation is and how urgent the need is to take further action. Please communicate it to your societies. This is a big role resting on the shoulders of those gathered here to explain, to clarify to our societies in the allied countries what we are opposed to and why we have to pay the costs. I hope that the discussions at this year's Warsaw Security Forum will serve to attain this goal. And I hope that those discussions will provide you with a series of valuable arguments which can be used. I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again for the President of the Republic of Poland, Andrzej Duda. Thank you so much. Thank you. His Excellency, they're just reminding us of what Europe can do to help Ukraine win, reminding Europe of how Europe needs to enhance its security situation, and also reminding us that the warnings about Georgia were not heeded, they were not listened to. So it's fitting for our first high-level conversation to be about that very issue. Living in pre-war times, key lessons for European security. The international journalist Hadley Gamble will be in conversation with the President of the Republic of Georgia, Salome Zurabishvili. Hadley.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining us. And once again, thank you to the Warsaw Security Forum for having me. My name is Hadley Gamble. I am the Chief International Anchor for Al Arabiya, as well as a columnist and contributor for Semaphore. Madam President, welcome. You have elections coming up on October 26th. In your mind, will democratic values prevail?
Well, the democratic forces, the pro-European forces in Georgia, have always been there. Have always been the very vast majority of the country. They know where is our future. They know that we have no alternative. So I'm very confident that the Georgian population that has been for 30 years, despite the war that we were mentioning, despite all the attempts of Russia to derail the European path of Georgia, 80% of the population over the years steadily is supportive of the European path and the European future. The elections that we're going to have on 26th of October are going to be determining. There are many forces that are at work against the will of the Georgian population, but I'm confident that our future is in Europe. Our future is also defended by Ukraine, as Ukraine is fighting for itself, for its independence, for Europe's freedom. Ukraine is also fighting for our freedom. And the stake of Europe will be determined by the outcome of the war in Ukraine, by the outcome of the elections in Moldova, by the outcome of the elections in Georgia. That will determine, for instance, the security of the Black Sea and the future of the Black Sea as a sea of cooperation, as a sea of peace and connectivity. That will determine the role of Europe in the Caucasus, of Europe and of our Western partners. That will determine the future of Armenia, which is now on its path also towards getting closer to the European Union. So everything that is at stake these days is very important, and more important than anything else, what it has at stake is peace. Peace through the expression of the free will of the people in Georgia as in Moldova.
And the free will of the people, at least with regards to the current government, seems to be one in which democratic freedoms are being rolled back. How dangerous is this new reality for Georgia?
Well, it's dangerous. We are the other side of the coin, that Ukraine is experimenting the military aggression. We're experimenting another type, which is the hybrid war, propaganda, pressure of all kinds, fear that is used, suppression. We have had this Russian law, which is now in action and tries to suppress the civil society, to restrict it. That's what is at stake in the elections. And again, I think that by the elections, the Georgian people will overcome these threats, which are very real. I cannot just minimize them. They're very real, but I confident that the strengths of the people, of the Georgians that have lived through very many pressures and fears and struggles to defend their independence and their European future, I'm sure they will overcome.
What do you say to many of those citizens who, as you say, they've lived through 2014, the West was nowhere. They see what happened to Ukraine and they think it's better to just bow down, get through this, and allow Vladimir Putin's influence to spread. What is your message to them? Because there are a lot of those people.
No, there are not a lot of these people because Georgia has had many experiences with Russia before 2014, before 2008. It started each time Georgia was independent. It started in 1921. It was the same after the independence in 1991. So the Georgian people know that bowing down does not bring peace, does not bring you any form of accommodation with Russia, that it doesn't work.
Yet the current government, though, seems to be doing that.
Well, they're trying to, yes, that's the narrative.
Some people do support this.
Yes, there are some people that will support, although it's a small group that is more around these authorities because of privileges, because of corruption, because of pressure, because of compromise. We are in a situation where we see the replication of Russian modus operandi. And Russian law was a sign of that the authorities, because they cannot gather support any longer, are trying through different methods, through different laws, to really put pressure on the society. But again, I'm confident in the society because we've had enough historic experience to know where is our future.
Given that experience, how likely in your mind is it that Vladimir Putin would take military action if things in Georgia don't go the way he wishes?
That's certainly not an hypothesis that I will voice. And I don't think that Russia is in a position to try that, although you can never say never about anything. But I think that the strategy that Russia is using today in Georgia is to use what has become a proxy, which are the Georgian majority. The Georgian dream has become really a proxy for Russian interests. So that means that their immediate strategy is not a military one. I think that Ukraine is enough for them. I hope so, but I hope that Ukraine will get stronger. I think that the answer to all these threats is really the solidarity around Ukraine, is strengthening the Ukrainian defenses and allowing Ukraine to win the war that they are fighting for us.
Remember, of course, that most analysts did not believe that Vladimir Putin would put boots on the ground in Ukraine, and yet he did. And to your point that you don't foresee this happening in Georgia, what is the plan if it does?
There is no plan if it does, because Georgia is not Ukraine. Georgia doesn't have the military strengths. That will be another crisis for you.
We got a lot of them.
You got a lot of them.
Yeah.
So I think that we are not there, and I think that these elections are something for us to defend peacefully, and to express ourselves. I think that the mobilization of the Georgian people in the elections is the real answer today.
Speaking of it all falling on us, and I speak of the collective we of the West, what is your message to those today who would say, it's a lot of money spent on Ukraine, we want this to come to an end, peace at any cost?
There is no peace at any cost. Those of us that know history know that there is no peace at any cost. There is peace only when it's just. There is peace only when the populations have their freedom and when countries have their independence. There will be peace, and I'm convinced of that, the day when Russia will understand that as any other nation in the world, it has borders it has to respect. It has to know, first of all, where are its borders, respect the borders, respect its neighbors, and accept to be in its own frontiers. That is the only peace that is a lasting peace.
What is something that... What is something that we in the West should be doing to help Georgia at this point? Because you're talking about the strengthening, obviously, of democratic institutions, but also combating what is a major campaign by the Russians in order to convince people that their lives would be better off in that sphere of influence.
Well, again, I don't think that it's from outside that you can strengthen the inner defense of the people. I think that we have our history, we have our knowledge of Russia. We are more resilient to Russian propaganda than many other countries because we have lived through it. So people see through what is happening. I'm going to give you one example. A few days ago, there were, for the electoral campaign, big posters used by the majority, the ruling party, that described on one side the destruction in Ukraine, and on the other side, similar buildings in Georgia that look very fine. And it just started a big uproar in the population because it was so not in line with Georgian culture, with Georgian tradition, to be gloating about one's peaceful living while the other, the friend, is living in this tragedy.
There was outrage,
it was,
and it was real. It was outrage and it was real.
It was outrage, it was real, it was spontaneous, and they had to withdraw some of the videos of the same kind. They couldn't withdraw the billboards.
So your feeling is that all is not lost in this fight?
I'm persuaded that all is not lost. I'm confident. And I'm confident because I know the Georgian people.
Yeah. How concerning is it to you that one of the candidates for the U.S. election has said repeatedly that he wants to put an end to the war in Ukraine and he would negotiate with Vladimir Putin to do that? And I'm talking about Donald Trump.
I don't know. You know, once you are in responsibility, and it's one thing to say before a number of things, and the other thing is to, when you are in power, what is it that you're going to do? I believe that the American policy is very much a bipartisan policy, at least when it concerns Georgia. We know that it has always been a bipartisan policy. And I guess that concerning Ukraine, it will be a bipartisan policy because the reality on the ground is such that I don't think that any American president can ignore that and just give an easy win to a Russia that really up to now has been losing the war. Because for Russia not be able to win the war after 2.5 years against what it thought that was going to be a 3-day campaign is already a loss.
Yeah. Georgia is a tough place to be an elected official. You found it to be so in your case. Saakashvili is still in prison. In your mind, what needs to happen to the judicial system in Georgia?
Complete reform. That's in line. That's on the Georgian Charter, which has been now signed by all the pro-European parties, which commits to very early in the next months after the election to really start a deep reform of the justice system.
Because at this point, it seems like a dangerous place to be a politician.
I've been impeached by the Constitutional Court, although there were 3 judges that dissented from that, which is already a reason for hope. So we have to do that, and that has to be done very quickly. And I think that very quickly also we have to, with our European partners and American partners, restart all the process of getting closer to European Union, of getting closer to American partner, to restart the military exercises that have been suspended now until the elections. We have many things to do, and I'm hopeful that we'll be on track.
Do you believe today that Mr. Saakashvili will receive a fair trial?
Well, the trial has been going on. There are many different trials. There is not just one trial. There is nothing that can be fair today in Georgia's tribunals today. Yeah. So you'll have to wait for the next.
It's a long time to wait. Finally, Madam President, just walk us through specifically what it is that Georgia needs from Europe and the United States today.
support to the Georgian population, the moral support, because today there is nothing much in 1 month's time that can be done. Moral support to the Georgian population and lots of observers during the elections, because that's the way that Georgian population is going to feel supported during the elections. Even if the observers cannot really change much to the outcome, they are not interfering with the elections, but they are a sign that we are not alone. What is always the most difficult for Georgia, it's a small country, it's to feel isolated. Isolation is for us the worst nightmare.
Madam President, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear guests, thank you so much for that conversation there with the President of the Republic of Georgia and Hadley Gamble. And it resonated with you. I heard it in the room, a round of applause when President Zurabishvili said no peace at any cost for Ukraine. Distinguished guests, it's now time for our first high-level speech. And just to remind you that if you need translation, there are headphones around, so please do pick them up, put them on, whether it's English into Polish or vice versa. We accommodate everybody. So please join me in welcoming onto the stage for this speech, Strong Defense and Democratic Resilience, How to Modernize the Security Architecture of the Region. A big round of applause for the Speaker of the Polish Sejm, Szymon Hołownia.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can hear and see, I'm a speaker, but I'm almost speechless speaker. So forgive me, but I decided that I will deliver my speech, my remarks in my mother's tongue. Paradoxically, it probably will be easier to understand me when I'll be speaking Polish than I will try to speak English with the throat like this. Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, President Duda had to leave us by now, but I also would like to greet him very warmly, although he is absent. Madam Professor,
na Warsaw Security Forum, jednej z najważniejszych.
Ladies and gentlemen, participants of the Warsaw Security Forum, undoubtedly one of the most important events on the security of our region, in our region.
Jeżeli mamy mówić
if we are to talk about the security of Poland, the security of the region, in the context of what is happening today in the world and in our part of the globe, we definitely have to see some contrast or actually some tension, which is consistently being built for some time already by those who oppose to the Euro-Atlantic community. We keep talking consistently in an unwavering way about the Euro-Atlantic dimension of security. However, Russia and China, together with Iran, together with other players, keep repeating the term of Euro-Asian security community, Euro-Asian Alliance for Security. I'm quite an active speaker of the Parliament in international relations, parliamentary diplomacy, and I meet my counterparts frequently, but I also meet presidents, foreign ministers who come to Poland, as well as in different parts of the region, in different formats, both under NATO as well as the European Union. And I keep hearing more and more frequently about multipolar world, about the the multipolarity of the world, that we do not have the East and the West anymore, that now there are many, many polars and many dimensions in the world. And amongst those polars, those poles, we have to look for the redefinition of different systems of security architecture in the contemporary world. And I have a feeling it is not just about some diplomatic or intellectual attempt to describe this new reality. It is true that this reality is changing. It is full of turbulences. It is true. It's quite turbulent, no doubt about that. But there is a question whether those attempts to redefine it, to redefine the whole architecture, the whole security establishment that we know, where we move around, which also guarantees our existence, are they safe and secure for us? Do we have an idea how to move around, not only by repeating the beautiful rhetorics about the Euro-Atlantic community?
The question is, how does this Euro-Atlantic community, while it acknowledges its necessity, and while we know we're part of its DNA, but how does the Euro-Atlantic community confront today's world, which wants to have other dimensions as well? A world which says we want to have different poles, different multipolar system. All of that will require a great deal of thought and a great deal of very consistent activity on the part of all of us. Today, we need to be aware of the fact that the challenges facing us are completely different from the ones we had been facing in the past decades. The Russian aggression against Ukraine seemed very unlikely, but it did happen, and it upturned our world order. So what do we do? What we should do is approach this in a reasonable and creative way and realize we have to be part and parcel of this multipolar world. And the way we should go about doing it is by making sure that Europe, the EU, and NATO will be a central point of focus in this multipolar world that attracts the people who are looking for alternative solutions. It's not just about being able to defend ourselves. It's very important to spend 3 or 4% of our GDP on defense. But what I'm talking about will come to pass once we realize it's not just about defending, but it's also about being proactive. So what can be our proactive narrative? What can be the proactive formula that our transatlantic community has to offer? Well, this offer is our values. This is something we forget about very often. The European community is not just about the single market, it's about the trust and confidence in those values. The transatlantic or the Euro-Atlantic community is first and foremost about trust and cooperation rather than just tanks and planes. Without trust and confidence, Article 5, which is the pillar of NATO, will not work. It's not the article that's our guarantee, it's the values that it represents. And that's why we have to be telling the whole world that we are a community of values, and that's why you want to be our friends. In our world, respect, trust, safety of children, respect for borders, for international law, the possibility to grow individually as a person, the capability of growing your business. All these are the things that we can offer in a world that wants to have no values more often than not. It's also a world where sometimes value is confused with price. These are only superficially considered to be synonymical. We're also faced with the challenge of being proactive towards everyone who's trying to build a different world next to us. We have trade and economic relations with these partners, sometimes also social connections. So what can we do? What can we do differently in this new world? Well, let me reiterate. We have to recognize that the multipolar world is a fact. To be very honest and blunt, I'm not sure if the EU has any idea what to do with Central Asia, for example. Do we have a cohesive policy vis-à-vis Central Asia? Many of these countries aspire to being part of a global community. Very often they are attracted to the other side by other countries who are saying, how about you follow us? Do we have a policy? Do we know how to talk to them? If we know how to talk to the West, we should be able to talk to the South and to the East. And that is something that I've been talking to my parliamentary counterparts in different parts of Europe and abroad. For example, for many years, we neglected Africa. We did not have a sufficient amount of effort. And then when it comes to peace conferences or a vote at the UN, the vote of Rwanda or Burundi or any other country in Africa is equally important as the vote of the USA or Poland. So the EU and NATO have to have a good southern policy. Having worked there, I keep repeating what's happening in the northern half of Europe. It's the Russian troops, the Russian forces that help take over one country after another. Do they do it because they want to help those countries develop, build hotels and welcome tourists? No, they are doing it because they want to trigger another migration crisis. They are doing it to destabilize NATO's southern flank. And they have been very consistent at doing it for over 20 years. What is our answer? We're a community of values, and we are. We don't just feel we are, we truly are. But that means that a number of questions become even more pertinent. There's the Euro-Asian Security Cooperation with China is promoting. Can we talk to those who are hesitant and not sure which of the poles of the world to follow? Can we help them choose the safe, value-based option, as is the interest of any democratic country? In Poland, as I draw to my final conclusions, in Poland there are four main axes that we want to focus on, and this is something that we will be asking about at the Polish Parliament. Number one, reforming NATO. And what we want to have is a voice coming from inside the alliance that says, wake up. NATO has to be kicked into motion, and it has to go to a completely different level of activity. Now, it is happening in some places, but I think everybody understands how important this is for our safety and security and the future of the democratic world. Axis number two is a free Ukraine. It's absolutely certain to us in Poland that a free Ukraine means free Poland, free Europe. Putin must be stopped. Putin must be punished for what he did to Ukrainian children, Ukrainian citizens, and what he did to the dreams of our children, who had the right to dream and to believe that they will live a life of peace, and that dream was run over with Putin's tanks.
które zwykle rozumiemy jako Wschód. Mówię też o Azji Centralnej.
The same pertains to Central Asia. We have our Eastern Partnership, Southern Partnerships, and so forth. Right now, the Baltic Sea has become an internal sea of NATO, but that means we have to develop our relations with the Baltic states in a different way, and that's something I'm trying to do. We need to be active in a multipolar world. And finally, democratic values. As we've heard before in the conversation with the President of Georgia, it's extremely important to be able to defend the world of our values. It's a world where my freedom ends where your freedom begins. A world where we respect the boundaries of our homes, our countries, and our sensitivities. A world in which we are willing to listen to each other before we attack each other. A world in which we respect the graves of our departed, and a world where we can act on the basis of one for all and all for one, if this sacrifice has to be made. These are the foundations of our world. This is what we are proud of, and this is what we've got to offer to the world. A world where you can live safely, securely, and in a better way, a world which is better for our children. This is our export product. This is something that we have to carry as our ideal and as a practical implementation for everyone who's looking for their place in this new world and who are trying to redefine what surrounds us. We are undergoing not just a deep crisis, but also this is a great opportunity that our generation has on the table. Hopefully, during this very important forum and during your discussions, you will be able to find new ways and means and new dimensions to be able to carry out this mission. Thank you.
Szymon Hołownia, Speaker of the Polish Sejm, thank you so much on the growing threat of an expanding Russia, on that Russian reach which is growing, a stark warning there, and on the importance of a free Ukraine, what that means, a free Ukraine, a free Poland, a free Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, Warsaw Security Forum 2024, its strategic industrial partner this year. Of course, Sweden is one of the partner countries, and one of the strategic industrial partners is Saab. So please join me in welcoming on the stage the President and the CEO of Saab, Mikael Johansson.
Thank you so much. Ministers, distinguished guests, General Admirals, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity to come here and talk to you today. Being in Warsaw, in Poland, is of course extremely timing for me. I mean, this country is really impressive when it comes to making no compromises in building defense capabilities, investing heavily. And believe me that Poland is an incredibly important partner to Sweden and also a very important customer to Saab. Many have spoken about the European perspective and the challenges we face in our part of the world right now. And looking at the war in Ukraine and having an openly aggressive and unpredictable neighbor for the foreseeable future to our east, of course, building a strong defense capability and capacity is of extreme importance. And as many have said, without state-of-the-art defense industries in our part of the world with substantial capacity, there will be no deterrence in our region. So I will try and speak from a defense industry perspective, how we can become much stronger working together between nations and also industry. I mean, not so long ago, Mario Draghi pointed out that on the report of European competitiveness that peace is the first and foremost most important objective. but we have incredible security threats rising now. And he knows that the EU is probably the second largest collectively spending the most money on defense, but we don't reflect that in the position of our mutual defense industry and how we go about it. But I must say now, the overlap between EU member states and also alliance members in NATO, when now Sweden and Finland have become members, brings an even stronger capability to our eastern flank here and the northern flank, both in terms of defense forces, of course, but not to the least when it comes to strong defense industries. And in this region, Poland is an extremely important partner to our countries, and both in EU and NATO, of course. And we have only been a member for weeks, but I must say congratulations to Poland that has been a member for 25 years. That's incredibly strong achievement. So now when we see these challenges in the European context, we have, of course, never been more united in the way we look upon things in Europe either. But I must say one of the more important focus areas that I see must be to secure NATO's northern flank and to jointly protect the Baltic Sea. And then, of course, continue, which many have said, to support Ukraine, because even from my perspective, Ukraine is Europe's future. It's about our security, but we're also, as industries, learning incredibly much on how a future war might look like. And the innovation that we see in Ukraine, that we embrace now in the industries, is substantial and now gets us to invest much more. So what do we think we need from an industry perspective? And of course, when I speak to European leaders, there's no question about that they understand how important it is to build up defense capabilities and capacity. The problem is that it's not done overnight. We come from a long period of a peace dividend situation where industry in our part of the world actually adapted to that quite optimized in a way. Fortunately, many of us were extremely successful in the global market, so we have the foundation still, both from a capacity perspective to boost things, but also from a capability perspective to develop new things. Now when we had this tragic war sort of leading to this huge wake-up call we have seen now in Europe. So on the positive side, Europe has some of the strongest cutting-edge defense industries and companies in the world. And now Europe must come together, of course, to share this responsibility within NATO, and then to have an internationally competitive, capable and resilient European defense industrial base is absolutely key. And honestly, to have 60–70% of Europe's defense spending being devoted to, sorry to say that, US defense industries, it's not a sustainable way forward if we want to build a stronger defense capability in our part of the world. We have to recoup EU taxpayers' money for investments in R&D and procurements, of course, but we need to work together to change this perspective and create a different balance going forward. So what can we do as Europeans then to create this future capability and increase capacity from my perspective? I'll mention three things. Of course, the war in Ukraine has shown how dramatically important it is to quickly supply equipment and continuously sustain that over time. And of course, that's something we are doing as we speak to build that capability and adequate production capacity. That's a timing war. It's no sort of question about what we have to do, but we have to realize that we have to have that capacity also in peacetime. And that was the problem before this happened. So defense forces and governments, from my perspective, need to realize that the industry base is actually the sixth dimension. We are part of the collective defense capability, and some sort of insurance need to be paid for if we decide that we need this capacity. Should we ramp up again, or actually need to have to sort of support something tragic happen again? So there's no sort of, we cannot have these ups and downs when it comes to this capacity. Secondly, of course, Most importantly, I think, we have to start aligning requirements in Europe. We have to consolidate how we look upon the demand side. And that will, of course, strengthen our coordination of both the development things that we need to do together and incentivize joint procurements and capability development. And it will, of course, accelerate the way industry will act, because we will join forces and work together in the defense market. And we will do more things together. And here EU and sort of the financial incentives comes into play. But we need to keep a very balanced and level playing field. And then, of course, this has been said many times, the long-term perspective. We need political commitments. We need to translate that into firm orders so we can plan. It's not that we have not invested as defense industries. We invest heavily as we speak. And we have quadrupled, as Saab, we have quadrupled output when it comes to weapons and support and ammunitions during the last 3 years. And that's a huge effort and many hundreds of millions, a billion euros going into that sort of investment. But there is still a lack of agreeing on where do we have our levels going forward? What kind of sustainable levels do we have to have over time, and define that so we can keep commitments over 15, 20 years going forward? What capacity must be sustained? And then, of course, we have the access to finance. For our critical ecosystem, that must be available all the time. And for industry, one of the important parameters which I support heavily now is the EU initiatives, both the European Defence Industry Strategy that's been tabled by von der Leyen, but also the European Defence Industrial Programme. But we cannot talk about a few billion euros if we want to do that. It must be a lot more money. And just reflect upon how differently we view this situation with increasing defense spending and do things together than what we did when we had the pandemic. The pandemic raised 700 billion euros immediately because we had no choice. Now we're talking about 1.5 billion euro during a few years, and that will not incentivize collaboration between the European countries. So that must change. I think we have great opportunities in this northern flank to build capabilities together, and it's hard to imagine two countries that are more suitable to lead this due to geography and military capabilities, but also because we have really strong defense industries, Poland and Sweden. We have substantial centrally located Baltic coastlines, not to mention the islands of Gotland and other islands. Both countries are investing heavily in maritime, air defense, and acquiring air and missile defense capabilities as we speak. And we have a Baltic region that hosts critical underwater infrastructures that we have to work together, such as pipelines and cables, of course. Protecting and maintaining these infrastructures is absolutely vital and can be shared between Poland and Sweden going forward. We as a company have been here for a long time, and I'm not going to market what we do. We have, of course, substantial contracts with this country, Poland, and we want to support, of course, the expansion of the defense capabilities and capacities in Poland. And we are prepared to invest heavily also in R&D and technological development in collaboration with the excellent Polish defense industries going forward. That will contribute to develop collaboration between our two countries and also, of course, between industries going forward. And together we can continue to support Ukraine. So my summary is that we can work a lot more together within the European context if we have the incentives to do it, and if we have the political decisions long term that would sort of set the guardrails to do that. So I see a lot of untapped potential from an industry perspective related to consolidation, alignment of requirements, common acquisitions, and of course collaboration in the European context. And I will be one person, one industry leader, also being the vice chairman of ASD, the Association of Defense Industries in Europe, that will support that heavily. It is a bit of a challenge because everyone doesn't have the same view, but I will be one of the guys pushing that, of course. but so it's not impossible. So I will do my part, and I urge you to step up and do it with me so we can do a lot more together, because we have lots of potential in Europe. Thank you so much.
To Michael Johansson from Saab for just outlining the kind of incentives industry needs and also the political will that needs to be there, which leads us rather elegantly to our ministerial panel discussion. Warsaw Security Forum 2024, the theme running through this year is Thinking Europe Anew. So on that theme, forging a vision for future European security, please join me in welcoming onto the stage Professor Katarzyna Pisarska and her panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We're almost on time, a bit running late. First of all, let me start by welcoming the ministers who have joined us for the panel, Thinking Europe Anew, Forging a Vision for Future European Security. Paul Jonsson, the Minister of Defense of Sweden, and of course our partner country, Paul, it's great to have you back at the forum. Thank you for being with us. Of course, also back, Baiba Braže, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia. Great to have you back, Baiba, in your new role as Minister. Congrats on that. And Minister Andrii Sibiha, his first official visit as Minister to Poland, as I understand. Wonderful to have you back. We're also waiting for the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, Gabrielos.
He's always late, don't worry.
But he will come, I texted him. Let's hope that he'll be here in a minute. And of course, deepest apologies from Minister Radosław Sikorski, who's currently stuck with other ministers at an urgent meeting of our Prime Minister's ministerial meeting, which has been prolonged for over 2 hours. So he will try to arrive, if not today, then tomorrow. And he apologizes wholeheartedly, but we'll be seeing many of our guests at 6 o'clock at dinner he's hosting for the forum. So let's start straight away. And by the way, I really would want to get all of you engaged and get some questions from the audience as soon as possible. But let me start by asking you one critical question. When you look at it now, oh, hi, Gabriela, it's great to have you. Here you are.
You missed my swipe at you.
She said you're always late. Is that true? Okay, we're not going to get into that. Okay, but let's start with the first question. How do you think, 2.5 years into the war in Ukraine, the aggression of Russia into Ukraine, how has the European security landscape changed? And are you worried more or less 2.5 years forward? Paul, I'll start with you.
Well, I think we have to confront that the full-scale invasion into Ukraine was a tipping point for the European security order. Russia, of course, started an unprovoked full-scale invasion. We take note that we're confronted with a Russia that hasn't excelled on the battlefield, but a Russia that has a great propensity to take big political and military risk. So we should be laser focused right now on keeping NATO strong to ensure that NATO can deter and defend the whole alliance. We are now focusing also now on the new regional defense plan to make sure that those are executable. So we are up for a big challenge and there's lots of things we can get into as well about what we need to do about our defense industrial base. We have excellent companies, but we are challenged with ramping up production. The prices have ramped up more than the production so far, and we have to make sure also that we have a strong defense industrial base, because that's really about having credible deterrence this way.
Absolutely. We'll go back to the questions of defense industry and the issues of utter importance, but Baiba, your country, just like Gabrielo's countries, are really on the front line of this geopolitical war and turmoil. Do you feel safer today? Where are you when you're thinking about the European security architecture as a NATO country, but with all the changes we're seeing, with all the pressures?
I will skip the part about architecture. It's really not my speciality, but speaking on security policy, I will say the following, that we should have more trust in ourselves, both within NATO and the EU. You know, what we have done supporting Ukraine, what we have done for our own security and defense, what we are doing, public, private sector. I mean, yes, Russia, you know, is trying to show that it can sort of continue the war beyond its 3 days, you know, for almost 3 years. But for us, all the capacities, all the collaboration within NATO, within the EU, I think we are in a continuously good place in terms of political commitment, financial commitments, and also the situation on the ground to continue supporting Ukraine till its victory. Having said that, the 3 main priorities that we have, strengthening our own defense and security within NATO, and that involves a whole set of issues, the implementation of the famous plans, the defense industry, as Paul said, and so on and so forth, civil military, resilience. Second, support Ukraine in all aspects, also including global outreach. So it's as important as the practical military support and financial. And third, constraining Russia, because let's not forget, our problem is Russia. It's not Ukraine, it's not us, it's Russia. So let's concentrate on very clear objectives on how to deal with that.
Andrei, if you will allow, I'll come back to you in a second, because I'll leave the best for last, as we say. And I will go to Gabrielos to ask him, you know, also, especially, do you think us, European allies, are ready for a potential US shift in policy? So we as Europe, are we mentally preparing for a situation in which we truly have to step in to defend countries such as Lithuania today, especially if Americans are engaged elsewhere?
Well, thank you so much for the question. And first of all, I'm sorry for being late. I share a little bit of the blame with the airlines, but I'm very thankful for Polish police who got me almost on time. So, look, I think that we are, in many cases, in many occasions, when it comes to how we deal with Russia, how do we deal with China, how do we deal with a possible change of US policy towards Europe, in most of the cases, I would say that we are caught in this, what might be called a trap of stability. I think we are, and on most conferences, you know, where people would speak, they would say that this is a pivotal moment. There's a huge change happening in Europe, in the United States, globally. So what do you do when the change is happening? You change with the times. You have to adapt to this new reality. But some sort of a mindset is making us cling to this moment so much that we basically expect ourselves to wake up tomorrow and that the world is something more akin to 2019, or even before that, or maybe 2015, even before President Trump was elected in 2016. So there is a lot of talk when you understand, okay, there's very little disagreement that Russia is the threat, that US is definitely pivoting, that China's threat is growing, that we need to step up in our support to Ukraine, but when you look hard facts in the face, you don't see that the action would match the words. And this is my biggest worry, that when it will be unavoidable to change, this is where we will actually start doing things that would really define this pivotal moment globally.
Thank you. Andrei, 2.5 years on from the full-scale invasion, are you disappointed with us?
Good question, but you see, let me start with next words. Very briefly replying on your remarks and questions. First of all, Ukraine must be a part of transatlantic family. Transatlantic family needs Ukraine to guarantee secure. And the transatlantic community needs Ukraine to get more competitive advantages. And also, let me start my remarks with expressing gratitude to Poland, to Polish people, to Polish society. You are with us from the first minutes of our struggle against the aggression. We are not disappointed. We are, in contrary, we are thankful. We are thankful, and I feel very comfortable here, being among friends, being among the closest allies. You expressed unprecedented solidarity from the first minutes of our fight. Yes, it could be more fast, I mean some decisions. Yes, it could be more assistance, but during the war we will never have enough. But you help us really in time, and you contributed in our resilience. Let me remind that today in Ukraine, 1st of October, we remark Day of Defender. We remark our brave soldiers, men and women, who are fighting, I would like to remind you, more than 940 days. In November, we will have 1,000 days of our resilience. And it was also happened because of your support. And we do really appreciate this. Now also, let me share with you with my daily beginning of life. When I came to Warsaw, I felt very uncomfortable because my day started with reports mainly consisting information about death and shellings. And by the way, today Russians attacked Kherson, 7 people killed. Civilian object, just market. Why I'm telling this? And also what I would like to emphasize that this month, September, we didn't have even one day without drones attacks. Averagely 44 drones attacking our cities, our people, our civilian objects. And my day here in Warsaw, I started with a call to my wife. Are you okay? It is really even more difficult when you are abroad to have these feelings together with when your family at home suffering from all these missile attacks. So, conclusion: Ukraine's security matters. Matters for Europe, matters for transatlantic security. And now I totally agree with previous speakers. We are in a very important period, really important period, and we do really need historical decisions. We need strong response on Russia aggression. We need just, comprehensive, long-lasting peace for Ukraine. And keeping this in mind, the only thing which I would like to highlight, invitation to NATO. to NATO. I think that after the visit of our delegation, after the meeting with the President Zelensky in Washington and very active week in UNGA, we are close to this decision. So we count on your support. We do really need this historical decision now. To have a secure future, we need also strong decision now to lift all the restrictions on using by us long-range ammunition. Yes, we will target objects on Russian territory, but only military objects. That's important to understand. And here in Warsaw, one more point. I would like to encourage partners to take one more very important decision to start to shoot down missiles and drones over Ukrainian territory. We need these strong decisions to achieve our strategic goal, which is unite all of us, comprehensive, long-lasting, just peace for Ukraine. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Andriy. These are all very important issues. And I have been to Kiev 2 weeks ago, 4 times since the full-scale invasion, and I have to say that the situation has worsened. Physically, we feel that it's much harder. Many people, really are feeling the air raids to an extent I haven't seen in the last 2.5 years. So I think this audience should be aware that the situation is deteriorating for average Ukrainians as we speak. Let me start from the other side with very quick questions, and then I'll open the floor. Gabrielus, I wanted to ask a simple question. What is our end game in Ukraine? And how can Ukraine's security be guaranteed? We just had a lunch a moment ago on Ukraine. My good friend Daria Kaleniuk said that really, when it comes to security guarantees, there's only 3 options that worked in the last few decades. It's either NATO membership, it's American boots on the ground, like in South Korea, yes, or you have nuclear weapons, which Ukraine had, but under the Budapest Memorandum decided to give up. So what are we exactly offering Ukraine as security guarantees once the hostilities stop?
Well, thank you so much. So
that's the easier question.
Well, the easy question. Well, the short answer is that the goal is victory. Because
Define.
It is, well, Ukraine has to win. Ukraine has to declare that it won. And it has to be accepted by the international community that it is a victory. So in turn, Putin has to lose. And it also has to be accepted by him and by his allies. And this is the most difficult conundrum that we are in the West unable to utter, to say, to write it down. That because we don't imagine the world where Putin has lost. In the same way, in the 1990s, it was very difficult for everybody to imagine the world where Gorbachev and Soviet Union has lost. When we declared the independence in 1990, we were asked to recall that. We were asked by currently our allies to recall that because the world where Soviet Union have lost was unimaginable for those people. So we have to repeat this. We didn't call this back. We became independent, and Ukraine will win. That's the only viable scenario for Europe and for Ukraine. Now, when you say about the security guarantee, so yes, so realistically there are basically 2 scenarios. One is where the troops are deployed and they guarantee the security because attacking them would drag the defending countries into the conflict. So 2 scenarios, and when you look at it, so Japan, 50,000 American troops, South Korea, 30,000 American troops. These are enormous numbers, and they would be needed right now. So in all fairness, I think that NATO Article 5 is the most practical security guarantee that Ukraine can be offered.
And the cheapest, let's also say.
Well, there's more. It's the quickest, right? So because if we really want to secure Ukraine right now, so we can do it now. It's a political decision at the beginning. Yeah, of course, I think that we need to plan how NATO would work in Ukraine immediately, so that we're not caught in the same scenario like Baltic states, where when we entered NATO, and then only 12 years later, we were starting to talk about the defense plans. So immediately now, Ukraine has to have NATO defense plans.
Thank you. Paul, do you agree?
I do. I want to see more blue and yellow flags inside the alliance, and Ukraine belongs inside NATO and inside the EU. And I think that's our vision for the European security order, which we want to reconstitute, that all countries have the right to choose their own path to security. And we don't want a Europe where might gives right. So this is our long-term objective, and Ukraine has to win, and we will continue supporting Ukraine for as long as it takes. And we have all the economic clout, and we have if we play our cards well, we also have the defense industrial capacity to provide the arms that the Ukrainians need. So it's up to the Ukrainians. Well, if Ukraine wants to negotiate, it's up to you to do that. No one else should dictate any rules of any kinds of negotiations. And if you want to reconstitute your borders to 1991 borders, we will back you on that. I mean, the stakes here are enormous. This is about what Europe we want and what Europe we want our kids to grow up to.
Absolutely. I think we agree generally, but we are here from the same region. We see eye to eye on all these issues. How do we talk with many of our partners that are much more skeptical when it comes to NATO enlargement, and not only?
I think it's important to look at the facts. Ukraine will be the strongest NATO member after US, obviously, and Turkey, but it's certainly on the European continent per se, it will be the strongest NATO member with the experience in the battle that nobody else has had, with a very clear political commitment to be the best interoperable. And on the EU side, it is as important from our history. EU changed us as a country. The institutions, the democratic resilience, the ability of reliance on the institutions to govern. So those two, in my view, go hand in hand also for Ukraine. Which one comes first? I don't prejudge. In our case, NATO came first, even though there were so many people saying that, no, Baltic states in NATO, that's impossible to defend, and so on and so forth. There were also people who said that the Baltic states will never regain independence, remember? Because we were occupied out of 106 years of our history. For 50 years, we were occupied countries. If we had listened to those analysts and, you know, smartasses, I'm sorry, then we would never regain the independence. So we just did what we thought was right. We invested in our own brain and knowledge and commitment, and we did what we had to do. So again, for the EU and NATO, it's the same thing. Let's trust in our strength. We are the strongest alliance in the world. We will have even a stronger member of NATO. Ukraine is a competitive economy. For the EU, we know there are countries that are afraid of Ukraine's competitiveness, especially in agriculture and other sectors. It was an exporter of energy to the EU before Russians started to attack the facilities, energy facilities. So there's all the preconditions for both the EU and NATO to be stronger and to guarantee peace and security. That is the ultimate aim that we all want. It's not about being aggressive towards Russia or anybody else. It's about our own peace and security. So that's, you know, you asked about the architecture earlier, and I'm not an expert in architecture, but when we put two and two together, I think it's pretty straightforward, the answer to that. But on our side, trust in our strengths, but also do what we have to do. On the, as Paul said, on the industry, we have the new EU defense industry strategy. In the same time, we have NATO defense plans where Secure has clearly indicated what capability gaps are. So let's put those things together. Let's have the outcomes from defense industry strategies that fill those capability gaps instead of dreaming about, I don't know what.
A super important point. Andriy, by the way, absolutely a big round of applause to that. Andriy, how can we help you to help ourselves, if you know what I mean? I mean, what can we do more? You said about the strikes that would be helpful. What is, you know, the priority right now for Ukraine where we can do something? Not only Western governments, but people sitting in this room who have sometimes big, sometimes smaller, but still influence.
Very briefly, air defense systems, artillery shells, and drones. to help us to scale up our defense industry. By the way, today in Kyiv, we are conducting very important event, high-level event, dedicated to the development of our defense industries with the engagement of our European partners. What is also important to understand, to acknowledge the fact that Ukraine is a NATO and EU member. And even now, to elaborate all the policies with acknowledging these facts. Now I am speaking, for example, about the budget or budgetary process, which will be launched, EU budgetary process, which will be launched in February 2025. This budget, from our point of view, must reflect the logic that Ukraine is a member of EU. It must be a budget of enlargement. What is also important to help us to implement our peace formula. You know that during the visit to Washington, President Zelensky presented directly to President Biden and to both candidates, future presidents, victory plan. In here, I would like to clarify that we are speaking about victory plan. It is not a plan which replaces our peace formula. That's an instrument to enforce how to implement our peace formula. And here I would like to emphasize, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine, no compromises with our territorial integrity and sovereignty, with our territory, and also no compromises with aggressor at the expense of Ukraine. Full accountability of Russia, and once again, full restoration of territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine, including Crimea. In another case, we will have another postponed war. We don't have this privilege to tolerate gray zones of frozen conflicts in Europe.
Thank you very much. And let's open the floor now. Are there any questions here? I see General Błazeusz. We'll take 2 or 3. Is that Edward Lucas? Hi, Edward. Okay, so let's start with General Błazeusz. The first question, Edward Lucas in the back. And could you introduce yourself too? Okay, a Georgian voice in the discussion. So we have 3 questions, and then we go back to the panel. Could we ask a mic in front right away? Yes, it's coming, sorry.
I have a quick question for Minister Sybiha, if I may. Mr. Minister, how do you assess the Russian nuclear rhetoric? Do you think that they're playing that card so smartly that a lot of our nations get really uneasy about it, over concerned? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take the question from Edward Lucas. So somewhere in the back you could see.
You're absolutely right, Gabrielis, that we're in a pivotal moment. And the United States used to be the country that stiffened our spine. Now it's the other way around. We have frontline states who are unable to shoot down Russian drones because they get a call from the White House telling them not to. So how do we create a coalition of the threat-aware, the willing, and the capable who can do what needs to be done in terms of standing up to Russian aggression, whether it's subkinetic or in supporting Ukraine? Because we've seen our confidence in the United States so badly shaken over the last couple of years that the old assumptions just don't apply.
Thank you. And the last question, here the gentleman on the left from Georgia. And please do introduce yourself.
Zura Bezhanishvili, President for Georgia Development. According to the international law, are the Russian troops in occupied territories legitimate target for defenders and the NATO in case of Ukraine and Georgia? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. I don't know if we understood it. Not sure what we fully understand, but let's start with the first two questions. Andrei, the first one was straight to you.
Mr. General, thanks a lot for this important, really important question. You see, we have strong evidences, for example, that Russia prepares strikes on some objects of our nuclear energy. The goal to achieve blackout, to have a negative impact on the mood and moral of our people. We understand this, and all these evidences were conveyed to our allies. So we need to prevent this. That's a serious threat, and a really threat and a big risk of nuclear incident. They are blackmailing. They are good in this. We know concerns of some of our closest allies with regard of escalations. And they always do really know when to use this instrument, blackmailing. I think that the response should be strong. We passed all these stages. Decision to supply to Ukraine, for example, HIMARS, 155 artillery, long-range ammunition, decision with regard of membership of Finland and Sweden. Nothing happened. So probably it's a time not to be afraid and to take historical decision. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Baiba, please, to that.
Just a few words adding to that Russia itself has signed up to the P5 declaration with other nuclear permanent members of the UN Security Council, that the nuclear war cannot be won and shall not be fought. So those few words actually explain the reality of escalation if there is something that would mean Russia's attack, nuclear attack. Having said that, what Andrei says, that it's not beyond Russia to use electricity plants, to use dams for its attacks, and so on and so forth, that is indeed the case. So we have to be cognizant that various possibilities exist and ensure it doesn't happen.
Gabriel, you had two finger, and Paul, yeah.
Regarding Edward's question, we are quite often talking now about the hybrid, so-called hybrid activity, Russian hybrid activity on the eastern flank. And you know, we in the Baltic countries and Poland were asking for a tougher stance. And this also complements the question. So what is happening? Why we're unable to shoot down the drones that fly in NATO territory? Why we don't have an answer on hybrid activity and so on and so forth? It's a very good question. But when we think about a single event, so when this administration took over, Russians were very active in cyberspace in the United States. One of the most famous events was a Keystone oil pipeline that was deactivated. It's probably one of the most important pipelines in the US that was deactivated by Russian-backed hackers. During the first phone call between President Biden and Putin, President Biden said that there are red lines in the United States, which, if crossed, will merit an answer from the United States. And you don't want to test that. So that means that the US has a way, has political will, has the means to actually draw real red lines when it comes to our security.
When it wants to.
When it wants to. So why couldn't we do this for NATO? If we are all in Article 5, if we're all in this together, I think it has to be clear. There are red lines when it comes to Latvia, there are red lines when it comes to Lithuania, Sweden, Poland, any other country, and it would merit NATO response. So I think we have to remind this, because the United States definitely has showed an example.
Yeah, Paul.
Just one word to you, Katarina. Thank you for letting us be the partner countries. We're very proud, we're very honored. Feels great. Thank you all the things that you're doing and also that Poland is doing as a leader in Europe. It's very inspiring. Now, in regards to the nuclear discourse, we take note of it. We condemn it. This is reckless. This is unacceptable. We don't allow to stop it. We had this discussion all the way about the IF-3s, about the tanks, the fighter aircraft, and so forth. And you know, it all comes down to supporting Ukraine. It's both the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. And this is also about an investment into our own security, because we get it. Ukraine has to win. If Russia wins, this will have immediate consequences also for our own security. So therefore, the nuclear discourse is not going to work with us. It's not going to make us bow down to supporting Ukraine.
Absolutely, because we have 3 minutes left, and we're talking about red lines. I think we had a very interesting discussion here at the forum today regarding Russia's red lines, and we spoke with representatives of the Russian opposition who are present at the forum. And I asked them, why haven't the Russians really reacted to Kursk incursion? Why average Russians not really care about that incursion? And they explained, and they agreed, that the Russian propaganda speaks about borders of Russia that are not defined. So for an average Russian, whether it's Kursk or Donetsk or Crimea or Lithuania or Estonia, it's just part of a bigger, war that you can lose some territory, you can gain, but this is not really an issue of red lines, existential issue for the state. And it's the first time I really saw such a perspective. My question, do you agree with this? And do you think that, what kind of understanding do we have about Russia? Do we really understand what the red lines are? Are there any red lines? Because I think that misreading is critical. Baiba, I'll start with you.
I actually disagree, because Russia certainly knows where its borders with NATO are. And we see it on the land, we see it in the air, and we see it elsewhere. So no mistake there.
NATO is the red line.
Also, furthermore, they actually have created a fake border internally, like several kilometers inside Russia, so that in case those who want to leave Russia would clearly get disoriented and think that they have already left Russia, and then relax, and then the real border comes, and that's it. So they are caught. And so they know exactly what they are doing. So in our case, we also know where our borders are, and we are strengthening them in all respects.
Thank you very much, Paul. Do we understand Russia well enough in this conflict?
Well, we take note of their behavior, and we know what we need to do. We need to deter and defend, and also to mitigate their activities. They are also stepping up their hybrid activities, and we need to strengthen our resilience against those kind of hybrid measures that they are working in the gray light between war and peace, being it disinformation, being it cyber attack, espionage, and misinformation, and so forth. So there's lots of things we need to do also to strengthen our resilience about this. But unfortunately, I'm very, we're in it for the long run with Russia. Russia isn't going anywhere, and our Russia problem isn't going to disappear just with Ukraine. I think we have to understand that this is not a sprint, this is a marathon, which we have to adopt to a Russia which takes, as I said, great political and military risks and needs to be contained.
Gabrielus, Andrei, very shortly, in 2 sentences, how do we deal with Russia in the long term?
Well, I would pick up on the question that you asked before. I think that what we're seeing is a crumbling of empire. And at the beginning, it starts very slow, but then it happens very fast. And we've seen that happening in 50s with other empires, European empires. They just crumbled. And the voters, some of them were upset, but didn't do much. They didn't go to riot or, massively change the governments. They just watched the world change. And Russia is the last unreformed, well, partially European empire that, adhering to what the Russian opposition says, basically doesn't care how much of it is left.
Absolutely. Andrei, the last word is to you.
You see, by conducting this Kursk operation, it seems to me, our point of view, Ukraine ruined all these legends about red lines. We are moving forward. That's a military operation. We don't want to occupy these territories. We are not Russia. We are following, and we are conducting this operation strictly in line with the international law. We also invited international organizations to conduct monitoring. So my conclusion, very brief and simple: be brave as Ukraine, and we will achieve, being united, our strategic goal: comprehensive, just, and long-lasting peace for Ukraine. And you need also this.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panel, and thank you to the audience for participating actively. Thank you. Professor Katarzyna Pisarska and her esteemed panel ministerial debate. I think one of those takeaways that you can take from that conversation was supporting Ukraine is not just the right thing to do, it is also the smart thing to do. So a lot to reflect on that, and we appreciate their sincerity and their frankness in talking about what is obviously a very difficult and a very complex subject. So our thanks again to Professor Katarzyna Pisarska and her esteemed panel of ministerial guests. Now, it's a tough conversation that we're having, and our next panel is another high-level panel which is entitled Only Doom and Gloom, but hopefully they will be able to uplift us, as that is the whole point of the Warsaw Security Forum, to not just talk about the problems, but to also offer solutions. So yes, we'll be focusing on the doom and gloom, but we also want to focus on whether the collective West can triumph over a polycrisis. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome onto the stage the moderator of this panel and her distinguished guests, Natalie Tocci, Director of the Istituto Affari Internazionale.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on all doom and gloom, and hopefully by the end of it we will not be as gloomy as we were when we came in. So we've been talking about the polycrisis really for quite some time now. And especially in what we can define as the global West, it has indeed been a fairly dark conversation. Now, rather than going through the litany of the crisis, which would obviously depress everyone, let me perhaps just start off by putting two thoughts out there. The first is that the polycrisis is related to the shift in power in the international system. And part of the problem is that we're quite clear about what we're shifting away from. We no longer live in the good old days of US hegemony, but we're not as clear about what we're shifting to. Is it a new bipolar system revolving around the US-China competition? Is it a multipolar system? Is it a non-polar system with a number of countries, especially in the global south, that actually don't want to choose where to align to? So there's an element of this conversation which has to do with that global power shift. I think there's a second element which has to do with the fact that it's fairly clear that the big challenges of our age are essentially transnational in nature. Whether we're talking about technology, about climate, about nuclear non-proliferation, it's very clear that they are transnational challenges, and yet our multilateral order is fraying. So, problem set there. We have half an hour to not only unpack that problem, but even more importantly, begin to think about the solution and what we in the global West should be doing. We have a wonderful panel to do so, beginning with Karan Bhatia from Google, Cathy Ashton, former High Representative of the European Union, Beth McGrath from Deloitte, but also with a background in institutions in the defense field. And Cathy, let me perhaps start with you. So it's fairly clear whether we're looking at the two big wars, right? Whether it's Russia's invasion of Ukraine, whether it's the now escalating war in the Middle East, that these wars are really sort of intertwined with this power shift in the international system. So I'm just wondering if you could help us create that connection between what is it that is happening at that global level and how this plays out in these very real wars in and around Europe.
Natalie, I think you have to start by, in a sense, helicoptering over the world and looking at all of the different things that are happening, the different changes that are taking place, which you've rightly identified. And it is about the willingness, in a sense, of countries to follow the line that we have traditionally in the West, being the ones to promote. And it is about an understanding that conflicts may begin in small places, but they don't end there. They move, they travel, they explode, they turn themselves from minor issues into major problems that we have to face. And I think there's a number of things that kind of flow from that. The first, as you've rightly said, is that the traditional multilateral way of looking at things has changed. It's been changing, in my view, for quite a long time. If you read articles written by people like Sergei Lavrov years ago, or if you think about how countries that have been part of what we call the Global South have moved away from just accepting that they should follow our lead. And if you kind of multiply all of that, you can see a shift that's been happening for decades in a way, but certainly the last decade and a half in my experience. And if you combine that with our, in a sense, our growing inability to manage and develop the toolkit that we need to have to be able to tackle these problems. We are often dealing with a manifestation of a problem that has bubbled up for centuries on some occasions, certainly for years. And then we're trying to fix it, and we're trying to fix it in a time frame and against a backdrop that it is by far from the only problem that we're trying to deal with at the same time. So we've got a multiplicity of things. We've got a shift and a change in how the world is trying to deal with its own issues and problems that arise in its own neighborhoods. You've got the unwillingness or inability of people to simply follow the lead of others. And you've got our inability or our deficiencies, really, in having enough tools to tackle these problems at the same time. And then added onto that, the speed with which they travel around the world. Our knowledge of what's going on, our desire and, in a sense, the urgency with which we have to try and tackle them becomes an additional headache in all of this.
Cathy, can I actually just quickly follow up on one of the points that you're making about the Global South there? I mean, it's clear that we now understand that there is no automaticity, in a sense, in the alignment of many countries in the Global South with the Global West. If anything, one can make that argument about a growing alignment of the Global South with what I would define as the Global East, thinking about Russia and China. Where exactly do you think we're getting it? Where are we going? What's wrong in what we're doing? Why is it that despite understanding the problem, we're not really making much headway in terms of moving towards a solution.
So if you look at the war in Ukraine, 40 countries that we might classify as Global South didn't vote with us, did not support us in taking sanctions. And I can tell you of at least one leader who said to me, you know, there you go again, another war in Europe, and you are going to expect us to sacrifice parts of our economy, parts of our trade, parts of what we need to do in favor of what you need in order to resolve your conflict. And he challenged me. He was from sub-Saharan Africa, and he said, how many conflicts have we had in sub-Saharan Africa in the last 5 years? Well, I looked it all up, and in 2021 there were 16 different coups or dramatic developments in sub-Saharan Africa. And if you look at what's happening in Sudan, we face the worst famine ever, as 8 million people have moved and are displaced internally and 2 million outside. So there's a sense in which they're now saying, you've lost interest in us. You don't look at the things that are happening to us. The expectation is all one way. And what we've got wrong is we haven't invested in the long-term relationships with individual nations, rather than either putting them together, lumping them together as a region and saying Africa, when actually it is a multiplicity of different societies, communities, economies, and so on. And we haven't really thought about what we should be doing for the next decades in terms of that relationship. They can get money elsewhere, they don't need us, they don't necessarily look to us in the way that they did before, and yet they still believe, in many cases, in the fundamental principles of sovereignty, democracy, and that other countries should not trample on a country and try and take it over. So it's how we tackle that, I think, that's going to be really important.
I actually think this is extremely important, because often the, in my view, mistaken conclusion that is drawn from there is, you know, these countries have other potential offers is, and therefore we have to become transactional ourselves, right? Which in a sense totally hollows out what we're about. So it's clear that we've got to do things in a different way, but we do have to, in a sense, put on the table that value proposition. Karen, let me transition to you now and perhaps ask you to help us shift the focus, because alongside this story, which in many respects is a sort of, let's say, global north, global south story, there is indeed a global west, global east part of the equation. And whereas during the Cold War, the main, in a sense, substance, right, of competition was, especially in the nuclear field, it seems to me that today the main element of competition is economic and technological in nature. So could you help us understand better what is the role of technology in the global rivalry, particularly as it relates to the US-China competition?
Sure, Natalie. I mean, I think to start with your premise of this, which I entirely agree with, you know, you're seeing these tectonic plates shifting or having shifted in a way that sort of fundamentally weakened the international system, the norms, the institutions that allowed the global, you know, the multinationals, many of the multinationals today, certainly the technology industry, the big tech companies like Google, which really came into existence in that sort of sweet spot after the Cold War ended. There was this wonderful period where you had the rise of international institutions, the rise of international norms, and technology both enabled the globalization that resulted and was enabled by the globalization that resulted. So fast forward to where we find ourselves today, or a couple of years ago, where technology now is seen as sort of one of the key competitive dimensions of geopolitics. The polycrisis, you know, when you talk about ways in which countries are competing, they talk about militarily, they talk diplomatically, and they talk technology. So technology has become the pointy end of the spear, effectively, in this, which is a very new transition for technology companies. Look at Google. Our mission at our founding 25 years ago was to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. It's a mission that continues to inspire us today, but it's more complicated than ever to accomplish it. And that was brought home for me, perhaps in the most clear way, as the war started in Ukraine. When the Russians started rolling over the border, and within the first day or two, I got a phone call from the Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, who was sitting in a bunker with a light bulb over his head, and you could hear air raid sirens in the background, going through, for me, I'm in Washington, D.C. with a technology company, the challenges that he was facing. And there were challenges around disinformation, around specific URLs that were creating problems. There were challenges around the availability of information on Google Maps that needed to be addressed. And there was also cybersecurity challenges that needed to. All of a sudden, Google right now is in the position of being a key player in this, and it's a responsibility that we took enormously seriously as a company. We spent the better part of the next several months entirely dedicated. This was the #1 priority. How do we work to address these challenges, to take the Russian disinformation out of the system, completely take them off of our platforms, address the cybersecurity challenges. I've been working very closely with the Ukrainian government in that regard. So this is just sort of one, I think, manifestation of how we have seen the change that we're talking about, the polycrisis that we're talking about, become realized. Just to finish, you talked about East versus West, and I think that's really sort of the other part of what we are seeing. There is clearly policy evolution happening everywhere, both sides of the Atlantic, both sides of the Pacific, which are going to be challenging to technology companies and business companies writ large. You see the growth of export controls. You see the growth of trade barriers. You see fracturing happening, which I think makes it all the more important that the parts of the world that are aligned still around that common vision work together. And that involves working in a transatlantic sense in a more intense way, frankly, than we have seen before. And it involves the public and private sectors working more closely than we have seen before. So coming out of this, it may be that we don't have these halcyon days of globalization, but we may have something that kind of replaces it and allows it to move forward.
In fact, I think you point to these two dimensions, both of which are absolutely essential, because there's both a story that has to do with technology as the main, or one of the main means through which conflict and even war plays out, with war having dimensions including disinformation. And then a second dimension, which is technology, which is the main means through which competition takes place, and particularly that competition as it revolves around the US and China. And whereas once upon a time we were under the illusion that because there was no freedom in China and innovation couldn't thrive, and so in a sense, China would always be. Now we know that it's not quite like that. And so, I'm wondering, sort of, how is it? What are the relative strengths and weaknesses, and what is it that we should actually be focusing more on?
Well, look, I think China is a very strong competitor in the technology space. I mean, today, if you look at the top 10 technology companies in the world, arguably 5 of them in China, 5 of them are in the United States. So I do think that the West still, particularly in areas like artificial intelligence and quantum and so forth, has an edge. But I do think it's going to require a couple of things. It's going to require investments, smart public policy and investments. We can talk more about that. And it's very much going to require an approach to partnership between the public and private sector and an enablement, frankly, of technology that thus far has not really been the approach that we've seen out of some regulators. So I think that's sort of the biggest determinant as to are we going to win the race for technology leadership.
Well, actually, this is a wonderful segue to Beth, because what I wanted to ask you, Beth, is really, in this polycrisis, what is the nexus between the public and the private sector? And in particular, in the world that Karen was describing earlier, in the good old days when companies like Google emerged, in a sense, it was a world in which there was a certain detachment between business and politics. I mean, there was never total detachment, but there was a sense that business is business and politics can be messy, and international politics too, but ultimately there is a material rationality that prevails. And all of a sudden, the private sector has realized that, alas, it's not always like this, right? And so in a sense, it's really put the private sector on the spot, right? So how do you see this connection between private and public in a sense, firstly, the definition of the problem?
Thank you. And I guess we're also redefining or evolving the polycrisis definition as we add things to it here on stage. To go back to the globalization, when it wasn't that, we didn't care where things came from, but the priority was fast and cheap. It was speed, it was all about cost and speed. And then I'll say one day, I'll say something happens, and then we decide, oh, well, we need to also look at risk and resiliency and really understand, who are the players in the supply chain. And traditionally, we would think of, say, big defense contractors as the defense industrial base, and wouldn't think of the Googles or Deloittes or others as part of the defense industrial base. But I think that, as highlighted even this afternoon, has changed dramatically. And this whole notion of, public-private partnership, I think needs to be completely redesigned such that we are holistically looking at the things not only from a national security, but economic security, from information warfare, from a climate crisis. I mean, these are all like really meaty problems that we as Western society need to work together on. And I'll say, as a former recovering bureaucrat myself, I can say that, speed and agility aren't usually synonymous with government, and I think that really needs to be a focus such that we have the speed, agility, and ability to combat those countries and institutions without the rules and norms that we abide by, because they're not waiting. They are moving with speed and with decisiveness. And I think for us, it is completely imperative that we work together at the national, international, global level, and that we find ways to move much, much quicker and with much more agility.
Given that you have sort of sat on both the public and the private, let me just pick up on one of the things that, you started off talking about, the problem concerning the resilience of global supply chains. Now, from a public perspective, I think the problem to me, as I would understand it, is trying to figure out what is the right sort of equilibrium that we should be seeking between the dilution of dangerous dependencies, the diversification of relationships, and the boosting of domestic production. And I imagine that from a private sector perspective, these are also sort of three variables. How would you define the difference between these things are understood now that you have stepped into private sector shoes?
I wish I could say, it's all crystal clear. But, as the geopolitical landscape evolves and I'll say countries, in particular the US, more and more legislation, governing companies and really wanting to understand what are we doing around the world and who and how are we supporting. And I think it also, and then therefore, it requires companies to really take a look at, really what their sort of not only business objectives are, but, your ethos of the company and where you want to land at the end of the day. But I also think there is, I'll just call it, not to get into the complete dissecting of the relationship between Russia and China. You're probably much more, U.S. and China, you're much more qualified than I am. But there is this, the China's role in the global economy and the U.S. role in the global economy and other nations' role in the global economy matters. And it's hard sometimes to say, well, there's never black and white. And so you're constantly navigating sort of what does the global economy, how is that I'll say, performing, and how does that influence the national security, et cetera. So that it is, I have no answer today, just to be completely clear, but I do experience I'll say the problem and the real particular nuances that are required as we're talking about all these different, I'll say, types of crisis, such that we must work together in some regard with those that we don't always align with from a national security or a cultural ethos, things like climate and also the global economy. And so it does get, I'll just say, very, very tricky. Again, I would say from a Western world perspective, the closer the government and industry can work together to solve these things and to navigate these things, I think the stronger we will collectively be.
Now, let's turn to the solution to all of this. And Karen, let me come back to you. It is fairly clear that whereas, on the one hand, the US and China have clear advantages, but Europe, in many respects, is falling behind. And indeed, we're aware of it, and hence the next, the new political institutional cycle, which has now just begun, is really putting competitiveness at the forefront of the policy agenda. Several ideas as to how that competitiveness should be pursued. Could you give us a sense of, as someone that, in a sense, is both out and in, right, given Google's presence in Europe, from your perspective, exactly how is it that Europe should be boosting its competitiveness?
So, Natalie, I think the first thing to say is, this competitiveness narrative should not, and discussion, which I think is important and we'll come to, but should not be in any way mistaken for a sense that Europe is not enormously important and powerful and has incredible innovative opportunities, economic opportunities, and so forth. It's the reason why Google has been as deeply invested in Europe as we have been. It truly is effectively a second home for us. We have more than 30,000 employees. We have more than 40 offices in more than 25 countries. We're everywhere. We work with almost every European company, every household. So point one, just start with there is enormous reason for optimism.
We're not that bad.
Yeah, there is, and I say that, and particularly, I look at a place like Poland, where we have grown our presence substantially. There's incredible talent, there's incredible opportunity, and we're looking to see how do we do more, frankly. The key, I think, and I don't mean to be, I'm just drinking the Kool-Aid here, but I think the importance of artificial intelligence to European competitiveness is absolutely critical, because what you are seeing, and it's happening right now, industry after industry around the world, the differentiation that is happening in terms of efficiency, productivity, profitability, being driven by AI is going to be a game changer. And the question fundamentally, and I have had this, I was just at the UN General Assembly last week, met with 15 economy ministers. There's one question they all want to know: how can we lead in AI? How can we get ahead? How can we get our companies more deeply invested? What are the set of policies we need to adopt to be at the forefront? That is the mindset that we have to see in Europe around this technology, because Europe's incredible competitiveness in so many sectors, you name it, automotive, energy, pharma, services, is going to be, you are going to be competing globally against firms that are going to be at the forefront of artificial intelligence. So we have to lead in Europe at AI, which then takes us to the question of, well, what is going to be required to do that? Many of you have probably read the Draghi report, which is a much broader overview of competitiveness. But specifically, if you want to talk about technology, I'd say there were three things that from our vantage point clearly come out that need to happen at the Europe-wide level and at the member state level to really be at the forefront here. I think the first, and I mentioned before, is more investment in infrastructure. This is going to be an infrastructure-intensive competition. You're going to need the cables, you are going to need the data centers, you are going to need the compute power, and so forth. That is going to require investment. There is a private sector component to it. We're investing, but there's going to be a public sector. The second is investing in people. We have to have people who are skilled for this era. And that is going to require a change in how people are skilled and trained. Again, it's something at the Google level we're proud to be doing in Europe, but it needs to happen continent-wide. And then I think the last thing really is regulation. In the last Commission mandate,
we regulate a lot.
There were more than 100 regulations that were passed, that were enacted, that hit the technology sector. If that continues in an uncoordinated way, it is going to be so hard for Europe to be at the forefront of this. So I would just say, I'd put that out there. And this is from, we support regulation in a lot of spaces, including AI, because there are risks. But it has to be done smartly and in a balanced way.
Absolutely. You know, you mentioned the Draghi report, and that report, in a sense, really zooms in on three sectors. I mean, there's the tech story, there's the energy story, and there's the defense story, which, of course, is the other problem child in Europe. And Beth, let me turn to you on this, in a sense, kind of wearing both your Deloitte hat, but also, given your experience in this field, in the public sector, what advice would you offer Europeans in terms of how to get up to, you know, where we have to be when it comes to defense?
Yeah, and I do think, again, I'll say aligning myself to comments that were just made in terms of the, you know, the regulations. To regulate is, you know, it's not even fun anymore. And so it really needs to be with purpose. In order to actually be effective in the regulations, we also have to deregulate, just saying. And then also looking at the, you know, the equipment across Europe. What we've seen, again, go back to globalization, not that people are all about fast and cheap, but there wasn't as much investment in, you know, military deterrence. And I think you saw even less investment across Europe around military deterrence, with the US still investing at a, I'll call it an okay level, but not to the extent that they need capability. And so what you saw with the, you know, at the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, there was this awakening, both in the US and in Europe, around ammunition. I mean, people hadn't looked for as much ammunition in decades, and all of a sudden there was this, you know, again, awakening on really understanding what capabilities do we have, how ready are we for what kind of things, and with from a U.S. perspective, very much focused on the Indo-Pacific and China, and then I think in Europe, there wasn't this holistic perspective and approach to, and what would Europe's role be should a scenario like this happen. And you see, I think, a tremendous amount of support and resilience across Europe in support of Ukraine, but also a look internally, both at the national level, what capability gaps do we have, what capabilities do we have, what capability gaps do we have, and what should we do? And what I would love to see more of is a pan-European perspective on when they're buying capability and equipment, looking at, you know, I'll just say maybe not bulk purchases, but a different approach to acquisition. I would also love to see a different approach to sustainment and maintenance of the capabilities. Not every nation potentially needs its own maintenance and sustainment capability if you're buying similar platforms. So I think there's a speed and an efficiency opportunity across Europe as it comes to defense. And I would also layer on, you know, information warfare, cyber, you know, definitely part of that. Almost seems easier because that's a shorter tail in terms of a life cycle procurement, but I think they need to go hand in hand.
Great. Kathy, let me end with you, bringing us back to the wars in Europe and in the Middle East, and in particular, what role the EU should be playing in them. And you know, on the one hand, we are playing a role in Ukraine. I mean, but we could be doing more and better, arguably. We're not playing much of a role in the Middle East at all. And as now one of your successors will be taking office hopefully very soon, Kaja Kallas, what advice would you offer Kaja as she approaches these two wars in and around the continent?
I wouldn't dream of giving her advice because I know how difficult the job is, except to say that I think she's going to be fantastic. as a High Representative because of her experience and her abilities. And so I wish her incredibly well. I suppose there are two different things to think about. The first is that Europe, and I mean the European Union plus, is this massive, capable group of nations, the biggest trading bloc in the world, that I always felt in office, and I feel still now, does not feel its own strength, its own capabilities. It is a continent that is full of brilliant people, ideas, capabilities, that needs to motivate itself to work together to be able to address what we thought we were done with, which was the idea that somebody could march into another country and, based on the false reading of history and idealism, declare it as their own. I thought that was all gone, and it isn't. And so we need to respond to that as Europe and say, no, this is not going to happen. This is not sustainable. This is a continent that believes in democracy, freedom, human rights, and we stand by and with Ukraine in trying to achieve that. In a sense, what I'm saying is that it's a moment for leadership in Europe. And then when I think about what's happening in the Middle East, there is a role for Europe. We have played it many times. We have been a significant player as well as payer in the Middle East, not just with the conflict that has been raging at the heart of this between Israel and its challenges to be a secure homeland for its own people and the desire of the Palestinian people to have a home of their own. But all the countries of the region, we have strong relationships with Jordan. We have been very engaged with Lebanon. We led, remember, the talks for the nuclear deal with Iran. That was an EU leadership in that sense. And we have a lot to do with the Gulf countries. So there is a real opportunity for Europe to play its role and to play a part in collaboration with our transatlantic partner, the United States. But to do that, Europe really does have to stick up and stand up and say, we are the strong continent that we've always believed that we can be.
Well, thank you so much for that, Kathy. Thanks to all panelists. I'm not sure we've understood entirely the problem nor the solution, but I do think that perhaps we walk out of this room with several new ideas and certainly a lot more optimism in facing the challenges ahead. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Natalie Tocci there on this question of doom and gloom. I hope that there was a little bit of hope in what she was talking about, and it was poignant that the panelists there ended by talking about the Middle East, how much Europe is involved, whether enough, arguably, a lot to discuss. One nation that is very much involved in the Middle East is, of course, the United States, and this leads us on rather elegantly to our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, the end of Pax Americana, US positions in the world in 2024. To discuss this with her panel, please join me in welcoming onto the stage the international journalist Hadley Gamble.
Good afternoon, everybody, and once again, welcome to the Warsaw Security Forum. My name is Hadley Gamble, and I am the Chief International Anchor for Al Arabiya, as well as a contributor to Semaphore, and it's a fantastic opportunity to once again welcome an amazing group of panelists. We're going to be talking about Pax Americana. It is at the end of Pax Americana, and as an American, it's a tough topic to even be contemplating, but I suppose we're just going to have to work our way through it. I just want to mention that everyone on this stage is an American, with the exception of one man. Just to welcome my guests, it's fantastic to have them. Kurt Volker, former U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine's negotiations. We're also joined by the Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Democracy and Humanitarian Rights, Daphne Rance. Nice to see you. Lord Vernon Coker, our resident non-American, Minister of State for Defense for the United Kingdom. By General David Petraeus, he's the former Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. And I'm also very pleased to welcome James Carafano, the Senior Counselor to the President for the Heritage Foundation. Panelists, welcome. I think it'd be just a moment, and I'm sure it'll make everyone really uncomfortable, but I'm going to do it anyway, to take a step back and say, we are just a few weeks away from the election of a new president. And this could have major implications for our foreign policy, but also our domestic policy as well. And I want to get a very brief sense from the folks up here on this stage of who would be better for America, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Kurt?
That's really a very difficult question. Here's the way I look at this. We have, in the United States, always flirted with isolationism. At the beginning of the founding of the Republic, George Washington said, avoid entangling alliances. We had the America First movement in the 1930s. Franklin Roosevelt really had to struggle to get the U.S. to deal with World War II and Nazism, and it took Pearl Harbor to get the U.S. to do something in World War II. We are in that again. And I'll remind people the campaign slogans that presidents have used to get elected over the last 20 years. President Clinton, it's the economy, stupid. President Bush, no nation building abroad. President Obama, we're going to end 2 wars. President Trump, America first. So this is a trend. And I'd say there's a passive form of isolationism, which is we want to avoid escalation, we want to avoid conflict, we need to manage crises, but it's always also with a view towards we don't want to take anything on unless we have to. And then there's a more proactive isolationism, which is what you get from some of the America First crowd, the MAGA crowd. James can comment on that. As a country, for the last 70 years, we've traditionally had people from both parties believing in American leadership, an international role for the United States. You know, our values are our interests are our values, and we have to stand up for our values in the world and our interests in the world. That's always been there. It's still there. It's not gone. This exists in both parties. But we are facing now in this election more prominence to either the passive or the active form of isolationism. And it's a tough call.
I didn't hear an answer there. Daphne?
Sure. So I would just add onto this discussion of agree with the natural vacillations between isolationism and internationalism by making the point that America and its very old democracy are really based on an international foundation, and beyond the political elite and the foreign policy leaders, we have a very generous group of people in America who have long given charities abroad, who are very committed to international causes. We have universities that are increasingly building ties around the world, and that is without regard to political party, to state, to who's the president of the United States. So that, if you look at those trajectories alone, are only increasing. We have cities that are acting really as international centers of commerce in the United States, whether San Francisco, Chicago, or even smaller cities. So the engine of internationalism is way beyond the Beltway, beyond Washington, D.C., and that is only growing the interest in exchange programs, in commerce, in tourism, and I see no end to that internationalist impulse among the American people.
Lord Coker, who would be better for the West?
You'll be pleased to know I'm not going to answer the question because it's not a matter for me to
to comment on American domestic policy, and it's a choice for the American people to make. But what I would say is that I think it's important to remember that the US and Europe have always been indispensable allies to each other and important allies to each other. And I think it's really important that in today's geopolitical climate, the UK and Europe need each other. And I made the point this morning that what happens in the Indo-Pacific affects Europe, what happens in Europe affects the Indo-Pacific, and as such, I think the UK, with the US, with Europe, and with our other allies across the world are going to need to stand together to deal with some of these crises that they face, and they'll have to do that together. And I think that will be true whoever were to win the next American presidential election.
General?
So I stopped voting when I was promoted to 2 stars, and I haven't started since. And I don't endorse candidates of either party, and I actually advise candidates of either party who are serious. So I'm not going to answer the question, but what I will do is say that I think regardless of who wins the election, it won't be the end of Pax Americana. Obviously, one candidate is a little bit more associated with America First, but actually that didn't translate into true America First. If you look at what happened in NATO during that period of time, we returned tanks to the mainland, European mainland. We pushed our headquarters out into Poland. In fact, he loves Poland. They were going to name Fort Trump for him out there. So again, I think you can overstate what the results of this might be. Certainly one a bit leaning in one direction, the other would be much more status quo. I'm a little surprised that an actual member of a political appointee of the administration dodged the question, and we might return to that. But I think, again, the U.S., by and large, there's bipartisan recognition of the importance of U.S. leadership in the world, but very much with allies and partners, because the number of plates that we're all trying to keep spinning simultaneously, representing the different challenges and threats, is greater than at any time since the end of the Cold War. And the biggest plate in that tent, bigger than all the others together, which represents the U.S. and Western relationship with China, that one has to be rock solid. And as our Lord here recognized appropriately, what happens in one part of the world reverberates in others. And if you want deterrence to be solid in the Indo-Pacific, which rests on a potential adversary's assessment of your capabilities on the one hand and your willingness to employ them on the other, if you don't come to the help of a country that is threatened, its very independence is at stake, that embraces the same values and principles that we in NATO do against a dictator, a kleptocrat who is animated by a grievance-filled, revisionist and revanchist view of history, if you aren't going to support them, who's going to believe you that you're going to come to the support of someone directly, not just enable them to preserve their independence? So I think that recognition will still exist on Capitol Hill as it does right now, despite the lengthy, overly long discussions before the latest extraordinary amount of aid, $61 billion, was approved some months ago.
David, do I get an answer from you?
So I can't believe you asked the guy on the far right. Who's, here's what I will say with absolute 100% certainty and confidence, that regardless of who wins the President of the United States, America is not leaving NATO, and we are not abandoning Ukraine. I think it's true.
Applause.
I think what the exciting differences are going to be on energy policy, Middle East policy, Latin American border security, and Africa. I think those are the things that really might turn in different directions depending on who wins.
General Petraeus, and I do want to pick up on that just with regards to the Middle East. Considering the amount of military hardware that we've moved into the region over the last several months, I would say 6 months to 12 months, given what happened in Gaza, that looks like mission creep to many people. What does this
actually, to a former Central Command commander, it looks like rationality. We have always been irrational in our effort to leave the Middle East. We used to have 3 CENTCOM truths, we called them, when I was privileged to command the greater Middle East after Iraq and before Afghanistan. The first of those is, in the Middle East, be very clear who your enemies are and who your friends are, and don't confuse the two. And we have it a little bit at times. Iran is our implacable enemy, dedicated to the destruction of Israel and getting the U.S. out of the Middle East. Israel and the Gulf states and others are our friends, even if there's periodic friction and disagreement on certain specific issues from time to time. Number 2, Las Vegas rules do not apply in the Middle East. What happens there does not stay there. It tends to spew violence, extremism, instability, and in some cases, tsunamis of refugees, not just into neighboring countries, but all the way into the countries of our most important NATO allies. And then number three is that this effort to leave is just not rational. The U.S. trying to leave the Middle East is like Michael Corleone trying to leave the mafia. You just keep getting sucked back in. So we should recognize, again, I'm not saying that the current level is necessary, but certainly these efforts to constantly pare down, unsettle our friends and allies, and embolden Iran and its malign proxies in the region. So I think, again, and with great respect, I'm not sure that the difference will be that profound in the Middle East. The current administration is supporting Israel just about 100%. Israel is being enabled to do what they believe is right, even when in some cases it's somewhat at odds with some of allies and partners, including some of our administration, doing a remarkable job in decimated. They haven't just decapitated Hezbollah. They have decimated their leader structure. They have done enormous damage, 1,500 targets alone to the much feared, in many respects, Hezbollah capabilities to simultaneously hit Israel and overwhelm the integrated air and ballistic missile defense system. Really impressive operations there, frankly, although need to keep encouraging. There needs to be a vision for an end state for the Palestinian people in Gaza, which is lacking right now. It needs to be based on security that has to be achieved before you can really bring that about.
Do you believe that the United States needs to have a central role in that plan?
Oh, absolutely. It does have a central role, and it is. And again,
in the rebuild of Gaza.
Well, everybody's going to have a central role in that. The reconstruction, this is where the Arab states will come in very much, and others, but you can't do that without security. And security means that you don't have Hamas reconstituting after every single raid, and that the place is not run by criminal gangsters and remnants of Hamas.
Lord Coker, I have to ask you, I'm now living in London, so I'm a UK resident, although an American citizen, so this is very personal to me. Keir Starmer's government so far has managed to avoid at least the UK press. They're not doing any interviews, they're not really talking that much beyond this narrative that things are really bad and we got to work hard to change them. In your mind, how does this set up the United Kingdom to avoid the conversation that we're having right now? Is this the end of Pax Americana? Is this the end of United Kingdom's influence abroad?
The UK's influence around the world. Yeah, no, I mean, I think the Prime Minister was very clear at the United Nations, where he was a few days ago, where he talked about the UK's importance, the importance that the UK attached to its global role, not on its own, but I think, as has been said by others on the panel, working with our allies and our friends across the world. We keep making the point. Obviously, we have a NATO first policy. That's really important with respect to what's happening with Ukraine. We've been clear about that. We've said that, and the Prime Minister has said that at length. But that doesn't mean that we don't recognise the importance of what's happening in the Indo-Pacific. And that's why, for example, the Carrier Strike Group will go there next year. It's been very clear about that. And we're looking to work with our friends and allies across the world, through NATO, but also through our other alliances. AUKUS is another really good example of the sort of work that we're doing to ensure that the UK plays its proper place in the world. And as I say, what the Prime Minister said at the United Nations was really important about that. And the UK will play its part. It can't do it on its own, but we cannot turn away from the global challenges that we face. Everybody in this room is united by the desire to protect freedom, the international rules-based order, and democracy. That can't be done by one nation on its own. We need the US to work with us to do that, of course, but it would be the US with the UK, with our allies, many of whom are represented in this room. And that's the geopolitical reality of the challenge that we face today. It wasn't where we expected to be. If you'd have asked us a few years ago, perhaps many of us, including myself, would not have foreseen where we are. But we are where we are now, and the response that is coming, irrespective of the result of the American presidential election, I believe that people across the world, in terms of our alliances, including the US, will understand the importance of standing up for those freedoms and those rights. The US has always done that, and I think will do so in the future. And it's important for all of us that we work with the UK, we work with the US to deliver that, because it's in all of our interests that it does so.
And the UK, we should remember, walked point for many of the early decisions when it came to supporting Ukraine. First one, hundreds of anti-tank guided missiles. We all watched, nothing happened. U.S. plows in thousands of them. Same with the longer range anti-ship missiles. Same with the longer range Storm Shadow. Repeatedly, the UK has made the first move. U.S. watches and then piles on with enormous assistance.
It's that relationship.
Yep.
I would just add on, I couldn't agree more, and I would actually reframe the Pax Americana paradigm that you've organized us around to, you know, the post-1991 expectation that democracy would teleologically or naturally be on the march. That's what we're recognizing in the past 10 years or so, that we have to do much more work to protect, promote it, and to prevent authoritarian revisionism. And, you know, credit to President Biden for really understanding this, you know, this diagnostic and framing a lot of his geopolitical concerns in this maybe, you know, binary between democracies and authoritarian regimes. But essentially, post-1991, and maybe with a little bit different arguments after 9/11 in our country, there was an assessment that the democratic order would just endure naturally, that the UN Charter could be self-preserving, and that naturally anyone or every country would grow to recognize the universal rights of their people because they were natural, and that just hasn't happened. Instead, in the past 10 years, there's been growing authoritarian threats, and many countries that were on the bubble in between, you know, a liberal democracy and authoritarianism have backslid. And so it's incumbent upon all of us here to recognize the importance of actively promoting and defending our allies, and then working with democratic allies to counter this global trend.
It's a difficult one, and just a question to you, because you are a representative of the current U.S. government, of the Biden administration, and you are working with the Department of State. How does the Biden administration justify the thousands of people who've lost their lives in Gaza and Lebanon? Because the Arab Street certainly doesn't agree with what's happening there.
Absolutely. And first, I should just say that this is a real tragedy, and I think everyone in the U.S. government understands the loss of civilian life. The U.S. government strongly supported, after October 7th, the State of Israel, and continues to have ironclad support for the security of the State of Israel. And as Secretary Blinken has said again and again, far too many lives have been lost. And that runs through everything we do at the State Department in terms of our actions to protect civilian harm, to protect humanitarian access. We work every single day. But above all else, we are working tirelessly toward a ceasefire. And that is fundamentally a civilian protection, what we believe will be the best way to address the tragic loss of life.
So we heard earlier from the president calling repeatedly for a ceasefire, and then a report in Politico suggesting that members of his administration, Brett McGurk, Amos Hochstein, gentlemen that I've interviewed on a number of occasions, actually agreed with the Israelis on what's been happening in Lebanon, on this incursion, which has left thousands of people dead, that they gave the green light for it. How can you justify that?
So I would defer to the White House on the exact decision-making in terms of recent negotiations with the Israelis on Lebanon. I would just go back to the fundamental policy of the Biden.
Because thousands of people have died.
Yes.
Innocent civilians, women and children.
Which lays at the feet of Nasrallah, or Hassan Nasrallah, and also at the feet of Hezbollah.
General, with all due respect, a lot of people don't believe that, but go ahead.
Hell, a lot of people think the world is flat, but that doesn't mean that I agree with that.
I think the theme here, and this is what I was trying to speak about earlier, the danger is American weakness. So you have an isolationist drive on the, on a more passive side where we won't do things, versus a more active type of isolationism or a more volatile, chaotic potential from the U.S. But in the case of the Middle East, General Petraeus mentioned this, we have not held Iran accountable. Iran has promoted these groups that have been attacking Israel, whether it's Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis have been attacking not only them, but also international shipping. And you can look at the situation today and see we have escalating war in the Middle East. We have a 2.5-year war with no end in sight of Russia against Ukraine. We have growing risks in East Asia with China taking islands and threatening Taiwan. We've had Maduro just stand up to the U.S. and say, I'm not leaving. We have an escalating series of crises, and they're linked together. If you look at the way North Korea and Iran and China and Russia are all cooperating in ways that weren't true a couple of years ago, this is all, I think, a product of lack of willingness to confront problems and a perception of weakness. And that's the danger on that side. I may view that as the greater danger, but we also have to look at the danger of a volatile and chaotic American administration as well.
Yeah, I'd just like to back to the subject. First of all, to say that I think PAXs and polls and all this stuff is the seventh circle of hell of political scientists, and I think it's just stupid arguments. But I think there are at least three areas where America's power is both indisputably going to be strong and vital. We don't talk about nuclear at all. And what's not discussed is there's been an incredible transformation in the United States where almost nothing is bipartisan. So over a decade ago, we started with President Obama on a road to zero. We've not only abandoned the road to zero, that the idea of nuclear modernization is now completely bipartisan. The support for a triad is completely bipartisan. The recognition that the United States needs to have a nuclear deterrent that's sufficient to deal with both China, which is going to be equivalent to the US and Russia, and be able to deal with regional threats, including potentially breakout. This, I think, and adding to that, because an offense-defense mix is what really brings stability, is the recognition in the United States of the importance of missile defense and growing and expanding air defense. This, I think, is an incredible power that the United States brings to the table, which is dramatically important in global stability. Energy. We say the United States, but it's really the United States, Canada, and Mexico together are truly the world's global energy superpower. And if the United States unleashes an interest in putting as much affordable, reliable, dependable, abundant energy into the global system, that I think is powerful and transformative. And the other one, which we often don't talk about, is foreign direct investment. I think last year the numbers were like 14% decline in foreign direct investment in China. That's a lot of money, and it's got to go somewhere. And you couldn't even spend it all in the United States if you wanted to. That is a powerful instrument, and there are lots of places in the world, if you think about connecting all the potential free and open spaces together. Whether we're talking about building out the 3 Cs initiatives or building out the middle corridor and bringing the energy and resources and connecting that to the global market, or getting back to the Abraham Accords and joint development and expanding capacity of throughput through the Middle East or the Southern Corridor. I think American FDI is a truly transformative power that we really intend to tap. And those things, I do think, make a big difference. If you want to call that Pax Americana, whatever, but it's just the reality of what America is going to bring to the table, and that's indisputable, regardless of who's president of the United States.
That economic diplomacy is something that the United States at various times either leans into or seems to pull away from. But I wanted to get a show of hands in this room. Who believes that if there is a threat to Taiwan, America will come in and save the day? Raise your hand if you think that America will defend Taiwan. It's not a full house. Many, but not a full house. General?
My hand is in the air.
I see that, yes. What does that say to you, that not every hand is in the air?
It says that we need to, while still preserving our policy of, strategic ambiguity? We need to clarify that policy. I mean, look, this is why President Biden on 4 occasions, not 1, 2, 3, 4, has seemed to slip up and say, we'll come to the aid of Taiwan. His national security advisor rushes out to the podium and says, there is no change to our policy of strategic ambiguity, but this is all trying to convey that we will indeed do that. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, you have to be really conscious of the elements of deterrence. Exactly. Assessment of capabilities on one hand and willingness to employ them on the other. And by the way, we've taken some actions in recent years, both administrations, by the way, both of the recent administrations, one of which decided to get out of Afghanistan, even though we had 2,500 troops, hadn't lost a soldier in 18 months, and was very affordable, and then the other which followed through. That sent quite a message. I think that was one of a number of factors that probably convinced Putin that he could do what he did and get away with it, which he obviously did not. Huge miscalculations in a number of different regards. I was in actually the office of the Prime Minister in Singapore when the red line in the Obama administration about chemical weapons use in Syria turned out not to be a red line. And he said, you know what, General? That has repercussions out in the South China Sea. So we've really got to be conscious. And again, the minister mentioned earlier, what happens in one part of the world reverberates in others. We need to be aware of that, because some running for office who say, well, the Indo-Pacific, that's the priority. We can't do Ukraine and the Middle East and the Indo-Pacific. I think that's seriously wrong. If you show that you can't do Ukraine, why would they believe that you're going to do Indo-Pacific? And by the way, again, we're not fighting and dying in Ukraine. We're not fighting and dying on the ground in the Middle East. We're fighting certainly the Houthis. But that's a very different situation. Taiwan would be much more significant than that. So you've got to show that you're willing to do this if you're going to have anybody believe you about that.
No doubt about it. 2 days ago, I was in Moscow. I was sitting with the Deputy Prime Minister, who's also the Minister of Energy, a key architect of the OPEC Plus agreement with the Saudis. You may have seen the report a few days ago that perhaps the Saudis, after December, will again attempt to reclaim some market share. That, of course, could have serious repercussions for a petrodollar economy like Russia's. I asked him, how painful could this get for you? On the heels of the fact that they're going to be spending 25, 30% more on their military. And he said, we're okay until the lowest price. We can take the pain, was the answer. General, is that your assessment?
No, I think a gas station with guns, or nukes, as you might describe the Russian Federation, is in real trouble if the price of Brent crude drops substantially. By the way, I'm a little bit skeptical about this all happening. It's pretty low right now, and that's because, it's a supply and demand issue. Demand hasn't come back the way people expected, particularly when it comes to China. And then you have the situation where the U.S. is already far and away, the swing producer in the world now is the U.S. and actually Mexico and Canada together. The U.S. far and away produces more crude oil and natural gas than any other country in the world. We're now a net exporter of crude, which very few people thought would ever be the case. We're not totally self-sufficient. We have more light crude than we need, a bit more heavy crude for our refineries than we produce. But we're going to become potentially the largest LNG exporter, which no one thought either, in part because we didn't even have any liquefaction plants. We had regasification. So this is really remarkable. Yes, permitting could be faster, but we're already at this position. Having had both Republican and Democratic administrations in recent years. Saudis are very conscious of that. I remember being asked when I was Central Command Commander, can't you just tell Exxon and Mobil and Shell to stop producing as much as they are? And I said, we sort of respond to market forces, not central direction. So look, price goes down, Russia's in a tough spot. And by the way, the long-term damage to the Russian economy, I think, will take years to see, but this brain drain that has taken place, the exit of the oil majors, so they're not actually in the process right now of doing the really tough drilling through the permafrost and so forth to replace what is going to deplete in the years that lie ahead. But right now, they're still pretty strong, and as you noted, devoting enormous resources to their military, which is what is enabling them to continue to get incremental gains in the southeastern part of Ukraine, even though they're just losing really almost unimaginable numbers of soldiers for someone who spent almost every night in combat writing letters of condolence to America's mothers and fathers.
Kurt, I know that you've been on the front lines of this in many ways, but also as an advisor, in an advisory capacity. What do you say to those in Ukraine who are worried about either candidate winning this election simply because they think that we are getting into a situation where there's less capacity to support Ukraine?
Well, what I would say, I want to start with where General Petraeus left off. Not only is he right about the impact of lower prices on Russia, that should be our objective. We should be doing this. We should be ramping up our production of everything possible. We should be working with Saudi Arabia exactly to get them to do what they're thinking of, which is to increase their production as well. Our taking a more strategic approach toward Iran will be an essential part of getting Saudi Arabia to do that. But I think this has to be our goal. I mean, do you know that under the current U.S. policy, Russian banks are exempt from the application of U.S. sanctions if the payments are for energy? That's crazy. That should be our #1 target, is to go after those payments.
Some NATO allies had something to do with that, as you may recall.
But all because we are worried about the availability of supply, which we could be doing something about. So I think we have to reformulate this entirely. Having just come from Ukraine last week and multiple visits over the last couple of years, I'll just tell you, and Ukrainian friends in the audience here can chime in, but I perceive that Ukrainians are far more worried about more of the same than they are worried about a little bit of rolling the dice, because more of the same is slow death to them.
James.
Look, I agree. So this is something that I think we're all missing. And maybe Dave has a different view. I don't know, because we were both there on the front lines. But, I was there in the Cold War in '89. I think the frontier of NATO is more defensible today than it was during the Cold War. There's a lot more strategic depth. The correlation of forces is actually better now. And if you look at this from a Russian perspective, they have 1,000 more miles of frontier with some very capable militaries on the northern border. You have a Ukraine military, which is the largest army in Europe, which isn't going anywhere. And if Russia ever wants to attack NATO, what are they going to do? Drive by the Ukrainians and wave and say, hi, we're on our way to Latvia? I mean, that's not going to work. You've got a Polish military, which has made, I think, the most strategic and important defense commitment in all of NATO, because that is the cornerstone of a really almost impregnable NATO front line that they're building, and that's anchored on a very decent Romania thing. And to Kurt's point about that kind of active, we talked about this before, the active concern of the United States, I think for most it's like, we don't have a plan. We need a plan. And also, it's this notion, well, Europeans need to do more. And to be honest, and I think we're going to find this, is Europeans are doing more.
They are.
So that criticism is going to fade away. And the other thing is what do they actually need from the United States to ensure a defensible NATO frontier? And it's the things the United States is both capable and I think very willing to give. You want deep strike? So the Russians know that anything that gets to the NATO border dies before it crosses the border. You want more missile and air defense so you can protect your populations and you can protect your infrastructure. That is a strategic challenge that if the Russians want to try to match that on $80 a barrel of gas or whatever, in the next, that's a competition that they are going to lose.
Yeah, $70 gas. Or crude, Brent crude, that is, barrel.
Well, just to say, I agree with everything. I think the really important thing as well is you asked about what the Ukrainian people should think. I think that they should know from security forums like this that the resolve of NATO and the allies is to see it through to the end. And the Ukrainian people should hear that loud and clear, and so should the Russians. I think the point that all of us have made is the reason why we're so supportive of what's happening in Ukraine, and indeed Poland, the others on the Baltic, front line there, is because it is the front line. It's the defence of an illegal attack against freedom and democracy. And if it wins there, or is seen to win there, the repercussions will be across Europe, but also across the world, where aggression will seem to have won. And that's why it's so important, what we see happening now. And I tell you the miscalculation that Putin made. He thought when he attacked Ukraine, NATO would disintegrate and be weak. And in that sense, NATO has become stronger, particularly with the accession of Finland and Sweden. And I think that message from the Warsaw Security Forum is really important, that defence of freedom and democracy, not only in Europe but across the world. And the Russians will see what's happening here, and that's the message that should go out to them. We're going to see this through to the end because we realise how important it is.
Putin set out... Putin set out to make Russia great again. What he's actually done is make NATO greater.
I would just add to the people of Ukraine, just the depth of support in the U.S. government and among the American people that will continue. I cannot foresee what will happen in the election. Of course, I want my team future President Harris to win. I can only...
I got an answer.
I can only describe the incredible mobilization of diplomacy and foreign assistance that under President Biden and Vice President Harris has happened in my system. It has been remarkable to watch the organization of allies in Europe. It has been remarkable to watch the efforts on bolstering NATO. It has been remarkable to watch the efforts to get from working with the US Congress $61 billion, and on and on and on. And then the diplomatic effort to use our own investments in the United States to try to increase the contribution and to successfully increase the security assistance contribution among NATO members. So on and on and on. This type of foreign policy does not go away, and it has been central to both our promotion of democracy, our understanding of our geopolitical presence, and whatever follows this Pax Americana moment, this new era, really will rest on this all-of-government effort to not only talk the talk, but to walk the walk with our work and our money.
Can I just really quickly add, the key about Poland is not only is this happening, it happened under a conservative government, and you had a very different government come in, and that exact same commitment is there, and that's extremely important. We're going to have elections in Romania. It doesn't matter. Romania is going to stay committed to modernization. The Finland and Swedish and Norwegian commitment is absolutely strong. These are very, very positive developments that really, I think, are much, much more transformative than where the exact line winds up when the fighting stops in Ukraine.
Just final question, and to this for Kurt. I asked this earlier today of the Georgian president. We're watching it in Georgia, we're watching it in Moldova and elsewhere, which is sort of the long arm of the Kremlin, whether it be through campaigns of misinformation or even people on the ground. How worrying is that to you when there's a perception, frankly, of American weakness?
It's very worrying. What I see is that Russia has a strategy not only for Ukraine, which is to attack it and try to take it over. They have a strategy for intimidating or flipping governments, both in the Caucasus, in Southeast Europe that are not NATO members, also some that are NATO members. And I don't feel that we have a strategy for taking that on and reversing it. That we ought to have a Russia rollback strategy, which I don't see that we have. And Daphne made a very strong case for the bipartisan and the strong support of the American people for Ukraine, which I agree with. It's very true. But what we see right now, and I say this as a former ambassador to NATO, is our allies wanting to do more. I see the Poles saying, let us defend our airspace. The Romanians, the same thing. I see everybody saying we got to get Ukraine into NATO because we have to send a strong signal to Putin about where this is going. We have the demand for let's give Ukraine the long-range things that they need. And it's the U.S. that is not joining consensus at NATO, which is new for me. And it's something that I think we have to try to reverse. We need, whether it's a President Harris or a President Trump, but we need to restore an internationalist-looking, a proactive American leadership aimed at pushing our interests in the world.
Hear, hear.
Panelists, thank you so much for joining us.
Distinguished guests, our many thanks to Hadley and her panel with that focus of the United States. We're going to bring it back a little bit closer to home because we now got the focus on Western Balkans. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming for this next session, linking geopolitics and European integration. Please join me in warmly welcoming the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo, Albin Kurti.
Dear representatives of the Republic of Poland, government leaders and other officials, esteemed experts, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dzień dobry. I am very happy and honored to be here amongst all of you at the Warsaw Security Forum. It is my first time in this beautiful country, one with a rich and impressive history that I deeply admire. I cannot help but note that we are gathering here together on a special day, the 100th birthday of former US President Jimmy Carter. It's hard to think of a more appropriate setting than this one, the Warsaw Security Forum, in which to celebrate what we may now refer to as the Carter Centennial. President Carter, both during his term in office and for a long time after, dedicated his life to the promotion of global peace and security. And in this sacred effort, it was none other than Poland that gave to him and to the United States one of the greatest of gifts, the distinguished Polish-American National Security Advisor and international relations scholar born in Warsaw, Zbigniew Brzezinski. Among President Carter's pearls of wisdom came in 1980 in response to the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan. In his address to the American people on that tense occasion, he stated, I quote him, "History teaches perhaps very few clear lessons, but surely one such lesson learned by the world at great cost is that aggression unopposed becomes a contagious disease. The response of the international community to the Soviet attempt to crush Afghanistan must match the gravity of the Soviet action." I trust that the parallel to our world today is obvious to everyone. 44 years later, as Ukraine now finds itself the target of authoritarian aggression, now perpetrated by the Russian Federation, let us hope that we will not have to learn history's lesson once again. President Carter today is celebrating his birthday. He just turned 100, and we wish him good health and a great day today. But here I understand we are in the midst of a time of mourning for the Polish people. I express my sincere wishes and hopes for a speedy recovery from the devastating floods in the south of Poland, and my condolences for the lives lost. We stand by Poland at this difficult time, and we stand together as two countries strengthening our bilateral relations. In this respect, I am proud to announce that we have recently created our first ever mission in Poland. We are deeply grateful for Poland's 25th anniversary of deploying troops to the NATO KFOR mission in Kosovo. This was Poland's first international military mission with NATO. Its contribution not only helped liberate Kosovo, but has also enabled us to become a force for peace and stability. On May 27th, Kosovo became a NATO Parliamentary Assembly associate member, opening the door for our people to give back and contribute to safeguarding and promoting democratic values alongside our allies. Today, regional security in Europe is collective security for Europe. What happens in Ukraine or Poland, in countries of the Eastern Partnership, and in our region of the Western Balkans affects not only the continent, but the entire world. For us in the Western Balkans, and particularly for the Republic of Kosovo, full Euro-Atlantic integration into NATO and the European Union remains the ultimate security goal. This, alongside sufficient defense capabilities and bilateral security agreements with our closest allies, forms a solid security umbrella. Like Russia, NATO and the EU have a history of enlargement. But unlike Russia, their expansion has proceeded in a peaceful and democratic fashion. The respective projects of EU and NATO enlargement are not unrelated. Rather, they go hand in hand and serve to protect and promote the security of the entire European continent and, with it, the world. This truth is borne out by the behavior of the EU and NATO countries themselves. The memberships of these two organizations overlap, though not completely. Some EU member states are not part of NATO, just as some NATO member states are not part of the EU. But there seems to be a trend toward greater alignment in their respective memberships, achieved through the prospective enlargement of both organizations among countries in Europe. Sweden and Finland's recent accession to NATO serves as an example of EU countries' increasing willingness and desire to join NATO. Indeed, the EU needs NATO in this century, perhaps even more than in the previous one. By contrast, in the Western Balkans, it is the NATO countries that are seeking to join the EU, as it has become apparent that Serbia has no qualms about harassing every one of its neighbors that are not EU member states, including even the ones that are members of NATO, namely Montenegro and North Macedonia, and my country, Republic of Kosovo, which is still not integrated in NATO, but has NATO integrated into itself. So in Northern Europe, the EU wants to join NATO, whereas in the Western Balkans, it is NATO that wants to join the EU. There is then at least this performative or behavioral demonstration of the thesis that peace and security on the European continent is best served through the enlargement of both organizations. The EU and NATO can together attain more than either can achieve on its own. I am well aware that Poland commits 4.3% of its GDP to defense and plans to increase this to 4.7% by 2025. Kosovo currently commits 2% of its GDP to defense, meeting the NATO target, and we are determined to progressively increase this commitment in line with the threat level Kosovo faces, either as a country or as a partner in peacekeeping endeavors among allied forces. We agree with Poland that more collective defense spending is necessary, and we share the United States' view that a greater share of this spending must come from European allies. Ladies and gentlemen, the lack of Euro-Atlantic integration, even on legitimate grounds, creates a reasonable wariness and a real risk of conflict in our region. Conflicts in the Western Balkans have historically arisen from attempts to subjugate and colonize other nations driven by hegemonic aggression and Russia's malign influence. In our region, no greater threat exists than Serbian aggression and the danger of Russian influence working in tandem with that aggression. Unfortunately, the same Serbia that, under the Milosevic regime in the 90s, committed genocide in Bosnia and Kosovo, continues to threaten without repent. Serbia undermines peace in the Western Balkans by violating the sovereignty and territorial integrity of its neighbors, including Kosovo. Last year, successive aggressive actions by Serbia culminated in a terrorist attack in Banjska in Zvečan on September 24, 2023. Armed militants trained in Serbia with millions of euros worth of armaments entered our country, staging an attack from the Banjska Orthodox monastery. Their aim was to replicate Russia's 2014 actions in Donbas. They certainly had the heavy artillery necessary to do so, After the attack, our police sequestrated 105 different types of firearms, over 80,000 rounds of ammunition, 140 hand grenades, 9 anti-personnel mines, 36 detonators, and more than 52 rocket launchers. And so it is no exaggeration to say that on September 24th, our police were not just protecting Kosovo, but also preventing the opening of a new armed conflict, backed by Serbia and Russia, which could have had severe international repercussions. While Serbia continues to destabilize the north of Kosovo, Russia seeks to distract attention from Ukraine and escalate conflict elsewhere. Banjska presented a perfect opportunity for both. If it had been successful, the attack would have led to a higher concentration of NATO forces in Kosovo, thereby pulling limited military resources away from Ukraine. This would then have created an opening for Russia to escalate its conflict in Ukraine and even to extend it further into Europe. Dear esteemed colleagues, we are not just protecting the sovereignty of our young and democratic republic, we are also indirectly fighting Russia, which in our region acts in close collaboration with Serbia. Offering carrots to Serbia in the hope of peaceful reform is not the solution, and definitely it's not working. Instead, we must implement active safeguards against all those who threaten peace and security in the Western Balkans. It is essential that Kosovo's institutions, which our allies helped build, are present in the north, especially those related to peace and security. The more our institutions are present, the greater the stability, leading to prosperity and reducing the chances of provocation or conflict. And we do not have to defend only territorial integrity, sovereignty, constitution and law, people and society. We also have to defend prosperity. We have to defend the progress. In 3 years only in Kosovo, our GDP grew by 33%. In only 3 years, we doubled our exports and more than doubled our FDI. In only 3 years, we became champions in Western Balkans in terms of democratic progress by coming out first, according to Freedom House, Transparency International, Reporters Without Borders, World Justice Project, VDEM Institute, showing that economic growth and democratic progress go hand in hand. Therefore, when we speak of defending and securing and protecting, it's not only that we have to do this to our being, but also to our doing. Not only what we have, but also what is on the making. So defending the progress is the same as defending people. My government is working hard towards this goal. We have established fully operational police stations, supermarkets, gas stations in the 4 municipalities in the north, supported by our government. Routine administrative processes such as business registration and the issuance of utility bills have begun to be carried out without fanfare. This represents real progress on the path to normalcy for our citizens in the north. We are committed to providing security and prosperity for all, regardless of what ethnic, religious, or other community they belong to. But the threat is not over. While we hope that Sergeant Afrim Bunyaku will be the last victim, we remain vigilant. Now more than ever, we need NATO's support, Poland's support, and the support of all our allies to protect and promote our shared interests. Kosovo has proven itself more than ready to do its part as well, especially in the defense of Ukraine. To that end, we have adopted all EU and US sanctions packages against Russia, Belarus, and their proxies. Our parliament has approved a resolution to house up to 5,000 Ukrainian refugees, and we have hosted 21 Ukrainian journalists under temporary protection. Additionally, Kosovo has joined the demining coalition within the Ukraine Defense Contact Group, and over 100 Ukrainians have been trained in demining by our military. Our second package of military aid for Ukraine, consisting of mortar rounds, was approved this year, following the first package of trucks and tactical vehicles. Furthermore, in cooperation with the Ministry of Defense of the United Kingdom, in the context of the Interflex operation, we are currently training Ukrainian recruits in combat tactics, 34,000 thus far. Our civil society has also shared with Ukrainian counterparts our experience in dealing with trauma from conflict-related sexual violence. In short, Kosovo stands with Ukraine unconditionally and in full alignment with European foreign and security policy. Dear friends, earlier this year, Poland's foreign minister, Radosław Sikorski, spoke of bidirectional EU enlargement, reinforcing both the East and the Western Balkans. We must support Ukraine's victory, prevent Russia's malign influence from spreading, and reinvigorate the EU accession process for the Western Balkans. Kosovo looks forward to Poland's EU presidency in January 2025. On December 15, 2022, Kosovo formally applied for EU membership. We are committed to the reform process and regional cooperation while safeguarding European values. I reaffirm my commitment to normalizing relations between Kosovo and our northern neighbor, Serbia, and to constructively engage in the process to move it forward. There is much work ahead, but I'm confident that together we can succeed. Thank you very much.
Our thanks to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo, especially for just highlighting the ongoing impact that Russia has across this region. So what to do? What to do, right? Today we are focusing on solutions, and this is really critical. The Warsaw Security Forum with the Kazimierz Puławski Foundation have been working on a report about the Weimar Triangle, and we're going to discuss it with my guests who have fed into this report, because possibly there was another way of looking at the many, many challenges, and that's an understatement, that we face now. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming onto the stage my esteemed guests for talking about the role of the Weimar Triangle in search of leadership in Europe. Norbert Röttgen, the member of the Bundestag, joining me, and also Niklas Tenzer, Senior Fellow at CEPA, Centre for European Policy Analysis. Gentlemen, welcome. I say challenges, that's an understatement, isn't it? Let's start with, I know you've been working for many, many months supporting the Warsaw Security Forum and the team in how best to use the Weimar Triangle. You've got this opportunity, a geographical opportunity. I want to just start with explaining, if you would, what it is, what some of the findings are.
Well, I think that, basically, if we consider the Weimar Triangle, it's basically the stronger countries in terms of defense in EU. And basically, if we want to have a kind of sustainable, strong, trustworthy union of defense in Europe, you have to take into account those three countries. Of course, there is, in a way, a kind of elephant in the room, or maybe there are two. One of the elephants, of course, is the UK. Because I mean, if we consider the Greek Europe, of course, we cannot do in terms of defense without the UK. and especially right now. And if we consider, for instance, in Europe, the two nuclear powers that we have only one in the EU, which is France. We have two, if we consider also the UK in Europe. But having said that, we have certainly to build something stronger together because, of course, the UK won't come back to the EU. So we have to build something. The second elephant is that basically most of the countries, depending on the period of times, disagree on many things. Sometimes there is one country that disagree with the two others. Sometimes could be Germany, could be sometimes France, my country, could be Poland as well, depending on the government. And it changed. But what I think is very important in this report is that we try to push forward some ideas that could create whatever the political stances in those capitals, Paris, Berlin, and Warsaw, we could create some trust, we could create some instruments. We could have a kind of grassroots approach with the industrials, with the civil societies, with the NGOs, with also the think tanks to build something together. And I think that could be the very basis of something more substantial if the political circumstances basically allow. Last point very quickly is that right now we are, of course, in a turning point because basically Europe is threatened. Europe is threatened by Russia, something that I was saying, well, 10 years ago, 15 years ago even. I was not really heard about that, but no, I think it's quite visible. We have to win the war in Ukraine. We have to make Ukraine win. We have to make Russia lose the war. I know that there are different kinds of strategies in Paris, Berlin, and Warsaw, but we have certainly to build the condition to create this kind of consensus, and we have to talk together.
Can I play devil's advocate? Because I have to. Norbert, if you've got these three countries joining together in a Weimar Triangle, are you not creating another tier within the European Union, within Europe, those countries that aren't part of the EU? You're essentially isolating other countries, no?
No, of course we have to be aware of this danger, and I would not simply and outrightly deny it. But the Weimar Triangle is meant to be additional, not against, but additional. Perhaps let me, in order to describe the potential of it and what is meant by it, let me describe a missed opportunity. So if the three, call it the Weimar Triangle, had a few months after Putin launched the full invasion of Ukraine, had stepped in, had agreed on a substantial and quick support for Ukraine, this would have made a difference. You can't expect the 27 acting in a few months, decisively, substantially, because it is it's a time-consuming, consensus-building process, even in the case of emergency. So what it would have added is action, visibility, and by being aligned to the greater framework of the European Union and the 27, it would also add to the cohesion. So we have to be aware not to establish an extra club of the better three, the bigger and stronger and so on, but it is to trigger, to accelerate pace and to lead to action which is absolutely necessary.
Okay, so Nicola, you spoke about the elephant in the room, which is obviously the UK not being part of the EU anymore. The other elephant in the room is what happens when governments within your countries change? Obviously, both your countries are increasingly right-leaning following recent elections. What happens when the government changes and maybe doesn't feel as sympathetic towards Ukraine?
I think that, well, basically, I think that institutional formats could never replace political willingness. And if there is no political willingness, and Norbert was rightly pointing out the fact that there was no political willingness, very unfortunately, basically to target, the Russians' army, while in Ukraine. And there was reluctance from France, from Germany. Poland was a little bit, I would say, more proactive, but if there has no political willingness, basically this cannot replace this. But if we have, long-standing basically habits to work together at the level of, as I said, the businesses, the civil society, the social networks. If we have a common consciousness of what's at stake, I think we can build something. Of course, I am very anxious, I would say. I am very anxious. I don't know what will happen, in my country in 2027. Of course, I cannot rule that Marine Le Pen will come to the presidential palace, Élysée. There could be, of course, a lot of changes, in Germany as well. Probably Poland right now is more stable a country. But I think we also, if we have these habits to work together, sometimes it could overpass political changes. But I just want to say very quickly something about what Norbert was saying rightly. The Weimar Triangle is everything but a directorate, because we must get rid of the very idea of directorate. Sometimes people were talking about a French-German directorate of Europe. I mean, the most catastrophic things that we could envision, and basically that's not that.
So technically then, what is it? Because you're talking about it being supported, Norbert, by an international Weimar fund. It seems like yet another thing, yet another piece of furniture that potentially isolates other countries and brings three arguably very powerful countries together already. How would it look?
So I think the main purpose of the Weimar Triangle would be to, as horrible this war is, to seize an opportunity. And the opportunity of this war is to bring Europe as an actor in foreign and security policy in Europe into existence. What we have seen again is that luckily and embarrassingly, the United States have turned out again to be the most important European security power. And I think we have to change that. And eventually the Americans will tell us this has to change. So we have to find formats that bring Europe, the European Union, into quick, substantial action. This is what it is meant. It is not yet established, because this was what your previous question referred to, if governments change and so on. So we would have to extend the meaning of the German-French couple, unfortunately also deteriorated in our times. But we knew, and we have learned from the past, the two of us, we cannot and will not replace the European Union. But if the two of us do not agree, Europe is not going to work. And the European Union has shifted to the east. And we simply need a strong Central European country within the consensus-building process. If the three agree, more can happen in Europe and more action can be done in a cohesive, in a positive, a constructive way, and not in any different way to that.
I wonder, seeing as we have a democracy here, and the Warsaw Security Forum is all about having a conversation. We'll take your questions in a moment, but just Weimar Triangle, raise your hands if you think that Europe needs it. I mean, if you look around you, what is it, half and half? No, not even what a third of people think they... We need more convincing. We need more convincing.
I would say a fair judge would have said half-half.
Half-half. Okay. We'll get the votes. Well, it's all in interpretation, isn't it?
We have to be more convincing, you're right.
You have to be more convincing.
Half-half or to that one-third.
Let's open this up to the floor, because I think that's when it gets fun. If we've got a question here, let's go to this gentleman here first, please. And then we've got a question here. But yeah, I think we need to work you guys a little bit harder. Right, yes, sir. Where are you from? Brief question.
Good morning. My name is Tomasz Odowski. I'm from International Observer website. And I have a question for both of our guests. Sir, you mentioned that Russia must lose this war, but everybody understands what it means Russia lost this war in different way. So I would like to ask you how you and our German colleague understand what it means that Russia will lose the war. And the second question is, what do you think about the idea that maybe it's time to change the Weimar Triangle to Weimar Square and join Kyiv to this team.
Interesting, interesting. Nicola, would you like to take that?
Well, I will take very quickly the two questions. The first question is maybe that's not, I mean, basically I think the topic of the panel today, but I will answer because that was my main point since, well, more than 10 years and a half, the idea that we have to defeat Russia. Basically, defeat Russia is to make sure, first of all, that Russia withdraw its troops from Ukraine, that's the first priority, but then also from Syria, that it basically stop its grips, you know, on Belarus and Georgia, stop also to influence European capitals. It means basically, first of all, a military defeat. We have basically to do it first, you know, in Ukraine. That's why I was in favor, but that will be the topic of the panel tonight for the night old session. We have certainly to take action directly, not only to let the Ukrainians make the job, but after that we have to defeat Russia, you know, elsewhere than in Ukraine. So that's the first thing. The second thing is basically we have, I mean, this format, which is Weimar Triangle. We have good relation between the people. We have, of course, political divergences, obviously. But certainly I think we have to work together to build a scenario. I know that we have, I mean, at least 2 of the 3 countries right now that could be in favor of, well, let's say, tougher stance vis-à-vis Russia, more proactivity in Ukraine. My president was not rolling out the possibilities to send troops to Ukraine. I think we have to work on that more precisely. We have certainly to do more, and especially we French guys. And I think we have also to work with our German colleagues, and some of them, whom I know here probably, are convinced that we have certainly to move towards this direction. And that's, of course, political decision.
Norbert, go.
So I would say, what is our strategic goal? The strategic goal is to restore security and peace in Europe. This is our goal. My view is that at the end of the day, there will only be a political settlement, but to achieve and to open the space for finding political settlements, there is a military precondition, and I would describe this as we have to make sure, we have to make this war a failure. This war has to fail, and it must be clear, it must get clear that Putin is not gaining anything by trying to reintroduce war as a political instrument in the 21st century in Europe. This has to be made clear and sure, and then the political space is likely to open out of a position of military strength from the Ukrainian side.
I just wonder if the war ends, do you need a Weimar Triangle? Just briefly. If the war does end, when the war ends, let's put it that way, do you still need a Weimar Triangle?
Of course, okay. Because if the war ends, it's not the end of the story, but it's the beginning of the story to found and forge a new European security order, which has certainly to go beyond the countries, the members of EU and NATO.
Can I just before we come to this gentleman, just one more time for you guys. So that gentleman, interesting point, Weimar Square. Who would agree, or hands up if you think that a Weimar Square is a good idea? So adding Kyiv to Paris, Berlin, and, oh my goodness, and Warsaw. Yeah, okay, that speaks for itself. So that is definitely not half, far fewer. Gentlemen, yes, please.
Sorry. Jacek Karczewski, I'm from Poland. I would like to follow up on the idea of this directorate that Nicola Tenzer mentioned. And you said this is not a good idea, this perception of a directorate, Franco-German directorate in the European Union. But is it this idea, or this perception, is it not reinforced by the proposition of President Macron of including Germany as a permanent member of the Security Council? Then it reinforces the position of both of your countries within the European Union, in fact. And whereas probably the way to go forward for all Europeans to feel included would be more for your leader to propose that the European Union become a permanent member. Thank you.
Well, thank you. First of all, I am not really sure that this basically that this idea will have certainly a happy hand for many reasons, which are basically related to the functioning of the UN. So basically, I don't think it will basically come to something very, very substantial. The second thing is that if we consider the reality of Europe right now, the reality of Europe is basically, I mean, the alliance of basically France, certainly, or Germany, and Poland, certainly, but certainly the Central and European and Eastern European countries. Because, I mean, those countries have taught us some things that many of my fellow French citizens have forgotten for 2 years, for many years, for 20 years. And I think that we have to understand the lessons, which are historical lessons, lessons of consciousness. So basically, to have a kind of duo between only France and Germany to speak on behalf of Europe, it cannot work. Last thing, very quickly, is that basically we are talking about Weimar triangles, or it could be of square, whatever. But I think that, let's see what happened in the US. Certainly to have this kind of engine at the very center of Europe with the main power of Europe is something that will absolutely need it.
So I would say we should not put the problem and challenge of the United Nations Security Council reform into this challenge we are facing in Europe. Let me put it like that. So these are separate issues in my view. The Weimar Triangle, which has yet to be established as an accepted format to make European foreign policy operational, should have a self-perception of being in a serving avant-garde function, not replacing, not a special role, but we have to put pace to our coming into existence as foreign policy actors, and our conviction is that that not the 27, which are so complicated in their process, will serve as the incubator of a European foreign policy which has to come into existence, because we have to care for our own problems. There is nobody else in the long and medium term who will do that instead of us. So we have to do it, and we have to put more pace into this process, and this is where and how the Weimar Triangle can fulfill a good European sense and purpose.
And it is much more detail in the Warsaw Security Forum annual report. There are copies of it all around outside. This is what these gentlemen have been feeding into. The report is quite extensive as well. So hopefully, I think you've got a little bit of work to do with this audience and going forward, but I'm sure you're aware of that. Thank you so much for your questions. They were fantastic. Thank you for bringing up the concept of the Weimar Square. Let's see what other shapes, hopefully in the future, as and when this conflict does finally end. Norbert Röttgen, Nicholas Tenzer, thank you so much for joining us here. Thank you. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from the Weimar Square, we are now going to be looking at whether we can save European prosperity and democracy through political means. We are very privileged to have a special opening remarks from Vera Jourova, the Vice President for Values and Transparency for Europe, for the European Commission, who will be joining us. And that will be followed by moderation by Jakob Hallgren, the Director of the Swedish Institute of International Affairs. Sweden, of course, Sweden is in partnership with the Warsaw Security Forum this year. Welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will start by a quote. World peace cannot be safeguarded without the making of creative efforts proportionate to the dangers which threaten it. This was the quote from the first line of the Schuman Declaration, which in 1950 laid the first foundations for closer European cooperation. It speaks to our past, going back to when Europe arose from the ashes of the World War II, but it also speaks to our present and the future. Peace in Europe has never been a given, but any illusions were shattered by Putin's war of aggression in Ukraine. The reality of war on our European continent, of the more dangerous and turbulent world that we live in, and the more complex and sophisticated threats that we are facing all point to the need for Europe to do more on security and defense. The EU must become a stronger security provider and a more capable defense actor, because defending Europe is a European task. Since February 22, we have proven not only that we as Europe are committed to defending Ukraine and its people, but also that we are ready for a step change in our own collective defense and security readiness. Member States have stepped up their investments in defense, while Europe's defense industry has ramped up its production capacity. Our military assistance mission has trained 60,000 Ukrainian soldiers, and we are working to provide over 1 million rounds of ammunition to Ukraine by the end of this year. The EU and its member states have so far allocated over 43 billion euros for the delivery of military equipment to Ukraine, including 11 billion euros through the European Peace Facility. Last March, the Commission tabled a first-of-its-kind European defense industrial strategy. It sets a clear long-term vision to achieve defense industrial readiness in Europe. As part of this strategy, we have proposed a 1.5 billion euro European defense industry program to support and intensify production and innovation, joint procurement, and stronger resilience of our supply chains. As EU member states invest more in defense, we need to spend better, reduce fragmentation, and promote cooperation. All this is positive news, but there is no time for complacency. What we have done so far is good, but it is not enough. We need bolder steps to strengthen our security and to defend our citizens. That is why defense and security will continue to feature as high priorities of the new Commission, as clearly set out in the political guidelines for 2024-29 presented by the President von der Leyen. We aim to build a true European defense union by strengthening the defense industrial base, increasing defense investment, creating a single market for defense, and working with member states on defense projects of common European interest, such as a European air shield and cyber defense. A white paper on the future of European defense, to be presented in the first 100 days of the new Commission's mandate, will further elaborate on these priorities and the reinforcement of the EU-NATO partnership, which remains the cornerstone of our collective defense. The new Commission will also raise its level of ambition on crisis and security preparedness. It will notably work on preparedness union strategy, inspired by a report on EU civil and military preparedness to be presented by former Finnish President Sauli Niinisto by the end of this year. But we can only win the war if we take a whole-of-society approach that builds the resilience of everybody, EU institutions, member states, but above all, Europeans. Not just to military threats, but to hybrid ones that target the vulnerabilities of our democratic states and institutions. Every day, we witness attempts to undermine the social cohesion of our societies, our stability, and the rules-based global order. Cyber attacks, manipulation of energy and food prices, sabotages to our critical infrastructure, disruption of satellite communication, instrumentalization of migrants, economic coercion, espionage in research and technologies. These are only some concrete examples of hybrid activities that have been targeting the EU and its member states. Meanwhile, across the continent, Kremlin propaganda attempts to sow seeds of doubt and divide us, to convince people that the war in Ukraine does not concern us and is draining our budgets. We are at the epicenter of the information war. Russia is the global champion of spreading propaganda and using these new tools. The EU is and will remain at the forefront of addressing this threat on the global stage. We have put in place structures and mechanisms to better detect and respond to all forms of foreign interference. 2 years after the adoption of our strategic compass for security and defense, we now have a series of EU toolboxes to counter hybrid and cyber threats, as well as foreign information manipulation and interference. In addition to the existing cyber sanction regime, we are currently preparing a dedicated sanctions regime targeting Russia's destabilizing activities against the EU member states and third countries. This will send a clear signal to Russia that its malicious behavior is not without consequences. But of course, we can only be credible in promoting democracy if our own house is in order. We have to continue making our democracies more resilient and more strong. A key aspect of democracy are free and fair elections and the balance of powers. This is why we are so determined to uphold the rule of law and react when we see systemic risks to the independence of judiciary. This is also why I proposed the European Democracy Action Plan already 3 years ago. The plan relies on strengthening election integrity, fighting disinformation, and promoting media freedom and pluralism. This is why we followed up with our Defense of Democracy package, which also included measures to increase the resilience of elections. We have also adopted a robust legal and policy framework to make online platforms more transparent and accountable, namely with our Digital Services Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act, and the EU Code of Practice on Disinformation. Fighting disinformation and promoting media freedom are two sides of the same coin. All these actions have one common goal: to strengthen those that mean well against those who want to abuse the power. As announced in the political guidelines of the President-elect, the next Commission will also propose a European Democracy Shield. The shield can help better protect our information space, including our ability to detect ever more realistic AI-generated content and improve collaboration to ensure a rapid response to potential threats and incidents. We must also remember all democracies in the world are facing similar challenges, so we need to build partnerships with democracies across the world. We should make sure that the EU's voice is heard loud and clear, that it resonates with audiences around the world. And we must continue learning and adapting every single day, because the threat will evolve and new responses will be required. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for those thoughtful words by Vice President Vera Jourova, and I think a good start for our discussion. Now, as the title indicates, Civis Pacem Parabellum, we will talk about our mental and, I'd say, material preparedness for the consequences of, frankly, Russia's war of aggression. My name is Jakob Hallgren. I'm director of UI, which is the Swedish Institute of International Affairs, and we know that it's soon. You're all waiting for the presidential reception, but we'll try to make this interesting enough for you not to take the bus too early. Because frankly and seriously, we've seen in elections not very far from here that parties arguing for a negotiated peace in Ukraine at Ukraine's expense are gaining ground. So given this, we are going to discuss at this session if we can save European prosperity and democracy through political means. I think Ms. Jourova, Vice President, made it clearly that we have strong European values to fight for, and there are apparently tools within the European Union to defend them. But I think that our job here at this panel will be to try to identify some ways to move beyond the fatigue about supporting Ukraine and explore narrative and maybe triggers that could instill a new impetus to counter ultimately the Russian onslaught. But I wonder, do we fully understand what it then entails to prepare for war if we want peace? And how can we essentially spread a deeper understanding of this in our societies? So helping us to unpack these issues, I have a great panel here on my side. First, I'm really pleased to have in the middle Her Excellency Þórdís Kolbrún Reykfjord Gylfadóttir, who is Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. And secondly, on my far right, we have Ms. Magdalena Sobkowiak-Czarnecka, who is Under Secretary of State in the Prime Minister's office here in Poland. And then finally here to my right, Mr. Matthew Boyce, a distinguished diplomat and senior fellow at the Hudson Institute in the US. So I really look forward to hearing from you all, and let's see if we can maybe agree on some workable ways forward. What do you think about that? Will we do that? Yeah. Okay, let me start with you, Þórdís, if I may. Iceland has, for its size, I think, given some quite important contributions to Ukraine since the start of the full-scale invasion. You don't seem to suffer from the fatigue that I referred to before. So how do you think we can counter the fatigue to deliver support to Ukraine that we actually see in some countries and maybe in parts of our electorate? So how did you pull that off, or how do you see that?
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I think the quality of life in Iceland is quite strong. I think the honest answer is if Iceland was doing similar things as the countries that support Ukraine the most in other sectors than we are. I mean, I don't know whether the support would be as much. I mean, we do not have weapons to send, so we chip in to finance it, but we do not have them ourselves. But what I can say is that I think the general public in Iceland truly understand, and I said this last year here as well, that Iceland simply does not stand a chance in Putin's world. I mean, we're a founding member of NATO. We have a bilateral defense agreement with the US, but we do not have an army. We're a tiny population. We are extremely export-driven. And the fundamental values and human rights and the quality of life is all literally based on this international system and rule-based international order. So if that's undermined and taken away, I think people can relate to that. But regarding the second question, how can we fight this? I actually think that You know, we have an information war going on. And I'm not sure that the good guys are winning, to be honest. At least I can say I'm not sure who's winning. And I think we have to start to approach this as a hardcore security issue. It's not a soft security, something to talk about lightly. It is extremely dangerous. And for that, you know, this is a reality that we haven't seen before because the tools are new with the technology. And, you know, we are still, when we talk about freedom of expression, we talk about like that applies for bots. Human rights are for human beings. Human rights cannot be for, you know, bots in the shadow where you're undermining the societies from within. So the talks about how we should basically give up on Ukraine, who feeds that? How does that come about? What's the narrative? We have to see it as it is. And I think that's one of the issues that we have to take way more seriously. And then, as a final point, we have, of course, countries where you can truly see that such a big part of their DNA to understand that these values are worth fighting for. I can name Poland, I can name all the Baltic states, I can name Finland, and we need to be sure that the rest of Europe and the US understands this as well, because there's a big difference between countries, I would say.
So you're saying that in Iceland there is broad support for what you just said, and
it is.
And I mean, so what is that? Like 80%, 90%, 70%? Do you do polls, or how do you know?
We do polls. I mean, the support for, you know, international system, the support towards UN, the support towards our membership in NATO, it's all extremely strong. The support for Ukraine is there as well. The support for us, you know, contributing is as well. The one sensitive issue is when it comes to weapons, because there's a minority that would say, you know, we're a peace-loving nation, which I understand where it comes from, but I would say, you know, Ukraine is also a peace-loving nation. That's why she's asking for weapons to defend itself. And that's a debate that we have to take, but overall there's a big support and I would say understanding. But we do take things as well for granted. We are an island further away and people believe that we're up to a point immune to what is happening, which is definitely not the case. So it's an ongoing battle, it's an ongoing debate, and you can sense that it is going down, and when you're a politician trying to explain it, you know, it's not an easy job, but it's the most important job I've ever had in my life. So
interesting. And this is 2.5 years after the full-scale invasion started. Turning to you, Magdalena, I mean, we all know this. We are in Poland. This is probably one of the most forward-leaning allies when it comes to investing in defense and security. We heard your President Duda earlier today talking about bipartisan support for a budget approaching 4.7% of GDP in defense spending next year, quite extraordinary. So, I mean, there is apparently something here in the general minds of the Poles that you could probably share with us and teach us others maybe. So essentially, my question would be to you. Do you think that the collective West is really prepared for a potential, shall we call it, well, armed conflict to defend our core values, as Vera Jourova spoke about before? And I know you've been working with this. How do we effectively communicate this in our societies?
Firstly, I think that there is no stronger advocate of Ukraine case in the EU than Poland. And for this question, how to avoid making people fatigue because of the war on Ukraine, I think we are the one to try to find the answer every single day. And I remember that the first lesson we had in 2014 when Putin invaded Crimea. And I remember that time working in Brussels. And when we as a Poles were raising the issue of Putin, of Crimea, of Ukraine, the answer of other member states were there are other different problems here on the table. We have migration, we have economic crisis in Greece. And now, after 10 years, when I'm meeting my counterparts from other EU countries, what I hear from them is that, sorry that we were wrong, now we will listen to you. And this is, of course, something very important, but I still feel that there are some moments when there are discussions going on, why should we still support only Ukraine, why we are not waiting for Ukraine and Russia to sit next to each other and try to fix this problem. We cannot. The main message is, if we allow Putin going forward, then he will come for us also here in Europe. And I think people in Poland feel it super strongly. If you go to the eastern Poland, you see lots of army over there, not only the Polish one, because we have lots of Americans here on the ground. After the conflict has emerged, we hosted here in Poland around 2 million Ukrainians. But the risk here on the ground in Poland is the thing that you, Madam Minister, also mentioned, is the disinformation and hybrid war going on about the disinformation. For me, when I see the research, that since you have to know that Poland is a very Euro-enthusiastic country, but if we see on the numbers that 20 years after the accession and just after the aggression of Putin on Ukraine, the group of people being against EU has risen, there's really something wrong going on here. Because everybody should think in Poland that we should be stronger here inside of EU, not thinking about leaving EU. So I think the main task here, and I think in different countries in EU, but we strongly feel it here in Poland, that we have to somehow manage on the mood in the society. We see it on the social media, that there are conversations going on why the Ukrainians should have the shorter line to the doctor, shorter line than the Polish people have, or why we should have so many Ukrainians in the school. And this is something that we should really keep an eye on and communicate in a very clear way what is going on. The other thing is about army. Yes, we are in terms of the whole Europe, I know that the spendings of Germany, it's a bit bigger, but if you relate the spendings to the gross domestic product, the spendings here in Poland are the biggest one in EU. So yes, what we are doing here, we are trying to be ready for the war. But I think the absolutely key factor here is to have the voice of the society on the right side. So not against EU, not against NATO, not against democratic values, but being on the right side of this conflict.
Well, that's very interesting because, I mean, clearly in some other countries here in Central Europe, this is more of an issue than in Poland. But what you're saying is essentially that we need to address the issues when they come up and take the debate, so to speak, when it emerges. So that's an interesting lesson. Now, let's cross the Atlantic, Matt. Well, as we understand it, there's quite a debate in the US, at least on the presidential trail, on how to support Ukraine and to counter Russia's aggression. So, you know, on this issue that I also said or put to Magdalena about, you know, preparing for a potential armed conflict and defending our core values and you know, creating a societal awareness about the urgency to actually counter this. What could you say from your own research and from the American perspective?
Well, as a recovering diplomat, and I would sort of, you know, having spent so much of my career working with allies, friends, and partners, you know, we love our allies, friends, and partners. You know, this is a pretty widespread perception in the United States. I mean, NATO, you know, whatever you may read, you know, there is still very, very strong support for NATO, and Americans are instinctively very supportive of people who've suffered under Soviet or Russian domination or dictatorships in general. So we're sort of you know, but that's a sort of a given. But there's also this question of, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but this question of burden sharing really sticks in the craw, or really sort of gets at a lot of Americans who, you know, it just, you know, they're looking. I mean, until recently, there were 3 of the 32 who are at 2%. You know, and now it's up to 23, which is phenomenal. You know, big improvement. But then you know, that still leaves 9. not looking at the glass half empty, but this is one of these things that really does sort of annoy people, politicians as well as ordinary citizens. And I mean, so there are countries, one country, for example, reached 2% for the first time in 32 years this year. Another country said, no, we will not reach not reach 2%. But then they said, well, maybe by 2032, which is, if my arithmetic is correct, 20 years after Wales. And so I mean, and these are all prosperous countries. And so for ordinary Americans, many of whom may not be driving quite as nice cars as they have here in Poland or in other countries in Europe, I mean, this sort of annoys them. Now this, however, and this sends a terrible signal to that instinctive American kind of sympathy towards people who've suffered from aggression, and the traditional support for Ukraine. So I know a lot of people are wondering about the future of American engagement in Europe, and it's a sort of theme of this conference and many other conferences, and zillions of media articles, etc. But I would argue that you take care of this issue not just for 1 year, but for a longer period of time, and you take the argument away from people who've been arguing in that way. And then other arguments may come up in the meantime. Of course, there's always the China argument, and then there are other domestic constraints as well. But the point is that at least this issue, the sort of it would be off the table for a long period of time, and that's where I think our wonderful NATO allies would really help. If they want U.S. engagement over the long term, this would really help fix that.
But yeah, and that's a fair and very clear point, essentially burden sharing, shipping in and making sure that on the European side there's a similar amount of support. But that has become better, hasn't it?
Of course it's become better. Yeah. It's become, as I said, from 3 to 23 is rather significant, but then there's also the rest of the 9, et cetera. And then there's the how long will this commitment last, because some countries are not necessarily, if you start looking at the numbers, and I won't mention countries, but this is not necessarily going to be there for a long period of time. And budgets are being, there's always the competition for resources between social programs and defense, et cetera. And people are looking at this carefully, and this is oftentimes, when members of Congress travel to other countries, including NATO member states, this is often one of the first questions they ask. Knowing full well that the trend line is improving significantly, and wonderful. But then there's always the how long is this going to be, and et cetera, and this is where the lack of the sort of the vacation from history and the lack of investment over time and capabilities over during the 90s and the aughts and then the teens is where it's hard to overcome 30 years of kind of complacency, even after 2014, which upset the European security order. And I would imagine that for Europeans who are rightfully rightfully consider this an existential issue. When people notice the sort of the delta between existential threat and then the wide range of countries' responses, those who are all in, like Poland and the Balts, the Scandinavians, et cetera, Romania, et cetera, and then others where it's a little bit more. It's solid. It's good. It's getting better, but you're not quite sure how long this is going to be. And then the others that where they just haven't really gotten the memo. And so that difference between existential threat and putting the money where the mouth is, you may argue that this is wrong, and maybe it's strategically myopic or whatever. But the point is, it matters, whether we like it or not.
No, but that's a clear message. Essentially, it needs to be a sustained support for the long run, essentially. So, but clearly in Europe today, there are parts of electorates, there are countries where this is contested. So, I guess, as I said at the beginning, our task is to try to to see how can broader swaths of societies be maybe convinced of the existentiality of this threat. I mean, Matt or any one of you others, what do you think? Do you have any silver bullets or my authorities maybe first? Yeah.
Yeah. You know, again, I think the information war, the hybrid warfare, the disinformation, the technology, I think it's a way bigger than we actually realize. And it's a development, you know, they've been working on this for many, many years. It did not start, you know, in February 22. It's been going on for years. And not only in the countries closest to Russia, but also in the United States and elsewhere. And you can see the development with democratic values and all kinds of narratives of protectionism, and it's, you know, it's us and you and all of this. I mean, it's a network. They do not share ideology. And they don't care whether they agree or not. And they don't care what political opinion you have. But they're spreading anger, and they're playing on emotions and manipulating individuals. And I think we have to look at it where it starts, because not only look at it when we see the consequences and we think about how to deal with that, but also with regards to the differences between countries. Because I agree, I've heard this so many times that you know, nations say to the Baltics and others, "Oh, we should have listened more. Like, you were right. We're sorry that we said when you were talking about it, we basically said, well, you know, sorry about your experience, but, you know, we have the bigger picture here to think about." Now everyone says, "Oh, we should have listened more." But what does that mean? If you mean it, that we should have listened more, doesn't that mean that we should continue to listen now in a different world, when the same countries and the same understanding is now saying we should do A, B, C? Because as soon as they say something that gets kind of uncomfortable, I can't see other than the nations go back to, "Oh, but we have the bigger picture here to think about. You know, there's a lot of things to worry about, and we have to be careful." So if we mean it, that we should have listened, that means that we should continue to listen also when it gets uncomfortable. Because in a world like this, the decision-making and the political courage of politicians, it's not going to be comfortable. It's going to be extremely uncomfortable, and it's going to be hard. But eventually, it's better to pay your insurance than end up, you know, in a burning house and you didn't.
So the question is whether we are prepared for that, but it's worth a round of applause. Huh? Magdalena, you wanted to chip in on this one as well.
Yeah, I wanted to mention two issues. The first one is that we need to learn how to communicate in such a sharp, quick, fast messages that those people who are using disinformation, they are using. Because they are not writing elaborates for 15 pages why Russia is good. They are just putting one sentence which goes straight to the heart of the people who are reading it. And on the other hand, we are still in a place that we are making big debates about democracy, about fundamental rights. That is very good. But who understands in the society fundamental rights? It's not the language that everybody is understanding. And they are using the language that everybody is understanding. That's the first message. The second one is that here in the EU, we are in the middle of the exercise that defense is the issue of EU. Since EU was a peace was made to keep peace here in Europe, we made an agreement that there will be no defense issues here together, but the time has changed. And I remember in 2015 I was working in the European Commission, and the defense issues was in the same file as cosmetics, tourism and any other things concerning single market.
That's changed now.
That has changed now, but it's going on very, very slowly. Because again, I agree with you, since we have the declaration of the countries, yes, now we have to change the optics and we should go and invest in defense industry, defense in the defense equipment. But then if there is a question on the table, how much you will give, how much equipment you will give, there are still countries who are saying, maybe not. Maybe I should think more about my own capacity, not the EU as a whole project. So two main messages. Change of the language, that we should start use the language as those people using disinformation are using, and open our eyes that the issues of defense are also issues of EU.
And of social security. We have very little time left, but I want to see whether we are on the right track. So there's time for one question or brief comment, if anyone would like to. I give you the chance now. Otherwise, yes, we have one question over there in the back, and then we'll have to reply to that one or comment to it very briefly. So please, the floor is yours.
Is it on? Yeah. Miss, I'm so sorry, I forget your name, but what you said really struck me. And I was wondering, you had really strong opinions, sorry, about like, this sound is killing me. Basically, Russian disinformation is striking values. When people are looking and hearing and feeling that their values are being challenged, they're rising up against it. And Russia is very good at finding the values that are inside people. So do you think there's a way that we can protect the values of European citizens who might feel that somehow something is being targeted?
And your affiliation?
I'm an English teacher. But European Academy.
Yeah, teachers are the best in this, I think. So what's your comment, briefly, all of you? You have 30 seconds each. Huh?
Okay, 30 seconds. Well, you know, if I had the very strong, good answer for it, I would be in a better position. I do not. But what I do believe is extremely important is that we, just like you mentioned, you know, the wording. I think we need to speak a language where politicians present themselves as normal human beings. I think we're way too technical, and I think we should allow ourselves to tell stories. So when we talk about values, what does it mean? If you tell a story, and it's okay to use emotions. You know, you're a populist if you manipulate people with emotions without the facts. If you have a vision and you have the facts and data and a true story, it's allowed both to show emotions and talk about emotions and approach a person, because we're all driven by emotions. So it's kind of stupid if they only do it and we just don't, because we know that individuals are driven by emotions.
Fantastic. I think Matt got...
Yeah, well, I would just add that you know, this also gets to the point of leadership. And some countries are actually speaking directly, some leaders and politicians are speaking directly to their populations about this. And it's very helpful when they actually do so, because it's not always present. And of course, when in my case, when the president sits behind the big desk in the Oval Office and says, you know, on primetime television, my fellow Americans, and then lays out an issue, that is very, very, very effective. It doesn't happen as much in the United States as it should, on this case in particular. But I think President Biden has only done it once on this. But this is required, I think, across the Western world. And then, of course, you also have two other issues that are motivating some of the receptivity of populations to Russian messaging, Chinese messaging, et cetera. And that has to do with like economic disquiet, and then the whole question of what's happening in societies. And to the extent that countries can actually start resolving those issues through very sensible, you know, sort of sensible economic policies that produce growth and reduce inflation and reduce energy costs and increase energy security and this sort of thing, as well as uncontrolled migration. Those issues are fertile ground for Putin and to muck around with, and he's been exploiting these anxieties in the populations very well. And the population, I think that politicians need to actually to focus on this, because if they don't, you know, Putin and sort of the armies of social media, you know, interferers will make hay out of that.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matt. We're actually already on overtime, but can you keep it very, very brief, and then we'll have to wrap up.
Since you are a teacher, I think that also one of the important issues is is to teach people how to see the difference between true and false. Because in democracy, you can have your own opinion. But the question is, do you have your own opinion based on facts or based on fake news? And this is also why during the Polish presidency in European Council, one of our priorities will be fighting with disinformation and how to see disinformation in terms of AI, which is another big issue that we don't have a time for.
I'm sorry, we have to wrap it up now. I'd really like to thank this wonderful panel. Think about burden sharing across the Atlantic and take the debates among many good things which were said. I think they're worth a round of applause, don't you agree? So.
Our warm thanks to Jakob Holmgren from the Swedish Institute of International Affairs, and a lot about misinformation, a lot of focus on Russia in that panel. And always, isn't it always the fact that the best question comes from the teachers in the room? We thank you for your contribution. Right, let's keep the pace going because our next panel is still keeping the focus very much on Russia. There's a theme going on here tonight. Strategic ambiguity and military deterrence, restoring the initiative versus Russia. A big round of applause for the moderator of this panel and his panel team, Fredrik Lundqvist, the director of the Stockholm Centre for Eastern European Studies. Sir, welcome.
So thank you very much for staying on here, although we're a little bit behind schedule for this exciting panel on strategic ambiguity and military deterrence, restoring the initiative versus Russia. We have a Russia crisis at hand that could be described as long-term, structural, and systemic. It's certainly its most violent and aggressive manifestation of that crisis is the aggression against Ukraine, but you could also argue that this goes beyond Ukraine both in time and space. So the question is, how can we deal and manage this Russian challenge? It could be argued, and many argue that so far we've been having a reactive mode. It's rather Russia that has the strategic initiative. But how can we, the West, take the strategic initiative, constraining Russia rather than allowing Russia to constrain us? And how can we avoid allowing Russia harvesting fruits of its aggression? We are also discussing here the strategic ambiguity. Have we perhaps been even too ambiguous? Sometimes ambiguity can be constructive and sometimes it can be destructive. What are the kind of strategic signaling that we are sending to Russia? And what are the signals that are received in the Kremlin? And what are the sort of alternatives for taking the strategic initiative and succeeding in the opportunity cost? With us for this, we have an excellent panel. From your left to the right here, Michael Carpenter, who is a special assistant to the President and Senior Director for European Affairs at the National Security Council in the United States of America. Second, Muriel Domenac, who until very recently was the French permanent representative to NATO in Brussels. Third, Darya Kalinyuk, co-founder, among many other things, for the International Center for Ukrainian Victory, Ukraine. And last but not least, Ivan Krastyev, founder and chairman of the board for the Center of Liberal Strategies in Bulgaria. Maybe starting off, would you agree? That who has the strategic initiative right now? Is it Russia or the West? Very quickly, starting with Mike.
So I would say that the West clearly has the strategic advantage. Whether we take the initiative remains to be seen.
Muriel?
I think we're not doing so poorly, and it relies on us to show determination and keep the pace.
Mm-hmm. From Kiev, what does it look like, Daria?
From Kiev, we see that it's not just Russia. Just Russia was 2014. Now it's Russia, Iran, North Korea, backed up by China. And this gang against the West has the initiative. Ukraine tries to regain initiative, for example, with a surprise Kursk operation. But obviously, to regain the initiative, we need the joint plan and empowerment with our allies.
Ivan.
I'm going to give you a Bulgarian answer. It depends on the day.
Could you perhaps elaborate a little bit?
Listen, there was a change. When you start a war, you have the strategic initiative. In 2022, Russia lost the strategic initiative, and by the way, changed the nature of the war. So from this point of view, this is not a static story, but where I do believe the colleagues were totally right. When Chinese president visited Russia in his first visit after the beginning of the war, he said that we are witnessing a moment which we have not witnessed for 100 years. So the fact that there are places in the world where people believe that we're in this transformative moment and where basically everything is changing is part of the picture.
Mm-hmm. So maybe let's rephrase the question then. Do we think that we have a coherent, consistent strategic signaling from the side of the West towards Moscow? And is Moscow perceiving this as a coherent and consistent, clear signaling, strategic communication from the West? Anyone who wants to pick up on that? Mike.
I'm happy to weigh in. Look, I think it's not so much a matter of signaling as it is of actions that we take. And that is precisely why President Biden has now asked for allied nations and partners to convene in the Ramstein summit on October 12th, because we have just allocated for Ukraine $8 billion in additional security assistance. This will essentially draw down the funding that we had, the $61 billion in the supplemental bill that was passed in April of this year. But we need our allies and partners to step up, because this is going to be a very challenging winter for Ukraine. Approximately 60% of Ukraine's electricity grid is currently online, and we need to prepare for what is going to be a very challenging next few months. So let's seize the initiative. This is the beginning of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, clearly, strategic signaling also include actions and non-actions in what you say. Muriel, would you like to fill in?
Yeah, I think strategic ambiguity is about keeping the adversary or placing the adversary in a situation where he bears the risk of a miscalculation. Of course, the implication is we managed to show determination on our side. So far, Putin keeps underestimating our determination collectively as allies, underestimating the Ukrainians, and the Kursk offensive showed how much he keeps underestimating the Ukrainians and overestimating himself. And the limits of authoritarian regimes is people lie to their leader. Which is why also he keeps, overestimating his own people. So the initiative is us keeping the pace of our determination, and us Europeans, especially if we want America to stay by our side, to take a greater share in our security and support to Ukraine, because this is the defining fight for our security.
Mm-hmm. Daria, we often hear the words, as long as it takes. Does Putin believe this? Does he receive this clear strategic signaling of the credibility of the West and our ability and willingness to deliver on that?
I want to refer from another one, every inch of NATO. It all started with that message before the war. And it was strategic self-deterrence and strategic clarity what the West will not do. And I think that was encouraging Putin to actually fulfill his will to eliminate Ukraine from the map and start this large-scale invasion. And whether this strategic self-deterrence is still there, well, I think we have to check how many inches of NATO territory was already penetrated by Russia, by Russian missiles, by Iranian drones fired by Russia into Poland or into Romania, and we know for sure that some of them are being programmed to attack these territories. So many inches of NATO territory was already penetrated by Russia, and Russia knows that there was no response. There was self-deterrence. The response was that, you see, there was the weather didn't help us to identify that Shahid drone, and oops, it's disappeared. And Polish jets were extremely busy patrolling the sky when on August 26, more than 200 missiles and Shahid drones were attacking all our peaceful cities. Or we see that in Romania, something is exploding in the air, but no one can admit that it's actually a Russian missile or drone, and no one can say who is firing at them. So I think that sends a message and clear signal to Putin and those who are backing him up. Iran, China, North Korea. We can keep going. Let's do that. You see, this is the coalition of scared. And yeah, it's not helping Ukraine to gain strategic advantage and strategic surprise.
Ivan, is the signal received in Moscow?
I do believe the problem is that you're sending one signal, what is receiving is not so easy to be sure. But for me, there are two things that are important. If you go on the opinion polls globally, there is one major difference between the position of Russia, but also, by the way, most of the global South and Europe and America. When you're asking the war, is this the war of Russia with NATO and the West? Majority of the Russians said yes. By the way, also the majority of Chinese, the majority of almost everybody else with the exception of South Koreans. If you're asking our population, are we in a war with Russia? The majority said no. So you have this asymmetry, which particularly in a democratic government is not something to be taken easily. And the second thing, which in my view is important in all this conversation, because listen, knowing why the war started is not going to help you probably to know how to end it. But there is one particularity about this war and one factor that we didn't talk a lot. I was monitoring what President Putin has been talking 6 months before the invasion. And there was one thing that was coming all the time out of the things that you never expect to come. For example, talking in Vladivostok in front of the kids. And he said if it was not for the war in World War II and the Russian revolutions, now there were going to be 500 million Russians in the world. This is a war not about land. It's a war about population. The major demographic anxiety on the Russian side, the idea that there are not enough Russians, and this is why Ukrainians should be Russians, Belarusians should be Russians, is a critical element for the way the war started. So when we're trying to understand what you're gaining and what you're losing, in my view, this should not be missed. Because at the moment, he's getting a depopulated lands. He's getting ruins without people in Donbass. And on the other side, by the way, demography is also critically important for Ukraine. Because the problem of how many people, the problem of what is happening to the birth rates and others, from this point of view, this is the first war of the 21st century, because the war that is happening in the world in which we have the fear of the shrinking populations. And I find this one of the aspects that very few people are seeing. This explains abduction of the Ukrainian kids in the first week, adoption in a week with a special legislation. In my view, this kind of a demographic aspect is something that we never talk about.
Daria, you mentioned self-deterrence. And I think we, in the West, we're quite busy understanding, defining sort of alleged Russian red lines. The question is, what are our red lines? Have we defined them? And my question here is that I think by showing restraints and self-limitations from our side, I think we've often done that with the view that that would be de-escalatory, but maybe some of these measures have actually been escalatory and enabling Russia rather than being de-escalatory. So have we had that confused strategic thinking in the West on escalation and de-escalation? Daria.
Well, I think on escalation, we proved what are the Russian red lines with Kursk, and World War III didn't start. Russia didn't nuke the world. Russia perfectly explained its population, why it is okay for Ukraine to occupy a piece of its territory. And so truth is lie, winning is losing. So losing is winning. It's like a 1984 Orwell society. So they perfectly can accept losing. It's about collective West jointly with Ukraine to define what is the strategy, what's the strategic goal. And it's about being fair, that it's not up to Ukrainians only to decide, and Ukrainian people to decide, because we are not facing just Russia, right? And Ukrainian army fully depends on the supply of weapons from the collective West. Our economy went into the war economy, but we can't produce more than Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China. So it's clear as that. And in Ukraine, we sometimes are a bit offended when we are saying that it's up to Ukrainians to decide how this war will end. So I think that if there was a strategic goal that Ukraine must win, and it is very related, Russia must lose, then we can start talking about tactics, how to achieve that together. Also, I think it's important to do the reality checks. Again, and we are doing these reality checks. It's not Russia now. It's not Ukrainian crisis, not Russian crisis. It's the global crisis. It's the autocracies challenging the entire idea of democracy, and they are testing that with, conventional weapons in Ukraine, but they're already here in Poland, in Germany, in America, with all other warfare, including the warfare for narratives. They are trying to win the narrative, and they are trying to do different cyber attacks. They are attacking CEO of German weapons producers. So the war is already here. And it's better to get together and plan the joint victory. And I can name you a lot of tactical steps which could be done together if that's the goal.
Russia's red lines, our red lines, escalation, de-escalation. As Daria said, the signal coming out of Washington was for a long time, Ukraine must not lose and Russia must not win. Now Biden has said that Ukraine must prevail and so forth. Your thoughts on red lines and escalation?
No, look, absolutely, Ukraine must prevail. I think the messaging maybe at the beginning of the administration was perhaps misunderstood. Maybe it was not entirely as tight as it could have been. We were saying that Russia needs to suffer a strategic defeat. What do we mean by that? We don't mean the implosion of the Russian Federation as such. What we meant was that this war has to be perceived by the Russian leadership and by the Russian population as a defeat, not just now, but for future generations, for future decades, so that leaders in the Kremlin look back on this episode and they understand that this was a failure. Because if they see this as a success, or equally importantly, if this is spun inside of Russia as a success, then future Kremlin leaders will do the same thing. Maybe not in Ukraine, maybe in Georgia, maybe in Moldova, maybe in other parts of Russia's periphery. So that was the understanding behind the words that Russia must suffer a strategic defeat or failure. But at the end of the day, Ukraine does need to win. But, look, I mean, I get it. There's certain things that, people here on stage will say that will garner applause, and maybe this won't. But what we have to understand is we have to match ends and means. Too much there is a tendency to engage in magical thinking about what we want to achieve. Look, we all want Ukrainian victory, but the question is, how do we get from where we are today where frankly the front lines in the Donbass are moving westwards. Kursk, yes, tactical, operational success so far. Can Ukrainian armed forces turn it into a strategic victory? I don't know. I think they need some guidance on that, or at least some further dialogue. But we have to understand, with the means we have, look, the United States has spent $175 billion in support of Ukraine. This is not an insignificant amount of money, and our allies have done a lot as well. But we have to understand, given those parameters, what can we achieve in the next 4 months of the Biden administration, which is what I spend my time thinking about? What can we achieve in the next year? Where should we be 5 years from now? If we engage in magical thinking and just look for applause lines from all of you, it's not going to help us to formulate the right strategy or tactics to get to where we need to go. So, look, I'm saying this not to try to rain on a parade. We all want the same strategic outcome here, but we have to be very realistic about how we achieve it and disciplined, not focusing on politically shiny objects on the battlefield that will garner political success at home, but how do we methodically, systematically prosecute the campaign on the ground to get to where we need to be?
Mm-hmm. Maybe, I mean, you were asking for, you know, whether it's a strategy here, so maybe the last question before we open up for the audience here. What could you, in your mind, the panel's mind here, be a real game changer for changing the dynamics, military and political dynamics of the Russian aggression against Ukraine?
I want very much to continue what Michael Carpenter said, because there are two things which I found critically important. Listen, we should talk in the way that our own society trusts. Because if we're talking about things that they don't believe are happening, then we're going to have a problem, particularly if it's going to be on a long run. And one of the things, listen, I'm Bulgarian, this is not Poland, this is not Sweden. But in order to keep European Union together, you should all these governments and publics to support for long term. Kursk was a tactical, probably success, but the claim that basically Kursk shattered Russian political elites and Putin was never as weak as at this moment, I didn't see any sign for this. And from this point of view, being realistic is critically important. The second thing, which in my view is important, is China does not want Russia to lose. But there is a lot of signals that Chinese banks are quite reluctant working with the Russians and so on. Why I'm saying this? Listen, if we are going to say that we're also in a war with China and others, it does not make it easier for our societies to mobilize and to help. And I'm saying this because the rhetoric matters. One of the things is that Russians believe that they're winning at the moment, and they should be, first of all, stopped. And this is critically, and this is going to happen in Donbass, and this is going to show that they are going to lose so many people that they cannot continue like this. This is what the Ukrainians did in 2022 when they basically managed to reverse the Russian offensive. And by the way, public opinion changed dramatically. Because part of the story is that European publics stays and are very much influenced of what is happening on the battleground. And this is really important. I was going through all these things and so on. If we're saying things that people believe that we're just talking on conferences but are not happening, then this is really becoming much more difficult for the politicians to go and push for what they're doing, because in this year we have so many elections that you basically, the shape of the war is decided in the battlefield, but also in the ballot boxes in many of the countries that we represent. And from this point of view, at least for us, how we talk about the war is part of the strategic behavior. Russians are talking, by the way, escalating all the day. They're talking about the nuclear in the way the Soviets have never been talking. In a certain way, and from this point of view, it's very important for us to make people understand that it's realistic, that Russia really lost first the special operation, and now they're going to lose the war, because in a certain way they also don't know exactly what is their strategic objective too. Just destroying Ukraine is what I see as the strategic objective. But if we're in a wishful thinking or magical thinking that Michael was saying, we are not helping ourselves. At least this is my view.
Marielle, are we stuck in a sort of mental and objective stalemate? But is there anything we can do to change either the military or the political dynamics? And then I will ask for questions for the audience, so please prepare.
Look, I would join Michael on the magical thinking dimension. I think expecting a grand soir is not would not be the right way to go. And holding in our support to Ukraine all together, and the Europeans holding in terms of mobilizing our societies, because again, this is a defining fight. No matter what happens on the other side of the ocean, is the right way to go. And of course, Ukraine holding is key there. They are being so heroic that we have to be holding as well. But expecting a grand soir would expose us to be deceived. So even I would see the Kursk offensive in the more in the broader context of us not self-deterring, not deterring ourselves when it comes to Russia. And there again, I would argue that the collective West is doing an okay job in terms of securing the eastern flank. And I wouldn't say that the drones, missiles, whatever, flying, slightly inside the NATO's eastern flank is an intentional provocation by Russia. I would call that intentional carelessness, which should be blamed, but I wouldn't blame NATO. I would defend, as the former French perm rep to NATO, you might be surprised, but I would defend NATO on that.
Okay, that's, I think, a separate discussion, and this whole discussion on escalation and de-escalation. We are running behind schedule, so I will allow 3 quick questions and then back to the panel. So please raise your hands. Okay, so we have 1, 2, and 3. Please, the lady. And please shortly introduce yourself and a quick, succinct question.
Hello. It's working. Hello again. My name is Katya Dekanoidze. I'm the member of the Parliament of Georgia, opposition, not the majority. I will have the question to Mr. Carpenter. Since we're talking about Russia, my country suffers from Russia, still, not only the occupation of the 20% of my territory, but also it's a proxy war, hybrid war, and the tycoon Ivanishvili, who is grabbing the power, captured the state, and now probably he wants to capture the elections, because we have elections on 26th of October coming soon. And these elections are existential for Georgian people. So his ties to Russian oligarchs are very much vivid, actually, and I know that the US State Department put the travel ban on 60 officials from Georgian Dream. This is a ruling party. And also 4 of them are now under the sanctions, financial sanctions. I would really, I really want to ask you, maybe US administration, Biden administration, considering to take very active measures against Ivanishvili, who is really grabbing the Georgian people's will before elections.
I think we get the question. Thank you.
This is
Edward Lucas, please. And I have Mr. Pisarski and the Swedish ambassador looking very sternly at me, so we are running out of time here.
Yes, just quick suggestions about how we can rebuild our escalation ladder to respond meaningfully to sub-threshold attacks.
Okay, and the third question here.
President for Georgian Development. It seems that we have a war of mistakes, mistakes of EU in Georgia, mistakes of Russia against Ukraine. So I would like to ask to analyze what kind of mistakes is making Ukraine now and Europe? Thank you.
So thank you. One direct question to Michael Carpenter on sanctions on Georgia. Then the questions of lessons learned, what was enabling, what was escalatory or de-escalatory, and new thinking on sub-threshold, and how do we think about escalation and the escalatory ladder. So we will have less than 1 minute each for the panel to address these questions, and then we will have to wrap up. Michael.
Okay, great. I'm not going to mince words in answer to you, Katya. What the Georgian Dream government is doing right now is taking Georgia 180 degrees away from Euro-Atlantic integration. If they continue with this path of undermining civil society, transgressing fundamental freedoms, implementing the foreign agents law, and if the elections are not free and fair, they will not be entering NATO or the EU anytime soon. And we will continue to adopt measures like the ones we have with our visa policy and our global Magnitsky sanctions that impose consequences on those who violate democratic norms. There cannot be this degree of gap between the aspirations of the Georgian people for a Euro-Atlantic future and what the government is currently doing. I want to be absolutely clear about it. It is unacceptable what we're seeing on the ground. I want to take 30 more seconds on Ed Lucas's question, which I think is a great one, and there's not a lot of answers on this, but I want to say a few things. First, it's vital that we build a common operating picture at NATO, that we share the intelligence so that we're seeing the threats 360 as they take place across both the Euro-Atlantic area and beyond. Because what Russia is doing right now, the scale, scope, severity of hybrid measures is off the charts. They are brazen beyond anything that we've seen in previous years. We also need to use more effective law enforcement strategies and cooperations to be able to roll up some of these networks of proxies that are undertaking these operations so that we deter those marginal criminal elements that are doing this from wanting to participate in these sorts of operations. And then last but not least, and this is the trickiest part, is cost imposition. Given everything that we're doing in the Ukraine context, how do we impose additional costs? But we must, and we will. Because if this continues, we will face a catastrophe at some point. Something is going to go desperately wrong, whether intentional or unintentional, and we will have to, at that point, impose costs on the Russian Federation to signal that this is unacceptable, because it is potentially an Article 5 scenario. So that's where we need to be leaning. But the third of those elements is the trickiest, and the one where I don't think that, at least right now, Western governments are well poised to respond.
Thank you. Muriel, 60 seconds on your thoughts on this question.
Georgia, I would agree with Michael again. I think we made clear as France and the EU what our expectations are. It strikes me from my personal perspective of having traveled to Georgia quite a number of times in both a personal capacity and professional capacity, how a country partly occupied by Russia turns out to be ruled by people that act in a Russian way. Escalation, de-escalation, well, two things would prove escalatory. One is overreaction, and on the other side, weakness is escalatory as well. Let me take the example of the Black Sea. That is SACEUR's area of responsibility. I would argue that patrolling close to the coast of Crimea would be escalatory, but at the same time, self-deterrence would be paradoxically escalatory as well. We as France keep flying manned flights, above the Black Sea, and rightfully.
Okay, thank you. Daria, 60 seconds. We are running behind time.
You're too tough. So magical versus reality measures. In 22, magical reality was Ukraine will give up Kyiv in 3 days. Now we are in the reality when Ukraine is in Kursk, right? So therefore, let's answer the question, Why invitation for Ukraine to NATO now is not a reality? Another question, why seizing 300 billion Russian frozen assets, most of which are in Europe, are not a reality? Another question, why air defense shield our Ukraine where Russian missiles entering Ukrainian territory and attacking nuclear power plants in Ukraine, which can cause nuclear disaster, is not a reality? Why? Why training Ukrainian troops by NATO and coalition of willing members in Ukraine is not a reality yet? There are many measures which could have been taken if there was the clarity and strategic initiative of the collective West, which should understand what is the cost of Ukraine losing. Mm-hmm. This is the reality check about what is magical and what is real.
Thank you, Daria. Ivan, final words.
I do believe that Ukraine should be allowed to go with a deep targeting, particularly on the energy infrastructure of Russia. Because in a certain way, this is also something that is going to make countries like India and others understanding that you cannot allow, basically, to destroy the energy infrastructure of Ukraine with no cost. So from this point of view, I'm much more, to be honest, afraid of symbolic things. Invitation to NATO now means exactly what?
Mobilization and future for you, promise for future for Ukraine.
No.
Invitation for NATO, it means that there will be security guarantees and that I will be able to tell to my son that in 6 years, he will be, if needed to fight, he will be fighting in the NATO army. Invitation to membership for Ukraine means a lot. It's the hope that we're going to have future, that we are not digging and agreeing for a ceasefire or whatever and preparing for a new war in 5 or 6 years. So that's a lot.
My only point is, when we make symbolic politics, saying strong words, and after that nothing happens on the ground, this is not an escalation or de-escalation. This is simply bluffing. If you're going to have an invitation, you should say it also what it means now, not in 6 years. And this is why I'm afraid that Western governments are quite often over-delivering on the symbolic side when it comes to concrete things. And by the way, some of the things that you said are concrete on the air defenses and so on. But inviting somebody to NATO in 6 years, I'm saying this because in a certain way, if nothing is happening, if I'm a Ukrainian, we invited to NATO and nothing is different than it was yesterday, I'm going to be more depressed than inspired.
Okay, thank
Frederick,
you.
I know you want to wrap. I just want to say one last thing, which is...
One sentence, Mike.
Look, I mean, Daria is absolutely right on the frozen Russian assets, by the way. But let's talk about what needs to happen right now. More mobilization of additional troops, training, indeed, equipping of those troops. That needs to happen right now.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Motivation for them that they have future, that there will be NATO membership of Ukraine.
I think, as you've heard from this discussion, maybe there's no full clarity on who's having the strategic initiative and how to get it and what is escalatory or de-escalatory. We had important discussions here on how do we frame, how do we understand, how do we talk about things. And we also had the question of resources, magical thinking. Then again, clearly the West's collective resources is much bigger than Russia's. And then the important question is, what are the opportunity costs of not succeeding and so forth. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving this panel a warm applause.
Distinguished guests, well, what a conversation, and it just goes to show there is so much to talk about. These conversations do not end here. Frederick, thank you so much for your fantastic moderation there. These conversations go on because that is what the Warsaw Security Forum is all about, and my goodness, it is needed. There is so much going on, not least in Ukraine, and obviously what is happening in the Middle East right now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been my absolute pleasure to be here with you on day one of the Warsaw Security Forum. I wish you a very, very successful and fruitful day two. From me, it's been an honor to invite such prestigious names onto the stage. I have one last honor left, though. Please join me in a big, big round of applause for the CEO of the Kazimierz Puławski Foundation, Zbigniew Pisarski.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to conclude the first day of the 2024 Warsaw Security Forum. And I think, you know, I would like to underline one thing, for you not to forget, that we have this honor and privilege to host Sweden as a partner country of the Warsaw Security Forum 2024 as a NATO member. It's a privilege, and I would like to say generous thank you to Ambassador of Sweden, Andreas Beckert, who made with his team an incredible work to make it really successful. Andreas. I don't want to prolong. Andreas, please come to the podium. And once again, thank you very much.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants that are still here. First of all, Zbigniew, thank you so much for your kind words. I know it's late. I know we've been listening to many interesting panels. I know everyone is following the dreadful events in the Middle East, so I promise I will not make a long speech. I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, to thank the Kazimierz Puławski Foundation for giving us the tremendous honor to be partner country to the Warsaw Security Forum. We've really been appreciating the cooperation we had with your fantastic foundation leading up to this conference. It's really amazing to see the work that you're doing. When we first started talking about the possibility of Sweden being a partner country, I literally had just arrived to Warsaw. And I think in a way that was a good thing because I didn't realize the workload it involved being a partner country. But believe me, it's been worth every single minute. And being a partner country to the Warsaw Security Forum is really a big thing for Sweden and for the embassy. We have more than 100 Swedish participants at the conference, including Minister of Defense, Minister of Civil Defense, National Security Advisor, 9 parliamentarians from our Foreign Affairs Committee, 4 generals, including Chief of Defense Staff, Chief of Strategic Planning, Chief of Army, Chief of Navy, of course, quite a few Swedish business, including strategic partner Saab, and last but not least, also the best and the brightest from our think tank community, including the Stockholm Center of Eastern European Studies, which plays the role as a key partner, program partner. I also think that the timing of this conference for us to be a partner country has really been great. As you all know, Sweden joined the NATO alliance as its newest member earlier this year. That meant we left 2 centuries of military non-alignment and we entered a new security and defense identity. And I think this conference has really been a perfect stage for us to elaborate on the shape of that identity, and not least, how we believe that we can contribute to make NATO stronger. But perhaps the most important reason why we're so grateful for playing the role as partner country is that it has provided us with an opportunity to demonstrate the importance we attach to cooperation in defense and security with Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, the cooperation between Sweden and Poland has never been more close in modern times than today. I deliberately add the word modern times because I promised to give a short speech, and I don't want to get into whether or not we're closer today than 1592 when King Sigismund III became King of Sweden, already being King of Poland. But I will say this, that we do not only share a common history, we share a common future with Poland. We're bound together by mutual interests and by mutual understanding of the challenges and threats in our neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, now on to the most important message, and that is that I have the huge pleasure to invite you to the partner country reception that will start in the room next door, in the Chicago room. We will offer some food with some Swedish touch, and also a special surprise when it comes to music, which we hope that you will enjoy. So, ladies and gentlemen, warmly welcome to the reception. Thank you so much.